Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. Today, we're starting part 1 of an awesome What If Deku Harem story. If you want to see part 2, drop a comment below and tell me what you think. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and share. It really helps the channel grow. Now, sit back, relax, and let's jump into the story. The elderly doctor sighed as he settled into his chair, his demeanor unfazed as he delivered the difficult news to the young boy before him. He conveyed the harsh reality that there seemed to be no hope for the child's future. He acknowledged that it might be hard to accept, but it was the truth. Inko Midoriya felt a surge of sadness and a flicker of anger as she wrapped her arm around her son's shoulder. She noticed his trembling form, gripping his knees tightly. She expressed disbelief, insisting that there must have been a mistake. She reflected on how all the other children in Izuku's kindergarten class had begun to show signs of their quirks, while her son remained different. Her gaze fell upon the All Might action figure that had slipped from his grasp, a toy he cherished and carried everywhere. She pleaded with the doctor, hoping there was something he had overlooked, asking if any tests could be conducted. The doctor, shifting his focus, inquired about Inko's family lineage, noting that she was a fourth-generation quirk user. He adjusted his goggles and leaned back, seemingly dismissing her concerns. Inko confirmed her heritage, her voice tinged with frustration as she demonstrated her quirk by retrieving the fallen action figure. She explained that she could pull small objects toward her, while her husband had the ability to breathe fire. The doctor nodded, gesturing toward an X-ray image of Izuku's foot. He explained that by age 4, children typically began to exhibit their parents' quirks or a combination of them. He then pointed out a significant detail regarding the presence of an extra joint in the pinky toe, indicating that those without it represented a new stage of human evolution. Inko's grip on her son tightened as she braced herself for the doctor's next words. Izuku's shaking intensified, tears welling in his eyes as the doctor revealed that he had 2 joints in his pinky toe, indicating he possessed no quirk at all. The weight of the doctor's words crashed down on Izuku, and he could no longer hold back his tears. Sobs filled the small room as his dreams of becoming a pro-hero, like the inspiring All Might, shattered in an instant. Inko's heart broke for her son as she watched him cling to his shirt, tears falling to the floor. Not knowing what else to do, she thanked the doctor and led Izuku out of the room. The car ride home was filled with silence, broken only by Izuku's occasional sniffles. Inko longed to comfort her son, but words failed her. Upon arriving at their apartment, she attempted to console him, but he silently retreated to his room, closing the door behind him. Respecting his need for space, Inko began preparing dinner. After the meal was ready, she went to check on Izuku but paused when she heard familiar sounds from his room. Cracking the door open, she peered inside to find the lights off, the only glow coming from Izuku's computer monitor. As she approached, she saw that a video of All Might was playing, one her son had watched countless times. Suddenly, the video paused, and Inko realized Izuku had noticed her presence. He spoke softly, tears brimming in his eyes as he gazed at the still image of All Might, whose large smile seemed frozen in time. He expressed his longing to be a hero like All Might, seeking reassurance that it was still possible for him to achieve that dream. Inko's heart ached as she rushed forward to embrace her son, her own tears flowing as she felt the weight of her perceived failure. She apologized profusely, wishing she could take away his pain. 2 weeks passed since that day, and Inko observed that Izuku's mood had not improved. He remained withdrawn, speaking little, and when he did, his voice was barely audible and filled with sorrow. Most of the time, he stayed confined to his room, emerging only for meals and bathroom breaks. Inko felt helpless watching her son suffer for so long, unsure of how to lift his spirits. In a moment of hope, she decided to take Izuku to the park, believing that some fresh air and playtime with other children might brighten his mood, even if just a little. Upon arriving at the park, Inko felt a glimmer of hope as she noticed several kids playing, some of whom were Izuku's friends. Inko cheerfully pointed toward a group of children by the playground, resting a hand on her son Izuku's shoulder. She encouraged him to go say hello, believing his friends would be thrilled to see him. Izuku gazed at the other kids, a hint of jealousy creeping into his voice as he observed them using their quirks in their games. He felt unworthy, thinking they wouldn't want a quirkless boy like him joining in. Inko began to speak, but Izuku interrupted, insisting that it was fine and stepping out of the car. She sighed heavily as she watched him walk past the other children, settling on a swing by himself. After a while, Inko contemplated giving up on her plan and taking Izuku home. Just then, a little girl approached him. She appeared to be around his age, with shoulder-length brown hair and a cheerful demeanor. Her large, warm brown eyes sparkled with curiosity. The girl asked Izuku why he was sitting alone, her bubbly tone filled with concern. She noticed he wasn't swinging and questioned if he was feeling unwell or simply didn't know how to swing. Izuku muttered that he wasn't sick, just not in the mood to play. The girl expressed disbelief, climbing onto the swing next to him and swinging back and forth with a bright smile. She insisted that it didn't make sense to come to the park if he didn't want to play. Izuku turned away, wishing to be left alone, explaining that he just wanted to be himself. The girl paused, surprised, and after a moment, hopped off the swing. She apologized for bothering him, thinking he looked lonely and hoping he would feel better. Inko watched the girl walk away, wishing Izuku would not let the opportunity slip by. Her heart lifted when she saw him suddenly hop off the swing and chase after the girl. Izuku called out to her, catching up and grabbing her hand. He apologized for his earlier words, expressing appreciation for her kindness and eagerness to play. The girl's eyes lit up, and a massive smile spread across her face as she asked if he meant it. Izuku offered to play any game she wanted, suggesting tag or hide and seek. She excitedly declared her longing to play catch, running to a nearby bag and returning with a small red and pink ball. Izuku smiled, the first genuine smile he had shown in weeks, and introduced himself as Izuku Midoriya. The girl enthusiastically shook his hand, introducing herself as Ochaco Uraraka. He noticed something peculiar about her fingers, resembling pads, but quickly dismissed it. With a newfound spark of friendship, Ochaco proposed they become friends, and Izuku felt a warmth in his heart, ready to embrace this new connection. Inko nearly jumped off the bench when a voice suddenly boomed behind her. Turning around, she saw a middle-aged man smiling at her. He apologized for startling her and introduced himself, mentioning that the little girl nearby was his daughter, Ochaco. He had noticed her watching the children and assumed she was the boy's mother. Inko confirmed that her son was indeed Izuku and took a deep breath, trying to calm her racing heart. She explained that he had been feeling down lately, so she hoped a trip to the park would lift his spirits. The man, noticing Inko's slight tension, asked what a young kid like Izuku could possibly be upset about. Sensing her discomfort, he sighed lightly and sat down beside her, offering to listen if she wanted to share her thoughts. After a moment of contemplation, Inko relaxed her grip on her breathes and decided it might be helpful to talk about it. Meanwhile, Ochaco tossed a ball to Izuku, asking why he had been sitting alone on the swing. She reassured him that it was fine if he didn't want to talk about it. Izuku explained that he had received some troubling news recently and needed time to process it, but he appreciated her concern. Ochaco, wanting to make their game of catch more exciting, decided to demonstrate her quirk. She grabbed the ball with both hands, her fingertips glowing faintly pink, and tossed it to Izuku, intentionally throwing it low. To his surprise, the ball began to rise instead of hitting the ground. Excitedly, she explained that her quirk allowed her to make things she touched unaffected by gravity. Izuku caught the ball, feeling it trying to float away from him. A familiar pang of jealousy surged within him, followed by frustration. He questioned why he had been born without a quirk when all he wanted was to be a hero. In a moment of anger, he threw the ball as hard as he could, watching it soar higher into the air, forgetting about Ochaco's quirk. Ochaco reassured him that she could easily deactivate her quirk, and moments later, the ball began to descend back to the ground. She promised to retrieve it, attributing the throw to a simple mistake. Izuku reflected on his behavior, feeling guilty for his earlier outburst. He reminded himself that Ochaco was just trying to help him feel better and that he shouldn't be jealous of her abilities. Suddenly, the sound of screeching tires broke his thoughts. He looked up in horror to see Ochaco chasing her ball into the street, completely unaware of the approaching car. Panic surged through him as he thought of what All Might would do. Without hesitation, Izuku ran toward Ochaco, his instincts taking over. She had just caught her ball but was still standing in the street, oblivious to the danger. Time seemed to slow as Izuku pushed her out of the way. In that instant, he was struck by the speeding car, where she had been just moments before. The vehicle screeched to a halt, but the impact sent Izuku flying several feet away, his body lying motionless on the pavement. Ochaco approached Izuku's still form, clutching her ball tightly as she stared down at him in shock. Ochaco looked down at Izuku, her voice trembling as she reached out to gently shake his shoulder. When he didn't respond, panic set in, and she called out to him, her voice rising in urgency. Falling to her knees, tears streamed down her cheeks as she continued to shake him, desperate for any sign of life. In her distress, she cried out for her father, hoping he could come to their aid. Her father, hearing her cries, rushed out of his seat, scanning the area for the children. Concern filled his voice as he realized they were nowhere in sight. Inko, Izuku's mother, joined him, her heart racing with worry as she searched for her son, fearing he might be in danger. They both knew that if they found Ochaco, they would likely find Izuku too. They sprinted toward the sound of Ochaco's cries. When they arrived, a small crowd had gathered, many on their phones, trying to summon help. Inko's heart sank at the sight before her. A car stood still in the street, evidence of a recent accident marked by skid marks on the pavement. Ochaco knelt on the ground, tears streaming down her face, her hands and legs stained. Izuku lay motionless on the pavement, and the reality of the situation hit Inko like a wave. Overwhelmed, she fell to the ground, sobbing uncontrollably as she reached for her son. In her anguish, she cried out for Izuku, her heart breaking as she cradled him in her arms, pleading for the nightmare to end. Suddenly, the sound of screeching tires pierced the air, followed by the wail of sirens. The crowd turned to see the car that had struck Izuku attempting to flee, but it didn't get far before someone crashed into it. All Might, having pursued a fleeing criminal, found himself at the scene. His usual bravado faded as he took in the chaos. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he felt a surge of anger at the sight of the grieving mother and her injured son. In a swift motion, he tore the car door off and yanked the driver out, who was immediately struck by fear at the sight of All Might's fierce gaze. The hero declared that the driver would face justice for the harm done to the boy. With a powerful punch, All Might incapacitated the criminal, then turned his focus back to the injured child and his mother. The young girl beside them appeared physically unharmed but was clearly shaken. As he approached Inko, he noticed the severity of Izuku's condition. The boy was covered in cuts and bruises, his breathing shallow and weak. All Might knew time was of the essence. Without immediate help, Izuku's chances were dwindling. He made a quick decision that would change their lives forever. Placing a reassuring hand on Inko's shoulder, he asked for permission to check on Izuku. Inko, still in shock, hadn't realized All Might had arrived until he spoke. After a moment of hesitation, she nodded, surrendering her son to the hero's care. All Might pressed his ear to Izuku's chest, relieved to hear a faint heartbeat. He informed Inko that her son was still alive but needed urgent medical attention. With her consent, he promised to get Izuku to the hospital faster than an ambulance could. Inko barely whispered her plea, struggling to hold back tears as she clutched All Might's breathed leg, begging him to save her son. All Might assured her that he would keep his promise. He held Izuku tightly and leaped into the air, covering nearly 3 blocks in a single bound. With a series of powerful jumps, he navigated through the city, moving from rooftop to rooftop at full speed. He paused occasionally to check on Izuku, ensuring he was still breathing. Within minutes, All Might landed at the hospital entrance and rushed through the front doors, urgently calling for help for the young boy. Almost immediately, a team of doctors and nurses surrounded him. A gurney was quickly brought over, and All Might gently placed Izuku onto it. Once Izuku was secured, the medical team wheeled him away toward an operating room, leaving All Might alone in the lobby. Taking a deep breath, he looked down at his blood-stained hands, clenching his fists tightly. He searched for a restroom, where he scrubbed the blood off his arms and stared at his reflection in the mirror. Frustration boiled within him, and he struck the mirror, causing a hole to form in the wall. The realization that a young boy was seriously injured because he had lost sight of a criminal weighed heavily on him, making him feel like a failure. It was his duty to protect the innocent, yet he couldn't even keep a child safe. Breathing heavily, All Might exited the restroom and sank into a seat in the lobby, feeling the weight of everyone's gaze upon him. He could have left to patrol again, but his conscience held him back. He had promised Izuku's mother that he would save her son, and he couldn't abandon them now. He was determined to see this through to the end. After about 20 minutes of waiting, Inko rushed into the lobby, frantically asking the receptionist about her son. Despite her desperate pleas, she was informed that she could not see Izuku as he was being prepared for surgery. All she could do was wait and hope for the best. Struggling to contain her sobs, Inko sat down a few seats away from All Might. Almost immediately she broke down, hiding her face in her hands as she cried uncontrollably. The sound of her sobs filled All Might with guilt, amplifying his sense of failure. He stood up and approached Inko, expressing his sorrow for what had happened to her son. He lamented that if he had been faster or hadn't lost sight of the criminal, things might have turned out differently. Inko shook her head slowly, urging him not to blame himself for the incident. When she looked up at All Might, her eyes were red and her face streaked with tears. She shared how much Izuku admired him, how he dreamed of becoming a hero just like All Might. She explained that it would hurt Izuku deeply to see All Might in such distress, as he viewed him as a hero who saved everyone with a smile. All Might reflected on her words and sat back down next to Inko. He asked her how the incident had occurred, curious about why her son had been in the street. Inko introduced herself, requesting that he call her by her name instead of a formal title. She sighed heavily as she recounted the events, revealing that she didn't know how Izuku ended up in danger. One moment he was playing catch with a new friend, and the next, chaos ensued. She had been distracted, talking to the little girl's father, and lost sight of the children. Inko suspected that the ball they were playing with had rolled into the street, prompting the girl to chase after it without realizing a car was approaching. Izuku had tried to save her by pushing her out of the way, taking the impact himself. All Might pondered the recklessness of such a brave act, resting his hands in his lap. He resolved to speak with Izuku once he woke up, hoping for his recovery. 15 hours later, a doctor entered the lobby, pulling down his surgical mask. Inko Midoriya stood up, her heart racing as she approached the doctor, All Might following closely behind her. She asked if her son, Izuku, was okay. The doctor explained that they had stabilized Izuku, just barely, but he would survive. Inko let out a massive sigh of relief. However, the doctor continued, revealing that there had been complications. Izuku had sustained serious damage to his spine, and the doctor regrettably informed her that he might never walk again. Inko gasped, covering her mouth in shock. She couldn't believe what she was hearing and desperately asked if there was nothing that could be done. The doctor explained that they had repaired what they could, but it would require years of physical therapy, with no guarantees of success. Inko, filled with determination, insisted that she would do whatever it took to help her son recover. She believed in Izuku's strength and his ability to overcome this challenge. The doctor offered to recommend some excellent physical therapists who would do everything possible to assist Izuku. He quickly noted down their contact information and informed Inko that Izuku was in room 117, though he was not yet awake. Inko thanked the doctor, taking a deep breath to steady herself. She expressed her longing to see her son. All Might then expressed his wish to see Izuku as well, placing a gentle hand on Inko's shoulder. Inko welcomed him, grateful for his help in saving her son, and believed that Izuku would be uplifted by All Might's presence. Before they could head to Izuku's room, 2 police officers entered the hospital lobby and approached them. One officer asked if Inko was Mrs. Midoriya. She confirmed her identity, feeling a sense of confusion. The second officer reassured her that she was not in any trouble. They were following up on the incident involving her son. The man responsible was in custody, and they needed to ask her a few questions. Inko, anxious to see Izuku, pleaded with the officers to postpone the questions. She explained that her son had just undergone surgery. The first officer acknowledged her concerns and promised that the questions would only take a few minutes, allowing her to see her son soon. They expressed their understanding of what she was going through. Inko reluctantly agreed to answer their questions but set a 10-minute limit. She turned to All Might, asking if he could check on Izuku in her absence, wanting someone to be there for him if he woke up. All Might agreed with a smile as Inko followed the officers down a separate hallway. He took a moment to gather himself before heading to Izuku's room. Upon entering, he was greeted by the soft beeping of the heart monitor and the warm glow of the sunset streaming through the windows. All Might approached Izuku's bed, where the young boy lay, his body covered in bandages. His left leg and right arm were in casts, and his broken leg was elevated in a sling. Sitting beside the bed, All Might sighed heavily, reflecting on the young hero's injuries. He acknowledged the recklessness of Izuku's actions but also recognized the bravery behind them. Just then, All Might noticed Izuku groan softly and shift in the bed. The boy's green eyes fluttered open, and he scanned the room. Upon seeing All Might, his eyes widened with surprise and excitement, and he attempted to sit up. All Might quickly stood and placed a hand gently on Izuku's chest, urging him to relax to avoid further injury. Izuku looked up at All Might, his voice trembling with excitement and disbelief as he asked if it was truly him and what he was doing there. All Might, taking a seat closer to the bedside, explained that he had brought Izuku there after a terrible accident in which he had been seriously injured. He emphasized how fortunate Izuku was to be alive. Izuku, feeling a mix of emotions, grimaced slightly before a smile broke through. The thought of being saved by his hero filled him with awe. All Might chuckled, acknowledging Izuku's admiration, but then his expression turned serious as he reminded the boy of his condition, revealing that while he would be okay, he might never walk again. Izuku's heart sank at the news. He clutched the blanket tightly with his one good hand and asked about Ochaco, the girl he had pushed out of harm's way. All Might, momentarily confused, inquired who she was. Izuku explained, his eyes pleading as he sought reassurance about her safety. All Might reassured him that Ochaco was fine, marveling at Izuku's selflessness even in his own dire situation. He then posed a question to Izuku about why he had risked his life to save her, highlighting the danger he had put himself in. Izuku reflected on his actions with a small smile, recalling how Ochaco had been kind to him and how he didn't want to see her hurt. He admitted that his body had acted on its own, and he felt remorse for not being more cautious. All Might, inspired by Izuku's bravery, placed a comforting hand on his shoulder. He recalled Izuku's dream of becoming a hero despite lacking a quirk, noting that many great heroes showed signs of their potential even as children. He urged Izuku to hold onto his dream, declaring that he could indeed become a hero. Tears welled in Izuku's eyes as he felt the weight of All Might's words. He clutched his heart, overwhelmed by emotion, and affirmed his longing to be an amazing hero. All Might then revealed that he believed Izuku was worthy of inheriting his power, but first, he needed to overcome his injuries, strengthen his body, and learn to walk again. He promised to guide Izuku on this journey. With a radiant smile, Izuku shouted his agreement, ready to do whatever it took to achieve his dream. 3 months later, Doctor reviewed Izuku's progress, noting that his broken bones had healed well and that his casts would be removed soon. While the scars from his injuries would remain, they would fade over time. Inko, Izuku's mother, expressed her relief and happiness at the news, asking about the scars. The doctor explained that while they would lighten, they would not completely disappear. Izuku, however, remained optimistic, declaring that he didn't mind the scars and believed they made him look tough. Inko held back her tears as she gently cupped Izuku's cheek, expressing how brave he was. The doctor, smiling, approached and placed a reassuring hand on Izuku's shoulder, acknowledging all he had endured. Suddenly, an energetic voice filled the room as the door swung open. A brown-haired blur dashed in and leaped onto Izuku's hospital bed. It was Ochaco Uraraka, who wrapped her small arms around him and nuzzled against his chest, her bright smile lighting up the room. She had come to see him again. Izuku greeted her cheerfully, chuckling as her hair brushed against his face. He was genuinely happy to see her. A nurse stood in the doorway, slightly out of breath, apologizing for not being able to stop Ochaco from entering. The doctor reassured her that it was all right, patting Izuku on the shoulder before stepping toward the door. He mentioned he would return later to check on Izuku. Inko greeted Ochaco warmly, playfully ruffling her hair and asking if she wanted to see Izuku again. Ochaco nodded enthusiastically, expressing her longing to visit every day. Ochaco's father leaned against the doorway with a grin, commenting on his daughter's excitement whenever they visited. He acknowledged that Izuku had made a significant impact on Ochaco. Inko politely acknowledged Kazuya, moving closer to the door. She agreed that Izuku and Ochaco had become fast friends. Kazuya expressed his gratitude, noting that without Izuku's bravery, his daughter might not be here. He struggled to hold back his emotions, recognizing Izuku as a true hero, regardless of his circumstances. Inko smiled gently, reminding Kazuya that he often mentioned this whenever they met. She glanced back at her son, her heart warming as she saw Ochaco animatedly recounting her day, with Izuku laughing along. Inko felt confident that Izuku would achieve something special in the future, with Ochaco by his side. Kazuya chuckled lightly but then grew serious, expressing concern about the financial burden of Izuku's hospital stay. He wished to help, but Inko interrupted him, insisting that she wouldn't allow him to jeopardize his family's finances. She reminded him that they had discussed how tight money was for his family. Frustrated, Kazuya asked how Inko was managing to pay for everything, concerned about the stress it might be causing her. Inko reassured him that they had a special benefactor assisting with Izuku's treatments. She then suggested they step out for coffee and talk about lighter topics, like how Ayam was doing. With their parents stepping out, Izuku turned to Ochaco, asking what she wanted to discuss next. Ochaco hesitated, her usual cheer dimming slightly as she poked at Izuku's cast-covered arm and asked if it still hurt. Izuku reassured her that it didn't hurt much anymore and that most of his injuries had healed well. He would even be getting his casts removed soon. However, when Ochaco asked about the extent of his injuries, Izuku's expression shifted. He turned away, unable to meet her gaze, and revealed that the doctor had mentioned his spine was severely damaged, and there was a chance he might never walk again. Ochaco gasped as she suddenly knelt beside Izuku, her face just inches from his, disbelief evident in her expression. She couldn't fathom what he had just said. Izuku reassured her with a nervous chuckle, trying to create some distance as he leaned back slightly. He recalled his conversation with all might, reminding himself that he still had the potential to become a hero one day. He was determined to walk again. With tears streaming down her cheeks, Ochaco expressed her sorrow, feeling responsible for the accident. She lamented that if she hadn't run into the street, things would be different. Izuku comforted her, insisting it wasn't her fault. He gently patted her head, which seemed to ease her distress. He wanted to take the blame, but before he could finish, a loud commotion erupted outside his room. A voice shouted angrily, threatening violence, while another voice, more feminine, responded with a fierce warning. Izuku sighed, recognizing the familiar bickering. The door swung open, revealing a woman who looked to be around his mother's age and a young boy with spiky, ash-blonde hair and red eyes. The woman ushered the boy into the room, and he appeared quite annoyed. Ochaco whispered to Izuku, expressing her concern about the newcomers, who seemed loud and intimidating. Izuku identified them as Katsuki Bakugo and his mother, Mitsuki. He watched as Mitsuki guided Katsuki toward his bed. After another reassuring pat on Ochaco's head, he greeted his visitors with a smile. Katsuki growled at Izuku, demanding he stop using his childhood nickname, while Mitsuki scolded him for being rude to his friend. She then turned to Izuku, asking how he was doing. Izuku beamed, sharing that the doctor had given him good news about his recovery and that he would soon begin physical therapy. Mitsuki took a seat beside Izuku, revealing that Katsuki had been worried about him and insisted they visit. Katsuki denied any concern, his face flushing with embarrassment. Mitsuki warned him to stop using the nickname, while Ochaco chimed in, saying she found it encouraging. Izuku, feeling a warm blush on his cheeks, agreed that he didn't mind being called Deku. Mitsuki then playfully pinched Ochaco's cheek, causing the girl to pout in embarrassment. She hadn't seen Ochaco around Izuku before and was curious about her. Izuku introduced Ochaco as the girl he had saved, prompting Mitsuki to express admiration for her bravery. She leaned in closer to whisper to Ochaco, hinting that Izuku would attract attention from other girls in the future. Confused, Ochaco tilted her head, unsure of what Mitsuki meant. Mitsuki simply smiled and said she would understand when she was older. She then asked Izuku about All Might, curious about his visits. Izuku's eyes sparkled with excitement as he shared how cool All Might was and how often he visited, sharing incredible stories. Katsuki scoffed, dismissing Izuku's claims, insisting he had never met All Might. Suddenly, a booming voice filled the room, announcing All Might's arrival as he burst through the door. Katsuki stared in awe as All Might ducked under the doorway, his massive smile lighting up the room. He approached Izuku's bed, greeting him with enthusiasm and asking how he was feeling. Izuku was filled with excitement as he bounced in his hospital bed, his eyes sparkling with joy. He greeted All Might with a bright smile, expressing how wonderful it was to see him again. All Might responded with a hearty laugh, his hands resting on his hips, and he affectionately acknowledged Ochaco, giving her a gentle pat on the head. Ochaco giggled shyly, hiding her face in her hands, while All Might continued to beam at the two of them. He then turned his attention to Katsuki and Mitsuki, finally recognizing them. Crouching down in front of Katsuki, who was visibly stunned, All Might playfully asked about the young boy's connection to Izuku. Katsuki stammered in disbelief, his excitement overwhelming him, and he soon fainted, leaving Mitsuki to sigh in exasperation as she lifted him and placed him in her chair. She reassured All Might that her son was fine, just taken by surprise. Izuku, still smiling, leaned over to reassure Mitsuki that he had indeed met All Might. Weeks later, during a physical therapy session, Izuku was encouraged to keep pushing himself. He was determined to stand on his own and take that first step. With a fierce shout, he gripped the support bars tightly, feeling the strain in his muscles as sweat dripped from his brow. Despite his efforts, he eventually collapsed to the ground, breathing heavily and expressing his discomfort. His physical therapist offered words of encouragement, handing him a water bottle and suggesting a break. However, Izuku was resolute, insisting he could continue. The therapist admired his enthusiasm and decided to take a moment to speak with Inko, who was watching her son with concern. Inko inquired about Izuku's progress, noting his struggles. The therapist assured her that Izuku was doing remarkably well, especially considering how quickly he had progressed. She praised his determination and optimism, which were rare qualities that gave her hope for his recovery. Inko felt pride swell within her as she wiped away a tear, affirming her belief in her son's strength. The therapist shared her experience, noting how many patients lost hope, but Izuku's spirit was refreshing and inspiring. As thoughts of All Might echoed in his mind, Izuku felt a surge of determination. He envisioned the hero's words, urging him to overcome his injuries and regain his strength. With renewed resolve, he set down the water bottle and gripped the railings, pulling himself up with all his might. Though his legs trembled, he refused to fall. He attempted to take a step, his body resisting him, but he persevered. Gritting his teeth, he summoned all his strength, his emerald green eyes shining with determination. He vowed to become a hero, just as incredible and strong as All Might, a hero who could save everyone. Once the physical therapist concluded her session, she paused mid-sentence upon noticing Izuku. Her eyes widened as she observed him taking an uncertain step forward. She could hardly believe what she was witnessing. Inko gasped, her heart swelling with emotion as she watched her son take another shaky step, tears welling in her eyes. Struggling to contain her feelings, she covered her mouth with her hands, overwhelmed by the moment. It was truly remarkable. Izuku beamed with joy, taking another small step forward, filled with excitement at his progress. He felt a surge of pride in his accomplishment. 10 years later, Central Musudafu Izuku thought about how he could fit in some training with All Might before class started. He glanced at his notebook, quickly jotting down a few new ideas. With a smile, he closed the notebook and tucked it back into his backpack, reflecting on how it had been a decade since his accident. He marveled at the transformation of his body over the years. After taking his first steps, it took nearly 3 more months of therapy before he could walk independently, and even then he had a slight limp. Once he regained his ability to walk, Izuku was eager for All Might to begin training him. However, All Might insisted on waiting until Izuku's body fully recovered, emphasizing the importance of knowledge alongside physical strength. Izuku dedicated himself to studying, often joined by Ochaco, and this continued for nearly 6 years, during which he gained extensive knowledge in both heroics and academics. By the time Izuku turned 10, his limp had nearly vanished, and his spine had fully healed. It was then that All Might finally agreed to start training him. All Might was both strict and supportive during their sessions. They began with basic strength and cardio exercises, gradually increasing the intensity. Izuku progressed from running a few laps to tackling a full marathon. The focus of their training was on building Izuku's strength, as All Might explained how his quirk functioned and the need for Izuku to significantly enhance his physical abilities. For the past 4 years, Izuku had been training with All Might almost daily, and the results were evident. While he didn't possess the same muscular build as All Might, he had developed lean, powerful muscles. Even without a quirk, Izuku felt confident that he was the strongest student in his middle school, surpassing even his frenemy, Katsuki. Throughout these training years, Izuku grew closer to Ochaco. The cheerful brunette was nearly always by his side, accompanying him everywhere except school, as her family lived on the other side of town and could not afford to send her to his school. However, that did not deter her from being with him whenever possible. Ochaco also decided to join him during his training sessions with All Might. Due to her family's financial struggles, she aspired to become a hero to help alleviate their problems. Both Izuku and All Might welcomed her participation, keeping the true purpose of their training a secret for the time being. Izuku's thoughts were interrupted when the ground began to shake, accompanied by loud crashing noises in the distance. A grin spread across his face as he sprinted toward the source of the commotion, anticipating what he might find. Turning a corner, he spotted a large crowd gathered outside a nearby train station. Almost immediately, he noticed a gigantic figure causing chaos within the station. His excitement surged as he pulled out his notebook once more, eager to take notes. His eyes widened in delight when he recognized that it was the hero Kamui would engaged in battle with the villain. Izuku recalled that All Might had introduced him to Kamui Wood before, but he had never witnessed the hero in action. He quickly began sketching, captivated by the scene. The crowd erupted in cheers as Kamui Wood transformed his arm into numerous razor-sharp spears, launching them toward the villain. Izuku noted the versatility of the quirk, realizing its effectiveness in both close and long-range combat. Canyon Cannon. Suddenly, the ground began to shake once more. Izuku looked up from his notebook, his eyes widening in astonishment as a towering woman charged in, delivering a powerful kick to the villain. The new hero was a striking young woman with purple eyes and white pupils, adorned with long, elegant eyelashes. Her voluminous, creamy blonde hair cascaded down to her waist, with 2 shorter strands framing her face, parted slightly to the left. She wore a skin-tight bodysuit in shades of purple and pale tan, accented with orange stripes. Her outfit included purple gloves with orange trim at the cuffs and thigh-high boots that featured a deep V-shaped cut. The bodysuit displayed 3 unique orange diamond designs beneath her chest, and she sported a purple domino mask with horn-like protrusions. The villain she had struck was sent flying backward, crashing through a nearby wall. As the dust settled, it became evident that the villain was unconscious. Izuku recalled a memory, narrowing his eyes in recognition. He remembered encountering her alongside All Might during her attempt to debut as a hero. All Might had ended up defeating the villain alone, leaving her quite upset. He recalled her name, Lady. "Today, I finally made my debut," Lady announced with a bright smile as she lifted the villain by his leg, securing him with restraints. "Pleased to meet you all. You can call me MT Lady." Moments later, the police arrived, and MT Lady returned to her normal size. She was quickly surrounded by a crowd of reporters as she handed the villain over to them. With a radiant smile, she eagerly answered their questions, completely stealing the spotlight from Kamui Wood. Amidst the crowd, a green-haired boy caught her attention. Gigantification, such a useful quirk. Izuku mused as he sketched Lady and jotted down notes beside her picture. He pondered the potential issues with public property damage. Suddenly, he was jolted from his thoughts by a voice calling out to him. A moment later, the lady stood before him, an annoyed expression on her face as she snatched the notebook from his hands. "I recognize you, kid. You were with All Might when he ruined my last debut." "Why yeah, he's really sorry about that," Izuku replied nervously, rubbing the back of his head. "He was just trying to help, but he kind of went overboard." "That's for sure," Milady said with a light sigh, shrugging her shoulders. "Anyway, what are you doing standing here muttering to yourself? Shouldn't you be in school or something?" "I was actually on my way there, but then I heard all the commotion," Izuku admitted, his face flushing with embarrassment. "I thought it might be a good opportunity to take some new notes." "Notes?" Lady asked, her curiosity piqued as she glanced at the notebook. She began to flip through the pages, her eyes widening with each one. They were filled with detailed drawings, theories, and observations. She was even more surprised to find a page dedicated to her, containing numerous suggestions on how to enhance her quirk and improve her costume. "Did you really do all this?" "Yes, it's part of my training," Izuku replied with a smile, gripping the straps of his backpack tightly. "I need to learn everything about becoming an amazing hero, just like you. The way you defeated that villain was incredible." "Incredible!" Lady exclaimed, using Izuku's notebook to cover her blushing face, her pride swelling. Taking a moment to compose herself, she returned the notebook to him. "So you want to become a hero? What's your quirk?" "I don't have one yet," Izuku admitted as he slipped the notebook back into his backpack. Discussing his lack of a quirk had once brought him down, but now it filled him with determination. "But that will change soon enough." Lady looked at Izuku with a puzzled expression, raising an eyebrow as she asked what he meant. She noted that a child his age should have manifested his quirk by now. Izuku waved his hands defensively, realizing he had let something slip. He mentioned that he needed to get to school and wished her luck with her hero work. Before he could leave, a lady called out to him, grabbing his shoulder. She wanted to know his name. Apologizing for not introducing himself properly, Izuku smiled and stated his name was Izuku Midoriya before dashing off again, reminding her that he had to go. He promised to see her around. As Lady watched the energetic boy turn a corner, she murmured his name, feeling a sense of optimism about him. Later that day at Aldra Junior High, Izuku's homeroom teacher addressed the class, encouraging them to think about their futures as he held up a stack of papers. A grin spread across his face as he tossed the papers into the air, prompting cheers from the students. He acknowledged their enthusiasm for becoming heroes but reminded them not to use their quirks on school grounds. From the back of the room, Katsuki boisterously declared that he didn't want to be grouped with the others, asserting that his quirk was superior to theirs. His classmates reacted with frustration, telling him to be quiet. Katsuki laughed, dismissing them as background extras. Izuku sighed, thinking about how Katsuki always stirred up trouble. He turned to see several annoyed classmates gathering around Katsuki's desk, knowing that he was the cause of the commotion. The teacher reminded Katsuki to watch his language and pointed out that he should consider his attitude if he aimed to attend university. Katsuki jumped onto his desk, boasting that he had aced the mock exam and was the only one in the class capable of getting into U. He confidently declared that he would surpass All Might and become the greatest hero, envisioning a future filled with wealth and popularity. The teacher then asked if Izuku was also aiming for U, which caused the atmosphere to shift, and the class erupted in laughter. Izuku felt a wave of frustration wash over him as he pinched the bridge of his nose, knowing what was coming. The laughter intensified as his classmates turned to him. Katsuki's voice rang out, questioning how Izuku could hope to get in without a quirk. Izuku sighed, preparing to explain again that something like this had never happened before. Katsuki slammed his hand on Izuku's desk, causing a small explosion that startled everyone except Izuku. He shouted that Izuku had no quirk and questioned if he was trying to get himself hurt. Izuku calmly responded that they had discussed this before and assured Katsuki that he had a plan. Katsuki dismissed his concern, turning away to hide his embarrassment. He acknowledged that Izuku had saved a girl once but warned him not to get too confident. Izuku interjected, reminding Katsuki that the girl's name was Ochaco and that he had introduced her multiple times. He stood up, glaring at Katsuki, urging him to use her name. Katsuki scoffed and stormed away, telling Izuku not to come to him if he got hurt. Izuku muttered under his breath, wishing Katsuki could be honest for once, believing they would get along better if he were. Several hours later, after school had ended, the day continued. Izuku scrolled through his Twitter feed, noticing the numerous tweets about the incident involving MT Lady. After a few more minutes of browsing, he set his phone aside and stood up from his seat, thinking about All Might's important message. As he reached for his notebook filled with hero notes, it was suddenly snatched from his desk. Looking up, he found Katsuki standing before him, a familiar presence that brought a mix of annoyance and determination. Katsuki growled, his eyes narrowing slightly, reminding Izuku that their earlier discussion was far from over. Izuku extended his hand, demanding the return of his notebook, but Katsuki dismissed it, raising his hand as small explosions crackled in his palm. Izuku, not willing to back down, vaulted over his desk and tackled Katsuki to the ground. The surprise left Katsuki momentarily stunned, allowing Izuku to reclaim his notebook. He quickly dusted it off and tucked it into his backpack, emphasizing the effort he had put into it. He insisted that if Katsuki wanted to continue their conversation, it should be without destruction. Katsuki, still on the ground, expressed his frustration, claiming he was trying to help Izuku and warned him to stay away from you. Izuku, crouching down and offering his hand, reassured Katsuki that he had a plan to get into university, but it would take time. He asked for Katsuki's trust. Katsuki scoffed, slapping Izuku's hand away, questioning the viability of his plan and warning him about the dangers of the entrance exam. Izuku simply smiled, encouraging Katsuki to wait and see, before leaving the room with a cheerful farewell. 30 minutes later, at Takoba Municipal Beach Park, Izuku reflected on the memories the place held. Seat on the soft sand, reminiscing about when it had been a garbage dump. Suddenly, a familiar voice broke through his thoughts, and he turned to see All Might smiling at him. His excitement dimmed slightly upon noticing that All Might was not in his usual muscular form. All Might expressed his happiness at Izuku's quick arrival and reassured him about his well-being despite the injuries he had sustained years ago in a battle. Izuku, still concerned, wished he could have helped All Might during that time. All Might reminded him that he was just a boy then, and it was important to focus on the present. Izuku agreed, his spirits lifting as he inquired about the urgent matter All Might wanted to discuss. All Might placed his hands on Izuku's shoulders, locking eyes with him, and praised Izuku for overcoming challenges and training hard. He declared that Izuku was now ready to inherit his quirk. Izuku's heart raced with anticipation as All Might transformed into his muscular form, confirming that it was time for Izuku to inherit one for all. All Might plucked a strand of hair from his head, emphasizing the importance of hard work and perseverance. He reminded Izuku that he had earned this power through his efforts, fair and square. Izuku expressed his gratitude to All Might, bowing slightly as he fought back tears. He was eager to know how the process would unfold. All Might explained that it was quite simple. He offered a strand of his hair to Izuku, instructing him to consume it. Izuku's eyes widened in disbelief, feeling a chill run down his spine. He hesitated, questioning the seriousness of the situation. All Might reassured him, nervously chuckling as he rubbed the back of his head, suggesting that ingesting his DNA was the least unpleasant option. Determined, Izuku took the strand of hair and placed it in his mouth. He took a deep breath and swallowed, a shiver of disgust coursing through him. After a moment of stillness, he raised an eyebrow, wondering if anything was happening. Suddenly, he felt an overwhelming surge of power within him. A shockwave radiated from his body as his veins glowed bright red, and green electricity crackled around him. Joyously, he laughed, feeling incredible strength surge through him, realizing that it was indeed working. All Might watched in awe, filled with immense pride, acknowledging that Izuku had truly succeeded. Izuku cheered, feeling the power begin to fade, his body returning to its normal state. He excitedly declared that he had acquired All Might's quirk. All Might affirmed that everything was progressing well, placing an arm around Izuku's shoulder as they gazed at the setting sun. He reminded Izuku that while he had gained the quirk, the next phase of his training was about to begin. It was time for him to cultivate his newfound abilities and prepare for university. 3 weeks later, as they drove along a highway leading out of Mizudafu, Izuku inquired about their destination. He noticed All Might seemed nervous during his earlier conversation with his mother, which intrigued him. He couldn't recall ever seeing All Might anxious before and wondered what could possibly cause such a reaction. All Might explained that he had been training Izuku to use One for All properly but emphasized the importance of not injuring himself in the process. He mentioned that Recovery Girl had been kind enough to heal Izuku, or else his training would have faced significant setbacks. Curious, Izuku asked if there was someone who could assist with his training. He expressed his longing to master the quirk and make it his own. All Might revealed that they were on their way to meet someone who had reached out to him. He tightened his grip on the steering wheel, causing Izuku to raise an eyebrow in curiosity. All Might mentioned Gran Torino, a name Izuku recognized from his research on heroes. Izuku recalled that Gran Torino was an old-school hero who had been retired for years. His excitement grew as he realized they were going to see him. All Might confirmed that Gran Torino had taught at U for a brief PRD and had been one of his teachers. He noted that Gran Torino was well-versed in One for All and likely wanted to meet Izuku because he knew All Might had chosen him as his successor. Izuku's excitement bubbled over as he bounced in his seat, trembling with anticipation. The thought of meeting someone else who understood One for All, especially a teacher of All Might's, thrilled him. All Might, however, felt a twinge of concern. He chose to remain silent, not wanting to dampen Izuku's enthusiasm. He reflected on Gran Torino's long retirement and questioned why he had suddenly expressed interest in training Izuku. Doubts crept in about his own abilities as a mentor. Izuku observed All Might's anxious demeanor as he drummed his fingers on the steering wheel, pondering what might have transpired between him and Gran Torino. He wondered if Gran Torino was truly as intimidating as he seemed, but ultimately decided that he must be remarkable in some way. After 2 hours of travel, All Might announced their arrival, halting the car in front of a dilapidated apartment building. He confirmed that this was Gran Torino's current residence. Izuku expressed his skepticism, surveying the rundown structure and doubting that anyone could actually live there. It appeared on the verge of collapse. All Might reassured him of the address's accuracy before activating the trunk release. He instructed Izuku to gather his belongings, emphasizing the importance of not keeping Gran Torino waiting. With a resigned sigh, Izuku exited the vehicle and retrieved his suitcase and backpack from the trunk. However, he soon realized that All Might's bags were missing. As he turned to investigate, the car unexpectedly sped away, leaving him startled and calling after All Might, who waved back, encouraging him to train hard. Feeling defeated, Izuku slumped his shoulders and watched the car disappear. With no immediate plan, he settled on the steps of the apartment building, contemplating his next move. He considered calling All Might for assistance but dismissed the idea, knowing it would likely be futile. He thought about contacting his mother but hesitated, aware she would be at work. Taking a deep breath, he resolved to take a chance and approached the building. Standing before the door, Izuku knocked several times. After a minute of silence, he knocked again, only to find the door unlocked. Cautiously, he pushed it open, revealing a lobby area with the lights on. He set down his bags and began searching for someone who might know Gran Torino's whereabouts. As he called out his introduction, the old floorboards creaked beneath him. His search led him to a sitting room, where he was taken aback by the sight of a small man lying face down on the floor, surrounded by shattered glass and a dark liquid. Panic surged through him as he feared the worst and quickly reached for his cell phone to call for help. To his surprise, the man, Gran Torino, lifted his head and reassured Izuku that he was alive. Startled, Izuku watched as Gran Torino stood up, brushing himself off. The elderly man was notably short, with a wiry frame, deep wrinkles, and striking yellow eyes. His gray hair was styled in a spiky fashion, and he wore a hero costume that included a full-body suit, a yellow cape, and a dark domino mask. Gran Torino grumbled about his mishap, explaining that he had tripped while carrying a jar of strawberry jam, causing the mess. He then demanded to know who Izuku was. Izuku introduced himself, albeit nervously. Gran Torino interrupted, urging him to speak clearly. Taking a moment to gather his thoughts, Izuku clenched his fists, his emerald eyes shining with determination. He declared that he was All Might's successor, chosen to inherit One for All, and had come seeking Gran Torino's guidance for training. Gran Torino observed Izuku with a sly smirk, stroking his beard as he stepped closer, scanning him from head to toe. His brow furrowed slightly as he remarked on the resemblance to what Toshinori had described over the phone. Izuku chuckled nervously, rubbing the back of his head, unsure of whether that was a compliment. He began to mention All Might when Gran Torino interrupted him, slamming the bottom of his walking stick onto the floor. He urged Izuku to come at him with One for All, eager to see how well he could manage it. Izuku hesitated, glancing at his bandaged arm, expressing his concern about using his quirk. Gran Torino insisted he stop hesitating, and in an instant he burst into action, jets of air propelling him around the room with incredible speed. Izuku watched in astonishment as Gran Torino stopped above him, grinning down and urging him to come forward, criticizing Toshinori's teaching methods. Realizing Gran Torino was not as frail as he seemed, Izuku took a deep breath, looking at his clenched fist. He wanted to learn but questioned whether it was safe to use his quirk, recalling All Might's warnings about his lack of control. He suggested they find an outdoor space, concerned about the potential consequences of unleashing his full power. Gran Torino, however, was not interested in delays. He vanished from Izuku's sight in the blink of an eye, and Izuku felt a rush of surprise when Gran Torino's voice came from behind him, expressing his eagerness to begin. Izuku winced as Gran Torino delivered a swift kick to his back, causing him to stumble forward. Regaining his balance, he turned to face Gran Torino, who had landed on a nearby microwave, leaving it in ruins. Gran Torino challenged Izuku to fight back, eager to see his true strength. Izuku, now in a fighting stance, warned Gran Torino that if he got hurt, he had been forewarned. Gran Torino scoffed at Izuku's stance, criticizing his technique and lamenting the lack of skill in the ninth inheritor. Izuku, feeling the energy of One for All coursing through him, focused on controlling his power, recalling a mental image of an egg in a microwave that wouldn't break. He gritted his teeth and swung his fist at Gran Torino, frustrated by the criticism. Gran Torino narrowly dodged the attack, the shockwave from Izuku's punch demolishing the wall behind him and creating a gaping hole. Izuku hunched over, feeling a surge of pain in his arm, relieved it wasn't broken but aware of the intense discomfort. Gran Torino, impressed by the power of the attack, encouraged Izuku to fight back as he launched himself into the air, bouncing around the room to disorient him. Izuku focused, trying to track Gran Torino's rapid movements. He recalled that Gran Torino's quirk was called Jet, and he was astonished by his speed. Determined to stop him, Izuku's arm glowed with energy once more, and he prepared for another strike, anticipating Gran Torino's next move. As Gran Torino barreled toward him, Izuku spun around, ready to counter the attack. Gran Torino observed Izuku's movements with a confident smirk, acknowledging the young boy's efforts. Suddenly he shifted direction mid-air, grabbing Izuku's arm and pinning it to the ground, standing directly on his chest. He noted the boy's stiffness and lack of awareness, chuckling to himself as he flicked Izuku lightly on the forehead, pointing out that this was why he found himself in this position. Izuku groaned in frustration, rubbing his forehead and expressing his admiration for Gran Torino's skills. Gran Torino mentioned that he had seen several videos of Izuku's quirk training sessions sent by All Might. He narrowed his eyes, pressing his foot down a little harder on Izuku's chest, explaining that Izuku's idolization and sense of responsibility toward All Might had become burdensome. Confused, Izuku clenched his fists, feeling a surge of anger rising within him. He struggled to articulate his thoughts but sensed the truth in Gran Torino's words. After a moment, he sighed and relaxed his fists, asking how he could address his issue. Gran Torino hopped off Izuku's chest, stating that if Izuku wanted to grow stronger and control his quirk, he needed to understand that time and villains wouldn't wait for him to improve. He picked up his walking stick and explained that Izuku seemed to view one for all as a special power meant to finish fights in one blow. Determined to find a solution, Izuku expressed his frustration and admitted he didn't know how to resolve his problem. Gran Torino, believing in Izuku's intelligence, encouraged him to think of an answer himself. He then announced he was stepping out for a bit to grab something to eat, reminding Izuku to clean up the room while he brainstormed. Izuku, exasperated, turned to look at the messy room behind him. He was about to protest but found Gran Torino had already left. With a groan, he began tidying up the partially destroyed lobby, reflecting on Gran Torino's words. He pondered whether his admiration for All Might was indeed holding him back and considered how he perceived one for all. As he cleaned, he stroked his chin, contemplating what could be causing his stiffness and how to become more flexible. Suddenly, realization struck him, and he dashed to his backpack, retrieving his hero notebook and a pen. He exclaimed to himself that Gran Torino was right. He had always viewed one for all as an ultimate attack, but it was really just an extension of his body. He needed to think more straightforwardly, and the answer had been in front of him all along. Gran Torino, hidden just beside the doorway, smiled as he listened to Izuku ramble about his theories and ways to better control his quirk. He felt proud, knowing he had found a worthy successor for Toshinori. Hours later, Izuku quietly slipped out of bed, careful not to wake Gran Torino, who was fast asleep. He paused to admire the unusual way Gran Torino snored, reminiscent of a wild animal. Not wanting to disturb him, Izuku continued to sneak out of the room. After creeping down the stairs, he made his way into a fenced-off alley behind the building. Reflecting on the day, he realized they hadn't done much practical training. Reaching the center of the alley, he stared up at the towering wall before him. He resolved to stop thinking about using his quirk and instead treat it as something natural, like breathing. If he could manage that with just 5% of his power, he would train his body to adapt. Crouching down, Izuku's legs began to glow and pulse with One for All's energy as he focused on maintaining control, recalling the image of an egg in a microwave, determined not to let it burst. Taking one last deep breath, Izuku launched into the air, slightly surprised by the height he achieved with only 5% of his power. However, he didn't anticipate the speed at which he would be traveling after taking off. Before he could react, Izuku collided with the wall. He remained stuck for a moment before falling to the ground, landing in a pile of trash bags. He groaned in pain, digging himself out of the refuse and rubbing his sore nose. He realized he needed to focus his strength into his legs while also adding cushioning for his arms. Going over the scenario in his mind, he contemplated how to properly distribute his power. He decided he would need to channel more strength into both his arms and legs for the next jump, but he also knew he had to be cautious to avoid injury. Before he could fully extricate himself from the garbage, his phone began to ring. Pulling it out, he smiled upon seeing who was calling. He answered the call and placed the phone against his ear. He noted that it was late for Ochaco. She responded playfully, acknowledging that she could say the same about him. Izuku perked up, happy to hear his best friend's voice, and asked if she needed anything. She explained that she just wanted to talk, mentioning how she missed him since they started high school and hadn't seen each other as much. Izuku admitted he missed her too, feeling a slight flush on his face. It felt strange not seeing her every day. Ochaco expressed her curiosity about what he was up to, reminding him that he was supposed to be out of town. He explained that he was having trouble with his training, but All Might had found someone to help him. He hoped to gain better control of his quirk. Ochaco found it strange that he had developed a quirk after so long and noted that he always dodged questions about its origin. Izuku sighed lightly, explaining that he couldn't share that information just yet, as it could put her in danger. He promised that he would tell her someday and asked her to be patient. She agreed not to press the issue further, understanding that he would share when he was ready. As their conversation wrapped up, she mentioned it was late and said goodnight. Izuku responded cheerfully, promising to call her the next afternoon. After hanging up, he finally stumbled out of the garbage pile, dusted himself off, and grinned at the wall again, feeling determined to try again. The following morning, Gran Torino entered the kitchen, stretching out his back. He stopped mid-sentence upon seeing Izuku at the table. The green-haired boy looked disheveled, with sleep-deprived eyes and minor scrapes and bruises covering his body. Gran Torino expressed concern about what had happened to him. Izuku chuckled sheepishly, explaining that he had gotten carried away with his self-training the previous night. He had been thinking about Gran Torino's advice and attempted to put it into practice, realizing he still had much to learn. Gran Torino encouraged him, reminding him that stumbling was part of the journey. He explained that the concept Izuku was grappling with would have taken All Might a long time to master as well. All Might had handled One for All effortlessly from the start, which was why his teaching methods hadn't worked for Izuku. His own physicality had been his only advantage. Izuku expressed excitement about learning more about All Might's past, his eyes lighting up with curiosity. Gran Torino shared that during their practical training he had pushed All Might to his limits, not holding back at all. Izuku chuckled softly, recalling how shaken and nervous All Might had seemed on the drive over, realizing that Gran Torino had truly shaped him into the hero he had become. Gran Torino reflected on the responsibility he had placed on his student, acknowledging that the power of One for All was not something to be taken lightly. He stroked his beard thoughtfully, his gaze fixed on the floor, and mentioned that the power had been passed down from a dear friend. Izuku, feeling a mix of sadness and curiosity, clenched his fists as he inquired about All Might's predecessor, wondering about their fate. Gran Torino was about to respond when the doorbell rang, interrupting the moment. He expressed his excitement about the delivery that had arrived. With a bright smile, Izuku rushed to the door and opened it, revealing a sizable box. He carried it into the kitchen and chuckled as he set a brand new microwave on the counter. He remarked on how quickly it had arrived. Gran Torino explained that his previous microwave had broken unexpectedly, leading him to order a new one with express delivery. Izuku couldn't help but think about the real reason behind the broken microwave but decided not to dwell on it. He acknowledged that arguing with Gran Torino was futile. Gran Torino announced his decision with enthusiasm, suggesting they heat up some taiyaki he had purchased the day before. He was eager to enjoy the treat. Izuku was taken aback by the choice of taiyaki for breakfast but complied, plugging in the microwave and retrieving the box from the freezer. He placed several fish-shaped pastries on a plate, set them in the microwave, and initiated the defrosting process, commenting on the unusual breakfast choice. Gran Torino, with a childlike excitement, expressed his love for sweets and insisted that having something different for breakfast was perfectly fine. Izuku shrugged, contemplating his training and the need to treat using One for All as instinctual as breathing. He recognized the challenge of catching up with others who had been honing their quirks since childhood. He realized he needed to maximize his potential, which would take time and effort. His thoughts were interrupted by the microwave beeping, signaling that the taiyaki was ready. He dismissed his worries for the moment, focusing on his hunger. Gran Torino cheered as Izuku placed the steaming plate on the table, eager to dig in. Izuku reminded himself to relax and not rush things as he took a seat. Gran Torino, slightly annoyed, urged Izuku to stop mumbling and enjoy the food. However, his enthusiasm quickly faded when he discovered that the taiyaki was still cold inside. Izuku, surprised, checked another piece and found the outside hot. He had followed the microwave instructions, so he was puzzled by the outcome. Gran Torino, frustrated, explained that the microwave's tray needed to rotate for even heating and chastised Izuku for not understanding how to use it properly. Apologizing, Izuku stood up and shook his head, but then a sudden idea struck him. His eyes widened as inspiration hit, and he excitedly slammed his hands on the table, declaring that he had made a connection between the taiyaki and himself. Gran Torino looked at the young boy with a puzzled expression, scratching his head as he tried to comprehend what was being said. He wondered if Izuku had sustained an injury during his training the previous night. Izuku, filled with excitement, set down his taiyaki and clenched his fists tightly. He was eager to explain his revelation. He had been overly focused on the idea of using One for All in specific moments, as if he were flipping SW. This approach had caused a slight delay whenever he attempted to activate his power. Instead of toggling one SW at a time, he realized he needed to engage them all simultaneously from the beginning. Gran Torino's eyes widened as he observed vibrant green electricity crackling around Izuku's body, his veins and skin glowing as the energy of one for all coursed through him. It wasn't merely the warmth from the taiyaki that led to this realization. It struck him that when All Might transformed into his muscular form, he did so by channeling power throughout his entire body, not just in isolated areas. Izuku understood that he needed to visualize sending energy uniformly across his whole being. Gran Torino smirked, impressed by the boy's quick understanding. The intensity of the electricity surrounding Izuku increased, prompting Gran Torino to shield his eyes. This child was truly remarkable. Izuku concentrated, feeling one for all gradually filling every part of him. He focused on maintaining control, determined to harness the 5% that his body could currently manage. Gran Torino chuckled, amused by the unconventional connection Izuku had made between taiyaki in a microwave and All Might's transformation. He wondered if this newfound understanding would be sufficient. Izuku, with a grin, acknowledged that he specialized in the mundane, but he was confident that All Might would approve of his approach. Gran Torino, curious about Izuku's ability to move with this new understanding, discarded his cane and rolled his shoulders, ready to test the boy's progress. He felt a thrill of anticipation at what Izuku might accomplish. Izuku, feeling a surge of confidence, welcomed the challenge. Gran Torino pulled out a stopwatch and proposed a 3-minute sparring session. Izuku, determined, believed he could maintain his focus for that duration. Gran Torino warned Izuku not to become overconfident before activating his quirk and swiftly appearing on the wall behind him, challenging the boy to land a hit. Izuku grunted as he blocked a kick from Gran Torino, his eyes widening in disbelief when he realized he had successfully defended against the attack. He felt a rush of exhilaration, recognizing that he was becoming faster as well. Gran Torino acknowledged Izuku's improved reaction time as he darted around the room, launching a series of attacks. Izuku managed to keep pace, blocking most of the strikes. Gran Torino reminded him that he couldn't remain on the defensive forever, he needed to strike back. Izuku recognized the truth in Gran Torino's words, gritting his teeth as he deflected another kick aimed at his back. He needed to create an opportunity to counterattack. Spotting a couch across the room, an idea sparked in his mind. After blocking another attack, he dashed toward the couch, sliding behind it to create a diversion. Gran Torino, anticipating Izuku's move, taunted him for trying to hide. He swiftly approached the back of the couch, confident that Izuku's strategy would fail. However, Izuku had successfully lured Gran Torino in. With a grin, he grabbed one of the couch's legs and, despite only using 5% of his power, effortlessly lifted it with one arm. Gran Torino's eyes widened in surprise. Izuku spun around, gaining momentum, and hurled the couch at Gran Torino. As expected, Gran Torino evaded the flying furniture, and Izuku seized the moment to strike. He propelled himself forward, fist drawn back, ready to unleash his attack. He felt a surge of determination as he called upon one for all, fully committed to the challenge ahead. Gran Torino calmly acknowledged Izuku's attempt, his head barely moving as Izuku's fist narrowly missed, just grazing the hairs of his beard. In an instant, Gran Torino was positioned behind Izuku once more, indicating that the effort was insufficient. Izuku, undeterred, skidded to a halt and quickly turned to face Gran Torino again. The green electricity surrounding him surged as he propelled himself forward with determination, confident that he still had time to improve his performance. Gran Torino observed Izuku's movements, noting their predictability. He prepared to evade another punch, recognizing the pattern in Izuku's attacks whenever he found himself behind him. Thinking quickly, Izuku devised a new strategy, raising his arm and aiming at Gran Torino. Even at a mere 5%, he believed this attack would pack a punch. With a flick of his finger, he unleashed a concentrated shockwave of air. The sudden change caught Gran Torino off guard, sending him tumbling backward. Seizing the opportunity, Izuku crouched low and launched himself at incredible speed, determined to capitalize on the moment. However, a loud ringing sound filled the room, causing Izuku to abruptly halt and fall flat on his face. Both of them were breathing heavily as Izuku noticed Gran Torino pulling a stopwatch from his pocket. He looked down to see his hand barely an inch away from Gran Torino, a mix of frustration and determination washing over him as he sat up and ran his fingers through his messy hair. Gran Torino sighed lightly as he returned the stopwatch to his pocket, acknowledging the close call. He recognized the potential in Izuku, impressed by how far he had come. Izuku, feeling the weight of his efforts, clenched his fists in frustration. He lamented the difficulty of maintaining full cowling, feeling as though he was falling short. Gran Torino encouraged him, emphasizing the importance of his analytical skills and adaptability. He praised Izuku's ability to think strategically, reassuring him that with continued effort, he would master his abilities. Gran Torino turned away, concealing a proud grin. He hadn't had to push himself like that in a long time, and he believed Izuku was destined to become an incredible hero. A week later, Izuku expressed his gratitude to Gran Torino, beaming as he waved goodbye before sprinting toward All Might's vehicle. After placing his bags in the trunk, he eagerly hopped into the passenger seat. All Might noted Izuku's excitement, recognizing the positive impact of his training with Gran Torino. Izuku eagerly shared his anticipation for returning to training with All Might, eager to demonstrate his growth. However, All Might had news that momentarily deflated Izuku's enthusiasm. He explained that Izuku's mother had requested a more balanced approach to his training, suggesting that he explore other interests outside of his rigorous regimen. Izuku, feeling defeated, pondered the suggestion, realizing that his life had revolved around studying and training. All Might encouraged him to think of other hobbies, prompting Izuku to mention his enjoyment of music while studying. He considered the possibility of learning an instrument. All Might's encouragement reignited Izuku's spirits, and they decided to visit a music store to explore potential instruments. Excitement returned to Izuku as they set off, looking forward to the adventure ahead. Upon entering Mizudafu's largest music store, Izuku was awestruck by the vast array of instruments and equipment. Despite the store's size, it was relatively quiet, likely due to the time of day. He felt a rush of excitement as he wondered where to begin his exploration. All Might proposed that they split up and explore the store, gesturing toward the numerous items available for Izuku to choose from. He assured Izuku that if he found something he liked, he would buy it for him. Izuku hesitated, glancing at some of the price tags that seemed quite high. He wondered if it was a good idea. All Might, with a hearty laugh, reassured him that he wasn't short on cash and suggested it could be a gift for all his hard work. Grateful, Izuku eagerly accepted the offer and hurried to the front desk of the store, hoping to find assistance. At the desk, he noticed a girl around his age sitting behind the counter, chewing gum with a bored expression. She was petite with fair skin and had a slender build. Her lazy-looking onyx eyes had long lower eyelashes and small eyebrows. Her dark purple hair was cut to chin length, featuring an asymmetrical fringe and two wave-like reflections on either side of her head. The most striking aspect of her appearance was the flexible earphone jacks dangling from her earlobes, connected by thin cords. Dressed in a simple black t-shirt with an unfamiliar band logo, a red skirt, fishnet stockings, and black leather combat boots, she also wore a choker and several bracelets. Izuku watched in fascination as she effortlessly used her earphone jacks to flip through the pages of a magazine. The girl addressed him in a bored tone, casually popping a bubble as she mentioned a sale on CDs. Izuku introduced himself, revealing that he was new and needed help selecting an instrument. Kyoka, the girl behind the counter, looked him over skeptically and asked if he had any experience with musical instruments. After a moment, she sighed and closed her magazine, agreeing to help him. She inquired about his experience, and Izuku sheepishly admitted that he didn't have any but enjoyed listening to music. Kyoka pondered for a moment, then strolled past him to a wall lined with electric guitars. She usually would start with something basic, but Izuku's eagerness caught her attention. After searching for a moment, she picked up a dark green guitar adorned with vibrant electric decals and suggested it as a perfect fit. Izuku chuckled at the coincidence as he took the guitar, finding it comfortable and easy to hold. Kyoka then mentioned that he would need an amplifier as well, suggesting a basic one since he was a beginner. She also noted that he would likely need lessons and mentioned that they had many teachers available. Curiously, Izuku asked Kyoka if she could teach him. Surprised, she felt a slight flush as she tapped her earphone jacks together, wondering if she was the right choice. Despite her reservations, Izuku expressed that he preferred learning from someone his age who seemed nice. Kyoka, twirling an earphone jack around her finger, agreed to teach him if he really wanted her to. She mentioned that she would be free after work around 5:30 and quickly wrote down her cell number for him, encouraging him to call whenever he wanted to arrange a lesson. Excited, Izuku added her number to his contacts, right below Ochaco's, and expressed his longing to start the next day. Kyoka observed Izuku with a grin, her arms crossed over her chest, and noted his excitement. She confirmed their plans, instructing him to come by after 5:30 for his first lesson. Izuku, eager to begin, placed his guitar on the counter but hesitated, rubbing the back of his head. He had a question for Kyoka. Curious, Kyoka returned to her seat behind the counter and asked if he needed anything else. Izuku clarified that he was simply wondering if she enjoyed working there, as she seemed bored when he arrived. Kyoka sighed lightly, resting her head on her hand. She admitted that while working was fine, she had been quite bored before he came in. It had been a slow day, and she still had half her shift left. After a moment of contemplation, she shared her uncertainty about her future. With both parents being musicians, she loved music but also aspired to be a hero and planned to apply to university in a few years. She felt conflicted about her path. When she noticed Izuku's surprised expression, her cheeks flushed, and she quickly apologized for unloading her thoughts on him. Izuku smiled and reassured her, encouraging her to pursue what she loved. He suggested that she could think about how her work could benefit others, whether as a musician or a hero. He proposed that she could be both, a hero rock star. Kyoka reflected on his words, her expression brightening as she thanked him for the encouragement. She realized she should follow her passions. All Might, watching the exchange from behind a nearby display, felt immense pride in Izuku's kindness. 4 months later, in central Mizudafu, Ochaco excitedly proposed karaoke to her friends, expressing her need to unwind after a tough test. Kyoka enthusiastically agreed, pretending to sing into an imaginary microphone, eager to try a new song. Izuku looked up from his notebook, expressing his willingness to join them and mentioning his practice with the chords Kyoka had taught him, though he was still struggling. Kyoka assured him that she could help him again, noting his impressive learning pace. Ochaco chimed in, excitedly asking Kyoka to teach her how to play drums, wrapping an arm around her shoulders. Kyoka responded positively, inviting Ochaco to practice on her drum set at home, confident she would help her become a pro. Suddenly, Ochaco's excitement was interrupted when she noticed a shadow looming overhead. She gasped as she realized someone was falling from the bridge above. Preparing to use her quirk to save the person, she was caught off guard as Izuku dashed past her and Kyoka, crackling with green electricity. In an instant, he leaped into the air, catching the falling individual in a bridal carry and using his momentum to return them safely to the bridge. After a sigh of relief, Izuku set the girl down and took a moment to observe her. She appeared to be around his age, with a medium height, healthy legs, and light pink skin. Her square eyes, with black sclera and light yellow irises, were framed by long eyelashes. Her fluffy, unruly hair was a pleasant shade of pink, slightly darker than her skin, and she had 2 thin, pale yellow horns on her head, bending slightly to the sides. Dressed in a standard high school uniform, she wore a white button-down shirt with the top buttons undone, a loosely hanging navy blue tie, a dark blue skirt, white tennis shoes, and black tights. Izuku expressed concern as he gently placed a reassuring hand on the girl's shoulder, asking if she was all right and if she was hurt. The girl, breathing lightly and clutching her racing heart, assured him that she was fine and thanked him for saving her. Izuku smiled warmly and stepped back to give her some space, curious about what had happened. He inquired how she had fallen off the bridge. The girl sheepishly admitted it was her fault, running a hand through her unruly pink hair. She then demonstrated her quirk, revealing a slimy substance forming in her hand. Dropping it onto the sidewalk, she watched as it partially corroded the concrete. She explained that she had been walking along the bridge's railing while reading her manga. Izuku, concerned, remarked on the danger of such an activity, pinching the bridge of his nose in disbelief. The girl insisted she had done it many times before, but this time she had gotten distracted while reading. She looked down at her partially damaged tights and shoes, realizing that she had unconsciously released some of her acid, which had eaten through the railing. Izuku sighed heavily, acknowledging how lucky she was that he had been there, or the situation could have ended badly. He noticed a small book on the ground and picked it up, handing it to her. She thanked him and clutched the manga to her chest, realizing she hadn't caught his name. Izuku introduced himself as Izuku Midoriya, extending his hand for a shake. The girl introduced herself as Mina Ishido, a faint blush coloring her cheeks as she thanked him again for saving her. Izuku, eager to move on, mentioned he had to go but invited her to join him and his friends for karaoke. He waved goodbye and, with a spark of green electricity, leaped off the bridge, landing between his friends Kyoka and Ochaco, who were startled by his sudden appearance. He clapped his hands together, ready to enjoy the karaoke. Mina watched him walk away with the two girls, leaning against the bridge's railing. She pulled out her manga, flipping through the pages until she found a scene of a noble prince rescuing a princess from danger, which made her heart flutter as she recalled Izuku's heroic act. With a wistful sigh, she put the manga back in her bag and gazed at Izuku again, wondering if she had just found her prince. A year later, in the Muzutafu shopping district, Izuku checked his shopping list, pleased to have finished his grocery shopping. He planned to call Mina to arrange a hangout for the weekend. As he prepared to head to the train station, a glimmer on the ground caught his attention. He crouched down and discovered a coin, excitedly recognizing it as a 500 yen coin. However, upon closer inspection, he noticed the markings were incorrect, and an unusual inscription read, "Follow the trail of coins." Looking up, he saw a trail of similar coins leading into a nearby alley. The back of the coin bore another inscription, "Please help me." Without hesitation, Izuku set down his groceries and followed the trail into the alley. As he ventured deeper, he began to hear voices. Pressing against the wall, he crept toward a bend in the alley. Peeking around the corner, he immediately sensed something was wrong. Less than 50 feet away, two men were dragging a teenage girl toward a car. Her head was covered by a bag, and muffled cries indicated she was likely gagged. Her wrists and legs were bound, leaving her struggling to escape her captors. Izuku felt his heart race as he crouched behind the corner, trying to gather his thoughts. He knew he had to act quickly. He pulled out his cell phone, contemplating whether to call All Might or the police. Jumping into the fray could put the girl in danger, but the sound of her muffled cries echoed in his ears, urging him to make a decision. Gripping his phone tightly, he resolved to take action, knowing he could deal with the consequences later. He set his backpack down and rummaged through it, pulling out a green face wrap. With a surge of determination, he activated his full cowling, green electricity crackling around him. He forced a confident grin behind the mask, channeling Kaken's fierce energy. He confronted the thugs, demanding to know what they were doing. The thugs were startled by his sudden appearance and quickly decided to eliminate him, pulling out small daggers. Izuku felt a moment of hesitation at the sight of the weapons but steeled himself for the challenge ahead. As the thugs charged at him, he closed his eyes for a brief moment, taking a deep breath to center himself. When he opened his eyes, they shone with fierce determination. One thug lunged at him, knife poised to strike. In a swift motion, Izuku ducked under the attack and delivered a powerful uppercut to the thug's stomach. The impact sent the thug soaring off the ground before he crashed back down, incapacitated. The second thug froze in shock, witnessing his partner's swift defeat. Fear overtook him, and he turned to flee, dropping his weapon in the process. However, Izuku was quicker. He tackled the fleeing thug, bringing him down with a thud. With both kidnappers subdued, Izuku shifted his focus to the girl they had targeted. She was leaning against the car, visibly shaken and still crying. Approaching her cautiously, he reached out to untie her, but she flinched at his touch. He reassured her, explaining that he had dealt with the thugs. Gently, he informed her he would remove the bag from her head. After a moment of uncertainty, she nodded. Carefully, he pulled off the bag, revealing her face. She was a tall teenage girl with long black hair styled in a spiky ponytail and striking onyx eyes that resembled a cat's. Her outfit consisted of a caramel-colored blouse with a frilled collar, a red skirt cinched with a stylish black belt, and elegant brown boots that reached her calves, complemented by black tights. Izuku admired her beauty for a moment before removing the GG from her mouth. He asked if she felt better now. With tears welling in her eyes again, she expressed her gratitude, her voice trembling as she thanked him sincerely. He smiled back, relieved that he could help. He mentioned how he had followed a trail of coins she left behind, confirming it was her doing. She explained that her quirk allowed her to create non-living materials from her skin by altering the molecular structure of her fat cells. However, she needed to understand the molecular composition of the objects she created and required sustenance to have enough material to work with. She felt fortunate that the thugs had grabbed her after lunch, or she might not have been able to produce as many coins. Izuku expressed concern for the girl, noticing the red marks on her wrists. He asked if she was hurt and if she needed an ambulance. The girl, with a slightly shaky voice, reassured him that she was fine but wanted to go home. She stepped closer to Izuku, tugging at his sleeve, and requested that he stay with her until someone arrived to pick her up, admitting that she didn't want to be alone. Izuku smiled warmly and offered to lead her to the other end of the alley where he had left his groceries. He gently took her hand and introduced himself as Izuku Midoriya. The girl introduced herself as Momo Yaoyorozu, feeling a sense of comfort and security from holding Izuku's hand. She thought to herself that there was something special about him. A few minutes after they left the alley, a newcomer arrived, leaping down from a nearby rooftop. She spotted the two criminals who were tied up and unconscious, and frustration washed over her. The newcomer was a woman with an athletic build, tan skin, and striking red eyes. Her long white hair cascaded down past her waist, and she had long white rabbit ears that curved slightly. She wore a sleeveless white leotard with dark purple trim and a wide yellow crescent moon design, complemented by purple thigh-high boots and thick white gloves. This was none other than the rabbit hero, Mirko, also known as Rumi Usajiyama. Rumi expressed her frustration by slamming her foot against the nearby wall, causing it to crack. She had been pursuing these criminals for days and was annoyed that someone else had captured them first. 1 week prior to the university entrance exam, Izuku reflected on how quickly the past 3 years had passed as he entered a local convenience store. After a brief greeting with the cashier, he checked his phone and replied to a text from Momo. He planned to grab a drink and some snacks before heading to her house for their study session. As he walked through the aisles, he thought about what his friends liked. Pocky for Mina, potato chips for Kyoka, and cookies for Momo. After gathering the snacks, he moved to the refrigerated section to select several cans of soda and juice. He smiled as he remembered to pick up mochi ice cream for Ochaco. With his handbasket nearly overflowing, Izuku approached the cash register. He chuckled nervously at the cashier's annoyed expression as he explained that he was meeting friends. After paying for his items, he thanked the cashier and hurried out of the store. As he paused to check his bags, he noticed the cashier's irritation and realized he had quite a lot of snacks. Suddenly, he heard several screams from down the street, prompting him to turn and run toward the commotion. Rounding a corner, he spotted a crowd gathered in front of a small bank. He approached the nearest person and inquired about the situation, learning that a robbery was taking place inside and that the police had been called. Izuku considered the situation, checking the time on his phone. He realized he still had 30 minutes before his study session. Just then, the bank entrance exploded, and a large humanoid slime monster burst out, frantically scanning the area as it ran down the street, money spilling from its body. The crowd flinched in fear as the slime villain rushed past them. Izuku quickly reached into his backpack for his green face wrap, placing the bags of snacks inside before putting the backpack back on. Green electricity crackled around him as he pulled up his hood and face wrap, determined to take action despite knowing All Might would be upset with him for intervening. The slime villain let out a taunting challenge as he vanished down a side street, confident in his escape. Activating his full cowling, Izuku powered up to 20% and sprinted after the slippery foe. Despite the villain's head start, The trail of slime and scattered money made it easy for Izuku to follow. He pursued the path for several blocks, eventually finding himself in a narrow alleyway. As he cautiously moved deeper into the alley, he was startled to reach a dead end. Scanning his surroundings, he noticed that the trail had abruptly stopped. Pondering his next move, Izuku spotted a small gap between two buildings, too narrow for any person to fit through. Leaning closer, he pressed his face against the wall and his eyes widened as he saw the slime villain squeezing through the other side. Realizing he didn't have time to go around, Izuku assessed the walls around him. They were close together, so he crouched down and launched himself toward the nearest wall, using it to propel himself higher. He leaped from wall to wall until he reached the rooftop. Rushing to the edge, he peered down and saw the slime villain racing down the street. Determined, Izuku took a few steps back from the rooftop's edge. With a powerful leap, he soared through the air, covering nearly 2 blocks in one bound. He landed with a thud, skidding to a stop right in front of the slime villain. Dusting himself off, Izuku locked eyes with the creature and expressed his frustration, asking the villain to surrender and end the chase. The slime villain reacted with anger, turning to flee toward a nearby park, desperate to find a hiding place. Izuku's heart sank as he noticed families with young children enjoying their time in the park. He knew he had to prevent the villain from reaching them. Without hesitation, he pursued the slime villain, his heart racing. If he failed, innocent lives could be at risk, and he would never forgive himself. As he entered the park, panic surged through him when he lost sight of the villain among the trees. His tension heightened when he heard a young girl's scream nearby, close to a playset. Sprinting toward the sound, he gasped at the sight of the slime villain looming over 3 individuals. One was a girl around his age, standing protectively in front of 2 smaller children. The slime villain eyed his potential victims with a sinister glee, relishing the choices before him. The older girl stood firm, arms outstretched to shield her siblings, who clung to her in fear. Izuku's determination surged as he shouted for the villain to back off, charging toward him with crackling green electricity coursing through his body. He raised his arm, making a flicking gesture with his hand, focusing his power carefully to avoid harming the innocent bystanders. With a concentrated effort, he unleashed a powerful attack. The force of his flick created a blast of wind pressure that struck the slime villain in the chest. The villain's eyes widened in shock as the wind pressure rapidly swirled around him, causing him to break apart. As the remnants of the villain rained down, Izuku released a shaky breath and lowered his arm. Noticing the older girl and her siblings staring at him in astonishment, he smiled and rubbed the back of his head, relieved that he had arrived in time. He checked on them, asking if they were okay. Now that the situation had settled, Izuku finally took a moment to observe the girl. She had a slender build and notably large hands. Her appearance was reminiscent of a frog, with a wide mouth that dipped slightly in the center, similar to that of a common frog. Her oval-shaped eyes featured large, black irises, and her lower eyelashes were quite pronounced. Her long, dark sea-green hair cascaded down to her waist, tied at the ends with a large bow. 2 shoulder-length clumps framed her face, and shorter bangs rested between her eyes, some swept partially to each side. The younger boy beside her had black hair that obscured his right eye, which was dark green and half-closed, sharing a similar frog-like appearance with his older sister. He also had blush marks on his cheeks. The younger girl, in contrast, had a tadpole-like look. Her large eyes mirrored those of her sister, adorned with 3 upper eyelashes and notably small eyebrows. She had light tan skin, and her mouth was set in a pout-like shape. Her dark green hair was styled in low pigtails. The girl expressed her gratitude, stating that they were fine and thanked Izuku for saving them. She explained that she had been taking her younger siblings to play at the park when an unexpected threat had approached them. With a finger pressed to her chin, she tilted her head slightly and inquired if he was a new hero, noting that she had never seen him in the area before. Izuku, feeling a bit nervous, admitted that he was not quite a hero yet. He revealed that he would be taking the entrance exam for university in a week and introduced himself as Izuku Midoriya. The girl introduced herself as Tsuyu Azui and mentioned her siblings, Samidare and Satsuki. She stepped closer, her eyes filled with curiosity, and asked why he had helped them, pointing out the potential trouble he could face for acting without a hero license. Izuku joked about not being turned in, feeling uneasy under Tsuyu's intense gaze. He sighed lightly, looked away, and scratched his chin, explaining that he understood the risks but felt compelled to act when he had powers that could help others. He sought her understanding. Tsuyu preferred to be called by her first name and expressed her dislike for formality. As she guided her siblings back toward the play area, she acknowledged Izuku's intentions, advising him to be careful in the future and thanking him once again for his help. As she walked away, she glanced back at him, noting that she would see him in a week at University. Izuku muttered to himself in frustration as he cleaned up the remnants of the slime villain, realizing the mess was widespread. He dropped the clump of slime he had gathered, wiped his hands, and pulled out his phone to call for assistance. 30 minutes later, All Might expressed disbelief at Izuku's actions, shaking his head as he secured the lid on a jar containing part of the slime villain. He questioned how irresponsible Izuku could be. Izuku, feeling slightly disheartened, pointed out that All Might had been repeating himself for the past 20 minutes while handing him another filled jar. He felt a pang of regret, knowing that disappointing his mentor was the worst feeling. He apologized, explaining that he couldn't just wait for another hero to arrive. With determination, he emphasized that he had saved 3 people, which had to count for something. All Might sighed heavily, clarifying that Izuku seemed to misunderstand the reason for his concern. He gestured to a nearby bench, inviting Izuku to sit beside him. As they settled, a gentle breeze passed by, and All Might leaned forward, clasping his hands. He expressed his happiness that Izuku had saved those people and stopped a villain, praising his sense of justice and willingness to act without hesitation. Those qualities were precisely why All Might had chosen him to be his successor and inherit one for all. Izuku fidgeted slightly, his gaze fixed on his lap as he wondered why All Might was upset with him. He expressed his longing to emulate the actions of a remarkable hero. All Might, placing a reassuring hand on Izuku's shoulder, conveyed his wish for Izuku to surpass him as a hero. He believed wholeheartedly in Izuku's potential but emphasized the importance of following the rules. If Izuku continued to operate without a hero license, he risked not only being barred from University and any hero courses but also facing serious legal consequences. Izuku, feeling anxious, protested that he had only acted outside the law once and pleaded for leniency. All Might, with a sigh, retrieved his phone and displayed a detailed list of all the incidents Izuku had been involved in over the past 3 years. Izuku's eyes widened in realization that his actions were far more frequent than he had admitted. He stammered, questioning how All Might had discovered his secret, feeling the weight of All Might's intense gaze. All Might explained that Izuku had been fortunate for 3 specific reasons. No one had captured his actions on camera, no innocent bystanders had been harmed, and he had connections within the police force that had allowed him to avoid trouble so far. However, All Might warned that this leniency could not last forever. Feeling defeated, Izuku expressed his remorse, believing he was a burden to All Might, who reassured him that he had never seen him that way. All Might cherished their time together and was confident that Izuku would become an extraordinary hero. He encouraged Izuku to stay out of trouble for just 1 more week before he could officially begin his journey as a hero. Just as Izuku began to thank All Might, his phone rang. He pulled it from his pocket and noticed it was Ochaco calling. Suddenly remembering something important in his backpack, he panicked, realizing he was late. Frustrated, he smacked the phone against his forehead before answering the call. Izuku winced as he heard multiple voices from the other end, all expressing their frustration at his tardiness. He attempted to explain, looking to All Might for support, but All Might simply shook his head, leaving Izuku to fend for himself. He offered a vague excuse about having trouble finding ice cream, hoping the girls would accept it. After a moment of silence, he checked in with Ochaco, who urged him to hurry and insisted he better have her ice cream. He sensed laughter in the background, adding to his embarrassment. Ending the call, Izuku felt relieved they hadn't pressed him further about his delay. All Might chuckled, teasing him about Ochaco's likely reaction during their study session. Izuku groaned, anticipating the silent treatment from Ochaco, and ran his hands through his messy green hair. All Might assured him he would handle the slime villain, promising to deliver him to the nearest police station. With a confident grin, All Might prepared to take off, reminding Izuku once more to stay out of trouble. Izuku quietly acknowledged the passing figure of All Might, muttering to himself about the week ahead. He approached his backpack and rummaged through it, retrieving the ice cream he had intended for Ochaco. A sigh of frustration escaped him as he shook the container, realizing it was mostly melted. He knew he would need to make another stop before reaching Momo's house. As Izuku hurried out of the park, he remained unaware of a figure concealed among the trees, observing him intently. Rumi Usajiyama gracefully descended from her perch on a branch, stepping into the sunlight with a focused gaze. Her crimson eyes narrowed as she tracked Izuku's movements. Rumi had been monitoring Izuku for a week, feeling a mix of irritation and intrigue. She crossed her arms, contemplating the situation. Although she hadn't caught her target, she had stumbled upon someone else of interest. A sly grin spread across her face as she chuckled softly, realizing that Izuku seemed to have a close connection with All Might. She decided it was time to confront him for answers. A short while later, just a block away from Momo's home, Izuku felt a sense of relief as he secured Ochaco's ice cream in his backpack. He dashed out of the convenience store, eager to reach his study session. Spotting Momo's large house in the distance, he intended to send her a quick message when suddenly, he was yanked into an alleyway. The impact against the wall was jarring, prompting him to activate One for All, ready to defend himself. However, before he could react, a powerful force struck the wall beside him, causing the bricks to crack. Turning his head slowly, Izuku's heart raced as he realized it was a foot that had caused the damage. Following the leg upward, he found himself staring into a pair of fierce red eyes. Rumi, now fully revealed, smirked at him. She withdrew her foot from the wall, debris falling to the ground. With a confident demeanor, she warned him to take a step back, asserting her demps. Noticing that Izuku remained tense, she let out a sigh and relaxed her posture, explaining that she only wanted to talk. Izuku, still processing the encounter, recognized Rumi as the renowned rabbit hero, Mirko. Excitement bubbled within him, and he scrambled through his backpack for something for her to sign, overwhelmed by the honor of speaking with one of Japan's top heroes. Rumi, however, interrupted his enthusiasm, pulling him closer and expressing her frustration. She had not intended to engage him for autographs. Instead, she accused him of interfering with her pursuits. Izuku, taken aback, defended himself, insisting he had no idea he was causing trouble. He was simply trying to do the right thing. Rumi, feeling a mix of annoyance and sympathy, sighed and rubbed the back of her head. As she observed Izuku more closely, she noted his athletic build, her ears twitching slightly in surprise. She found herself drawn to his physique, acknowledging his hard work and dedication. Her hand instinctively brushed against his chest, feeling the muscles beneath his hoodie, and she marveled at his impressive six-pack. In that moment, Rumi realized that beneath the tension, there was something intriguing about Izuku that she hadn't expected. Izuku felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him as he stood there, a deep blush creeping across his face. He was acutely aware of Rumi's gentle touch, which sent a shiver down his spine. He hesitated, wishing they could be in a more private setting. Rumi quickly withdrew her hand, her cheeks tinged with a light blush. She felt flustered and embarrassed, realizing how awkward the moment had become. Clearing her throat, she shifted the conversation. She was willing to overlook Izuku's earlier actions, but she had a question for him first. Izuku felt a knot of anxiety form in his stomach, unsure of what Rumi would ask. He was prepared to answer if it was something he knew. Rumi smirked as she moved closer to him. Despite his strength, Izuku felt a bit intimidated by her presence. He instinctively took a step back, finding himself against the wall, with Rumi's face just inches away. She asked about his relationship with All Might, noting how friendly they appeared at the park. Izuku's eyes widened in surprise, realizing he had been caught off guard. After a moment of contemplation, decided to share a part of his story without revealing too much about All Might or the secret of One for All. He recounted a reckless moment from his childhood when he had saved a friend but ended up in a serious accident. All Might had come to his rescue, impressed by his bravery, and later decided to train him. Rumi nodded, understanding now that Izuku was All Might's protege. She observed the similarities in their quirks and crossed her arms, acknowledging that she had no further questions. She assured him that she wouldn't mention his lack of a hero license, respecting his willingness to help others despite the risks. Curious, Izuku asked how she knew he didn't have a hero license, trying to defend himself. Rumi chuckled, pointing out the obvious signs that he was still an amateur. She reassured him that his secret was safe with her. Izuku admitted he wasn't good at lying and expressed his gratitude for her discretion. Rumi playfully told him to drop the formalities and just call her by her name, feeling that he had earned that right after their encounter. He introduced himself as Izuku Midoriya, extending his hand for a shake. Rumi's firm grip surprised him, and he felt a buzz from his pocket. Checking his phone, he realized he had missed numerous messages from the girls he was supposed to meet. He quickly excused himself, explaining that he was late for a study session for his university entrance exam. As Izuku dashed out of the alley, Rumi watched him go, contemplating his determination. A smirk formed on her face as she sensed the excitement in the air. A week later, Izuku stood before the entrance to university, overwhelmed with awe. He clutched his backpack straps tightly, marveling at the moment he had long dreamed of. As he took a step forward, he felt a familiar voice call out to him, urging him to move aside. Izuku greeted the morning with a grumble, rolling his eyes and letting out a light sigh. Bakugo walked away without acknowledging him, leaving Izuku to wonder if it would ever be possible for him to be nice. Suddenly, a familiar, cheerful voice called out to him, and Izuku perked up. He turned to see Ochaco running toward him, her bright smile lighting up her face as she waved her hands energetically. She reached him and, with a burst of excitement, wrapped her arms around him, spinning them around joyfully. The enthusiasm in her voice was contagious as she declared that all their studying would pay off and they would excel in the upcoming exam. Izuku chuckled at her optimism, gently setting her down and placing his hands on her shoulders. He glanced past her, wondering where their friends were. He asked about Mina, Kyoka, and Momo, curious if they were joining them. Ochaco explained that Momo and Kyoka had left early, while Mina was likely to arrive at the last minute. She took hold of Izuku's arm, urging him to follow her toward the exam venue, confident that their friends had saved them seats. As they made their way through the crowd of examinees, Izuku noticed some male students glaring at him. He understood why. Ochaco was undeniably cute, and he felt a blush creeping onto his cheeks as he realized how close they were. True to her word, they found Momo and Kyoka waiting for them in the auditorium, where the rules of the exam would be explained. The girls greeted them with smiles, and soon after, Mina arrived just in time for the start of the exam. Seated among 4 attractive girls, Izuku felt the weight of many eyes on him, and he instinctively shrank a little in his seat, sensing the jealousy from the other boys. Before he could be overwhelmed by the attention, a figure stepped onto the stage, commanding the room's focus. A booming voice filled the auditorium, silencing the students. The man was tall and slim, with spiky blonde hair and a small mustache. His hero costume was striking, featuring a black leather jacket with a high collar and studs, along with matching breaths and knee-high boots. He was adorned with shoulder pads, a red belt, and fingerless gloves, and a speaker covered his neck, likely part of his quirk. He encouraged the audience to respond, and the silence was palpable. He introduced himself as the voice hero, Present Mike, and excitedly announced that he would present the guidelines for the practical exam. His energy was infectious, and Izuku couldn't help but admire him, feeling inspired by the presence of such a prominent hero. Izuku marveled at how cool Present Mike was in person, suppressing the urge to take notes. He felt a thrill at the thought of meeting so many incredible heroes at U. Bakugo, sitting nearby, growled at Izuku to quiet down, finding his enthusiasm annoying. Momo offered a supportive smile, defending Izuku's admiration for heroes as a positive trait. Mina playfully dismissed Bakugo's attitude, while Kyoka expressed her frustration with his tough demeanor, pointing out that it was clear he cared about Izuku. Bakugo's irritation was palpable, but Ochaco sweetly interrupted him, warning him to watch his words. Her smile held a hint of mischief as she reminded him of a childhood incident, leaving him momentarily taken aback. The atmosphere was charged with excitement and camaraderie as they prepared for the challenges ahead. Bakugo quietly expressed his doubts as he settled into his seat, feeling a mix of intimidation and respect for the women who had defended Izuku. Izuku, grateful for their support, acknowledged the 4 girls who stood up for him, appreciating their kindness. Present Mike, slightly annoyed by the interruptions, called for attention to continue his presentation. He informed everyone that the upcoming test would involve 10-minute mock cityscape maneuvers, allowing participants to bring whatever they needed. After the presentation, they would head to their assigned testing locations. Mina expressed her frustration about the random assignments, hoping they would all be placed together. Present Mike explained that each site would feature 3 types of foe villains, with points awarded based on their difficulty. He emphasized the importance of using their quirks to disable the villains while reminding everyone that attacking fellow examinees was strictly prohibited. A tall, muscular examinee interrupted with a question about a discrepancy in the handout regarding the foe villains. Present Mike quickly reassured him, clarifying that the 4th type of villain was a 0-point gimmick to be avoided, which would appear in each zone. As Present Mike concluded his speech with enthusiasm, he shared the school's motto, encouraging everyone to give their best effort in the exam. In Examination Zone 7, Izuku marveled at the vastness of the area, likening it to a replica city. Ochaco approached him excitedly, revealing they were in the same group. Bakugo, feeling frustrated, brushed past Izuku, warning him to stay out of his way. Tsuyu then greeted Izuku, her large eyes fixed on him. He was pleasantly surprised to see her and learned that she was also aiming for you. Ochaco, curious about Tsuyu, leaned in to get a better look, and Izuku introduced them, recalling how he had helped Tsuyu and her siblings recently. Tsuyu waved goodbye as she headed toward the exam starting point, wishing them luck. Ochaco encouraged Izuku to get moving, and they shared a fist bump, ready to tackle the exam together. Present Mike reappeared, standing atop the gate leading into the examination area, urging everyone to prepare as the gates began to open. The examinees realized the exam had officially begun and rushed forward, excitement and determination fueling their steps. Izuku took a deep breath, preparing himself as he observed many of the other examinees beginning to panic and rush toward the examination zone. Crouching into a sprinter's stance, he activated his full cowling, green electricity crackling around him. With a powerful leap, he soared ahead of the others, determined to gain an early advantage. Present Mike, watching from his vantage point, noted Izuku's impressive start, a smirk forming on his face as he saw Izuku charging toward one of the foe villains. The atmosphere was charged with excitement as the competition intensified. Izuku was about to strategize when a large metallic fist struck the ground in front of him. He jumped back, shielding his face from the dust and debris. As the cloud settled, he found himself face to face with a smaller 1-point foe villain. A grin spread across his face as he prepared for action, deciding that 50% power would suffice. In an instant, Izuku propelled himself forward, launching above the foe villain. With his fist glowing with energy, he struck the robot with a decisive blow, shattering it in one hit. However, there was no time to rest. He quickly dodged a barrage of missiles from a group of 2-point foe villains. Displaying remarkable agility, he evaded each missile and skidded to a stop. Seizing a light post, he wielded it like a baseball bat, taking down several of the 2-point robots. After dispatching one with the battered light post, he noticed at least 4 more still standing. Breathing heavily, Izuku wiped the sweat from his brow, spotting a parked car nearby. An idea sparked in his mind, and he dashed away to avoid another missile volley. Grabbing the car by the bumper, he lifted it with effort, spinning it to build momentum before launching it at the foe villains. The car collided with 2 of the robots, creating a cloud of smoke. Izuku charged through the haze, catching the remaining foe villains off guard. He swiftly removed a leg from one of the robots and used it to defeat the last foe. After catching his breath, Izuku checked his watch. With 7 minutes remaining and 21 points to his name, he decided to assist other examinees. As he rolled his sleeves down, green electricity surged around him, and he sprinted down the street, hoping his friends were faring well. Meanwhile, in the examination monitoring room, the observers noted Izuku Midoriya's impressive performance. They were intrigued by his ability to take the lead without knowing the number or placement of the villains. His decision to help others was seen as unusual, but they acknowledged that the wide battlefield and limited time would showcase the best in these aspiring heroes. As they continued to monitor the exam, they observed Izuku rescuing a fellow examinee with a unique quirk, bringing his point total to the observers contemplated unleashing a challenge to test the examinee's true capabilities against overwhelming odds. Back with Izuku, he had accumulated 42 points, feeling slightly fatigued after discarding the arm of a defeated foe villain. He noticed other examinees around him engaged in their own battles and thought about finding Ochaco when the ground suddenly trembled. A massive foe villain emerged from the rubble of a collapsed building, towering over everything and capable of wreaking havoc with a single move. Izuku recognized it as one of the 0-pointers. A wave of fear washed over him as the giant robot advanced, causing panic among the other examinees, who fled in all directions. Just as he considered joining them, he heard cries for help. Turning around, he was alarmed to see 3 students trapped in the 0-pointer's path. Tsuyu was struggling to lift a fallen light post off an orange-haired girl, while Ochaco was pinned beneath debris, desperately trying to escape. Without a moment's hesitation, Izuku sprang into action. Utilizing 60% of One for All, he felt the muscles in his legs burn as he propelled himself forward, leaving a small crater where he had been standing. In an instant, he reached Ochaco, effortlessly tossing the rubble off her as if it were weightless. Before she could comprehend what was happening, she found herself lifted and carried away from the 0-pointer. As Ochaco regained her bearings and looked around, her eyes brightened when she spotted Izuku. She recognized him immediately and felt a surge of relief. Izuku, with a warm smile, gently set Ochaco down on the ground. He glanced back and noticed Tsuyu still struggling to free the trapped orange-haired girl. He assured Ochaco that he would return quickly and dashed back toward the 0-pointer. Ochaco, feeling determined, got back on her feet and dusted herself off, wishing to help as well. The orange-haired girl grunted in frustration as she struggled to pull her arms free, expressing her discomfort. Tsuyu, doing her best to assist, wrapped her elongated tongue around a light post, attempting to lift it. The orange-haired girl urged her to hurry, glancing up in fear as one of the 0-pointer's massive legs approached. Suddenly, a green streak of electricity struck the 0-pointer's legs, causing it to stumble. Izuku landed beside Tsuyu and the orange-haired girl, feeling the strain in his left arm as he pushed his power to 80%, which was taxing on his body. He lifted the light post off the orange-haired girl's arms and checked on them. Tsuyu acknowledged Izuku's repeated acts of bravery, expressing her gratitude. The orange-haired girl, with teal eyes and long ginger hair tied in a high ponytail, introduced herself as Itsuka Kendo. Izuku smiled back, but his attention shifted as he heard the 0-pointer rumbling behind them. He instructed Tsuyu to take Itsuka to the medical staff, noting her injuries, and prepared to confront the looming threat. Itsuka, astonished, questioned Izuku's ability to take down the robot alone. Just then, a familiar voice called out, followed by the sounds of explosions. Katsuki arrived on the scene, having taken down several foe villains. He questioned Izuku's presence, clearly annoyed. Izuku asked Katsuki to ensure the safety of Tsuyu and Itsuka, surprising both girls with his request. He was determined to stop the 0-pointer from causing further chaos. Katsuki, initially resistant, was taken aback when a powerful blast of air pressure shot past him, revealing a 2-point foe villain collapsing nearby. Izuku urged Katsuki to listen to him for once, catching him off guard with his assertiveness. He then sprinted toward the 0-pointer, skillfully dodging its massive legs, and instructed Katsuki to get the girls to safety, knowing that medical assistance awaited them near the entrance. Katsuki jogged over and lifted Itsuka onto his back, grumbling about the situation. He asked Tsuyu if she could walk, to which she replied that she was fine, but expressed concern about leaving Izuku alone to face the zero-point foe villain. Katsuki reluctantly admitted that Izuku was right. They needed to evacuate quickly, as he couldn't fight at full strength with injured people around. He began running toward the exam zone's entrance, with Tsuyu hopping closely behind. Before turning a corner, he paused to glance back at Izuku, warning him to stay safe. Itsuka, in a panic, questioned if they were really leaving Izuku behind, trying to keep an eye on him to ensure he was okay. Once he saw that Tsuyu and Itsuka were out of danger, Izuku exhaled in relief and focused entirely on the foe villain. Crouching down, he propelled himself into the air, feeling pain shoot through his legs. The wind rushed past him as he soared above the zero-pointer. Realizing that 80% of his power hadn't been enough to damage the creature, Izuku resolved to unleash all of his strength. He rapidly descended toward the foe villain's head, gritting his teeth as he drew back his right arm, channeling 100% of One for All's power. His sleeve tore apart as his arm glowed with energy. With adrenaline surging and his heart racing, he moved his fist forward, unleashing a powerful attack. The impact of his fist against the zero-pointer's head created a tremendous shockwave, causing the foe villain's head to cave in. After stumbling a few steps, the zero-pointer collapsed, taking down several buildings in its wake. However, Izuku's moment of triumph was short-lived as he realized he was still several stories above the ground and rapidly descending. Panicking, he shouted internally about not considering how he would land. As he plummeted, pain radiated from his right arm, which he saw was discolored and injured. With his left arm, he attempted to prepare for a maneuver that might slow his fall. He flicked his arm, calculating that he was about 20 feet above the ground and realizing he had only one chance. Suddenly, he felt something hit his face and his body became weightless. He turned to see Ochaco floating next to him on a piece of debris. She expressed her longing to help him next time and, taking a deep breath, activated her quirk to release them. They landed with a thud, not the softest but safe nonetheless. Izuku stood up slowly, his body aching all over. He noticed Ochaco slumped over a piece of debris, struggling with the side effects of her quirk. He approached her, offering comfort and making sure her hair was out of her face, thanking her for her support. Ochaco, feeling weak, wiped her mouth and expressed her frustration with her quirk. Looking around, she noticed a few one-point foe villains still scattered about and suggested they try to score more points. Just then, Present Mic's voice echoed through the exam area, announcing that it was all over. Ochaco groaned, leaning against Izuku for support, suggesting they should just leave. A sweet voice interrupted them from behind, and they turned to see Recovery Girl, who was distributing healing gummies to the students. She expressed concern for Izuku, asking what had happened to him. Izuku sheepishly admitted that he had gone overboard and guided Ochaco to a piece of debris, where they both sat down. He showed Recovery Girl his injured arm, explaining how badly he had hurt himself. Recovery Girl handed Ochaco a handful of gummies, which she eagerly consumed in one go. When Recovery Girl turned her gaze to Izuku, her expression shifted to concern upon seeing his injured arm. She tapped his legs with her cane, frowning as he winced in discomfort. It was clear that his body had endured a lot. Izuku admitted that he still struggled to use more than 60% of his power, mentioning that while he could push to 70%, it caused him significant pain. He looked down at his trembling left hand, realizing he had a long journey ahead of him. Recovery Girl, with a small smile, kissed both of Izuku's arms and legs. After a brief glow, he felt a wave of relief as his injuries began to heal. She informed them that she would check on the other students and encouraged them to relax for a while. Izuku expressed his gratitude with a bright smile and a wave as Recovery Girl left. He then turned to Ochaco, who rested her head on his shoulder, her cheeks puffing out slightly as she shared her score of 32 points. She lamented that she could have scored higher if she hadn't encountered the zero-pointer. Izuku proudly revealed he had scored 43 points, which earned him a playful flick on the nose from Ochaco. He chuckled and offered her his hand, inviting her to join him in searching for Kyoka, Mina, and Momo, knowing they would be eager to hear about their exam. Ochaco's excitement returned as she suggested they all go out to eat, her fatigue forgotten. She took Izuku's hand and sprang to her feet, adding that they should see if Tsuyu wanted to join them. Izuku smiled and noticed Katsuki in the distance. He suggested that Ochaco go ahead while he caught up with Bakugo. Understanding his intention, she agreed, urging him not to take too long. Once Ochaco was out of sight, Izuku approached Katsuki, greeting him. Katsuki, though still gruff, seemed less hostile than usual. After taking a long drink from his water bottle, he glared at Izuku, expressing his longing not to be bothered. Izuku, feeling a bit anxious, thanked Katsuki for helping Tsuyu and Itsuka during the exam. He acknowledged their complicated relationship but believed they could work together effectively. Katsuki dismissed the idea, claiming he wouldn't want to team up with Izuku, but despite his harsh words, Izuku noticed a hint of restraint in Katsuki's demeanor. It felt like a small step forward, even if it was just a little progress. Izuku playfully challenged Katsuki, suggesting that soon he would be the one trying to catch up. Katsuki growled in response, clenching his fists tightly, but Izuku felt a sense of determination. Before Izuku could leave, Katsuki called him back, wanting to know how many points he had scored. Izuku answered confidently, revealing he had 43 points, and inquired about Katsuki's score. With a grin, Katsuki announced he had scored 77 points and turned to walk away, implying that Izuku still had some catching up to do. Izuku smiled to himself, acknowledging that he still had a long way to go. As Katsuki disappeared into the crowd, Izuku felt his phone vibrate in his pocket. He pulled it out to find a text from Ochaco, which included a photo of her, Kyoka, Mina, Momo, and Tsuyu, all smiling at the gate, seemingly waiting for him. After sending a quick reply, he slipped his phone back into his pocket, realizing he needed to hurry so he wouldn't keep the girls waiting any longer. 1 week later, Midoriya household Izuku hummed softly to himself, idly strumming his guitar while perched on the edge of his bed, not focused on any particular song. Over the years, with Kyoka's encouragement, he had diligently honed his musical talents. The guitar, both acoustic and electric, were the only instruments he could reliably play, but he had become quite skilled. Kyoka even mentioned the possibility of starting a band one day, and Izuku eagerly agreed to be a part of it. The thought of being both a rock star and a hero was exhilarating. He anticipated the arrival of something important, thinking it should be here any day now. Inko's voice echoed from down the hall, calling out that breakfast was ready and urging him to hurry before it got cold. Izuku responded promptly, setting his guitar aside and hopping off the bed. He made his way to the dining room, the enticing aroma of fish wafting through the air, making his mouth water. Upon seeing the table set, he took a seat and picked up his chopsticks, expressing his gratitude for the meal. Inko, with a playful smile, sat across from her son and inquired about his recent outing with Ochaco. Izuku, caught off guard, sputtered as he accidentally spilled some tea, his cheeks flushing a bright red. He quickly clarified that it wasn't a date, they had merely trained together and grabbed lunch afterward, with Momo and Mina joining them. Inko chuckled, finding amusement in Izuku's embarrassment. She teased him lightly, noting how popular he seemed to be with the girls. Izuku groaned, resting his head on the table, trying to hide his face from his mother's teasing gaze. He felt his cheeks burn and wished to avoid further embarrassment. Inko reassured him that she was just joking and allowed a comfortable silence to settle as they continued their meal. After a few moments, she noticed Izuku was nearly finished and was only picking at the remnants of his food. She decided to probe further, asking if he had considered dating any of the girls he spent time with, hinting at his age. Izuku stiffened slightly, pausing his movements, prompting Inko to check if everything was all right. She offered her support, reminding him that he could always talk to her. Izuku sighed lightly, confessing that he had indeed thought about dating one of the girls. He appreciated each of them for their unique qualities but feared that pursuing a relationship might complicate their friendships. Inko understood his hesitation and encouraged him, believing that dating one of his friends wouldn't harm their bond. Seeing Izuku perk up and nod in agreement, she smiled and stood up, urging him to consider it. She could tell he had strong feelings for those girls and believed any of them would bring him happiness. Izuku agreed to think about it, wiping his mouth and clearing his plate. After tidying up, he grabbed a 50 PND dumbbell and settled onto the love seat in the living room. He informed his mother that he would be watching TV and asked her to let him know if any mail arrived. Inko responded cheerfully, using her levitation quirk to help her clean up the dishes. As Izuku curled the dumbbell, he reflected on the written portion of the exam, feeling confident about it, while also feeling uneasy about the practical exam. He grunted softly as he completed another rep, troubled by the fact that All Might hadn't contacted him since the exam. This was the longest they had gone without communication, and he hoped his mentor wasn't disappointed in his performance. Izuku was pulled from his thoughts by his mother's excited voice calling his name. He turned to see her rushing into the living room, a huge smile on her face as she waved an envelope in the air. It was the letter from Yui, and it had finally arrived. He thanked his mother, his hands trembling slightly as he took the envelope. The official University seal made his heart race. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, he stood up from the couch. He expressed a longing to open the letter in private. His mother, with a proud smile and tears glistening in her eyes, assured him she would wait. She asked him to share the contents of the letter afterward, though she felt she already knew what it would say. Izuku made his way to his bedroom, hugging the envelope tightly against his chest. Once seated at his desk, he stared at the letter for a few moments. Gathering his courage, he tore open the top of the envelope. To his surprise, a small circular device fell onto his desk. As he examined it, a holographic projection suddenly sprang to life. All Might's booming voice filled the room, his cheerful smile radiating from the projection. He appeared in his muscular form, dressed in a vibrant yellow pinstriped suit, and greeted Izuku enthusiastically. Izuku's face lit up with joy as he leaned forward, thrilled to see his hero. All Might continued, explaining that he had much to discuss and apologized for his absence. He had kept a secret from Izuku, wanting it to be a surprise. He would be teaching at University. Izuku's eyes widened in disbelief. All Might paused, seemingly responding to someone off-camera, then returned to his announcement. He revealed that Izuku had aced the written exam, and his hard work had paid off. After a brief laugh, All Might composed himself and mentioned that Izuku had also performed well in the practical exam, impressing him during a large-scale combat scenario. Stepping closer to the camera, All Might whispered about Izuku's previous isolated incidents, which made Izuku blush in embarrassment. He acknowledged that he deserved the teasing. All Might then introduced another surprise, stating that the exam had not only focused on villain points. Izuku's eyes widened as he realized where this was heading. All Might emphasized that a hero course should reward those who do the right thing. With a grand gesture, he pointed to a large screen behind him, showcasing footage of Izuku rescuing his classmates. He explained that rescue points were also a crucial part of Yu's evaluation process. Izuku's courageous actions during the exam had earned him an additional 100 points. Feeling lightheaded, Izuku leaned back in his chair, realizing he had earned a total of 143 points. All Might expressed his overwhelming pride in Izuku's performance, declaring that he had scored the highest of any student in the entrance exam. With excitement, All Might confirmed that Izuku was accepted into University, declaring that this would be his hero academia. Izuku jumped out of his chair, tears of joy streaming down his face as he celebrated his achievement. Before he could revel in the moment, his phone vibrated with a flurry of messages from his group chat with Ochaco and the other girls. They were all sharing the news of their acceptance into University. Filled with giddy excitement, Izuku eagerly informed them of his own acceptance, looking forward to what would surely be an interesting year ahead, hoping they would all be in the same class. That night at Takoba Municipal Beach Park, Izuku felt a wave of relief wash over him as he approached All Might, who was in his slimmer form. He had been anxious to hear from his mentor. All Might congratulated Izuku on passing, expressing immense pride in his achievement. He affectionately ruffled Izuku's hair, assuring him that he had kept their relationship discreet to avoid any concerns about favoritism. Izuku expressed his gratitude, still processing the surprise of All Might being a teacher at He wondered aloud about All Might's hero office in Tokyo. All Might explained that he wanted to spend more time with Izuku now that he was beginning his hero course. He placed a reassuring hand on Izuku's shoulder, emphasizing that the training ahead would be challenging, and he wanted to support Izuku every step of the way. Izuku gazed at his mentor with wide-eyed admiration, vowing to give his all in the upcoming challenges. Several months later, at University, Izuku jogged through the winding halls, nervously clutching the straps of his backpack. He wondered about his classmates and hoped they would all get along. Upon spotting the sign for his homeroom, he slowed down, standing before the large door marked 1. Taking a deep breath, he opened the door, ready to introduce himself. As he entered, he was immediately met with a heated argument. Katsuki Bakugo had his feet propped up on a desk, while a serious-looking student with glasses reprimanded him for his disrespectful behavior. Katsuki dismissed the criticism with a fierce retort, escalating the tension in the room. Izuku sighed, realizing he would have to navigate the dynamics of two outspoken personalities. He noted that the glasses-wearing student didn't seem to be a JRK. The serious student introduced himself as Tenya Ida from Semi-Private Academy, trying to assert his dignity in the face of Katsuki's taunts. Katsuki mocked him, suggesting he was an elitist, while Tenya defended his aspirations of becoming a hero. Izuku empathized with Tenya's frustration, feeling a sense of camaraderie with someone who understood the struggle. Just then, Tenya approached Izuku, introducing himself again. Izuku, feeling a sense of relief, shook Tenya's hand and introduced himself in return. Tenya praised Izuku's performance during the entrance exam, admitting he had missed the true purpose of the test. Katsuki glared at Izuku, feeling a mix of jealousy and confusion about Izuku's growth and his quirk. Suddenly, a cheerful voice called out to Izuku from across the classroom. He turned to see Mina, Momo, Kyoka, and Tsuyu sitting together, all smiling at him. Mina was energetically waving, excitedly announcing that they were all in the same class. Izuku approached the group with a broad smile, surprised and delighted by their shared luck. However, he noticed one of their friends was missing and asked where Ochaco was. Ochaco appeared behind Izuku, playfully tapping him on the back with her usual enthusiasm. She expressed her excitement about attending school together, her voice bubbling with joy. Momo smiled softly, brushing her hair aside, and shared her eagerness to spend more time with everyone and grow as heroes. Kyoka leaned back in her seat, giving a thumbs up and agreeing that while studying hard was important, they should also make time to relax and enjoy each other's company. Tsuyu, resting her chin on her hand, expressed her longing to get to know everyone better, recalling the fun they had during their previous hangouts. Izuku observed the girls, feeling a mix of happiness and anxiety. He gripped the straps of his backpack tightly, worried about maintaining their friendships. He pondered whether asking one of them out would complicate their dynamic. As he watched them, a blush crept across his cheeks, and he couldn't help but think how adorable they looked in their uniforms. Suddenly, a tired voice interrupted the moment from the front of the classroom. Everyone turned in surprise to see a figure emerge from behind the podium, wrapped in a sleeping bag, with only their face visible. The figure grumbled about the noise, revealing their identity as Shota Aizawa, their homeroom teacher. Izuku recognized him as the pro-hero Eraserhead, recalling a previous encounter during a training session with All Might. Once out of the sleeping bag, Shota, a tall and slender man with messy black hair and a fatigued appearance, instructed the students to change into gym clothes and head to the training grounds. Izuku realized that today would be more than just an orientation. It promised to be an exciting challenge. At the University training grounds, Shota gathered the students and explained that he would be testing their quirks through a series of physical tests. Ochaco nervously raised her hand, questioning the absence of the entrance ceremony and other introductory activities. Shota dismissed her concerns, emphasizing the importance of focusing on their hero training. He began leading them toward various training courses, explaining that the school's educational philosophy allowed for a more hands-on approach. He outlined the tests they would be performing, such as softball throwing, standing long jumps, and sprints, noting the absurdity of prohibiting quirks for these evaluations. Shota then turned to Izuku, tossing him a softball-sized sphere and asking how far he could throw it in high school. Izuku estimated the distance, raising an eyebrow. He asked Aizawa-sensei if he wanted him to throw the ball. Aizawa nodded, instructing him to use his quirk this time. He pointed to a circle drawn on the ground, emphasizing that Izuku should stay within it. With his arms crossed, Aizawa met Izuku's gaze, expressing his admiration for Izuku's performance during the entrance exam. He encouraged Izuku to give it everything he had. Determined, Izuku cheered and jogged toward the circle. Holding the ball tightly, he glanced back at his classmates, who watched him with eager anticipation. A surge of green electricity enveloped him, and he felt a rush of excitement. He knew he could show off a little, confident that using 70% of his power wouldn't cause any serious harm. Taking a deep breath, he pulled his arm back and, with a powerful move, launched the ball into the air, shouting his signature move. As the ball soared from his hand, a shockwave erupted, sending wind and dust swirling around the other students. In an instant, the ball shot upward, disappearing from sight as the classmates shielded their eyes from the sun, trying to track its ascent. Aizawa remarked on the importance of understanding their limits while retrieving a small device from his pocket. After a few moments of adjusting it, the device beeped, and he turned the screen toward Izuku and the others. Their eyes widened in astonishment as the display showed a distance of 968 meters. Aizawa explained that this was a crucial step in determining what kind of heroes they would become. Mina expressed her excitement, exclaiming how incredible Izuku was. Ochaco gasped in amazement, recognizing the fruits of Izuku's hard work. Meanwhile, Katsuki clenched his fists in frustration, unable to believe the distance Izuku had achieved. Aizawa warned them not to get too carried away. He reminded them that their journey to becoming heroes would not be easy and that the student with the lowest score across all events would face expulsion. The room fell silent as the students processed this shocking news. Aizawa then had the rest of the students take their turns throwing the ball. While Izuku's throw had set a high standard, the results varied widely. Those with quirks that enhanced their strength achieved impressive distances, while others had more modest results. Besides Izuku, standout performances came from Ochaco, Momo, Tsuyu, and Katsuki. Ochaco used her quirk to make the ball float, achieving an astonishing height, while Momo created a small cannon to launch her ball over 600 meters. Tsuyu utilized her long tongue and agility to throw the ball nearly 500 meters, and Katsuki unleashed a powerful explosion from his palm, sending his ball soaring just over 705 meters. Next was the 50-meter dash, featuring head-to-head races. The first match was between Tenya and Tsuyu. Izuku was amazed to see engines emerge from Tenya's calves, propelling him forward at an incredible speed. Despite Tsuyu's impressive leaps, she couldn't keep up, finishing in just over 5.5 seconds while Tenya completed the dash in a little over 3 seconds. The following race featured Ochaco against Mashireo Ojiro, who had a large tail. Using her quirk to lighten her clothes and shoes, Ochaco finished in just over 7 seconds, while Mashireo crossed the finish line just ahead of her. Momo and Kyoko were next, both eager to win. Momo utilized her quirk to create a rocket pack, completing the dash in 3 seconds flat. Kyoko, lacking a way to enhance her speed, ran normally and finished in just over 8 seconds. Although frustrated, Kyoko complimented Momo on her creativity. The final race was between Mina and Yuga Aoyama, who wore a peculiar belt. Izuku was surprised when Yuga leaped and fired a laser from his navel, propelling himself forward at great speed. However, the laser cut out midway, causing him to fall. Mina, on the other hand, used her acid to glide effortlessly across the track, laughing as she finished in just over 5 seconds, overtaking Yuga. Shota observed the students as they pushed their quirks to their limits during the 50-meter dash. Noted their improvements, which provided him with insights into their capabilities and areas for growth. It was essential for them to think creatively about how to utilize their quirks. Katsuki took his position next to Izuku, glaring fiercely at him and declaring his intent to win. He urged Izuku to stay back and prepare to eat his dust. Meanwhile, Izuku crouched in a sprinter's stance, green electricity crackling around him. He decided it was time to silence Katsuki's bravado, determined to show him that he would be the one ahead. As Katsuki began his explosive start, a loud bang erupted beside him, enveloping him in a cloud of dust. When the dust settled, he was shocked to see Izuku had already completed the race. Katsuki was left bewildered, questioning what had just happened. Shota, in a monotone voice, congratulated Izuku on his impressive time, noting the significant improvement. He then turned to Katsuki, reminding him that he still needed to finish his dash. Katsuki, frustrated, unleashed his quirk, propelling himself forward with rapid explosions. After skidding to a stop, he glared at Izuku, vowing that he wouldn't be caught off guard again. Shota recorded Katsuki's time, acknowledging it as impressive while advising him to calm down. Katsuki, irritated, stormed off, eager to complete the remaining tests. Izuku, feeling a tingling pain in his arm, reminded himself to stay within his limits to avoid overexertion. He anticipated the consequences he would face the next morning. The grip strength test followed, where most students showed only slight improvements. However, Izuku and Mizo Shoji excelled, with Mizo recording the highest grip strength at 540 kilograms. Izuku, on the other hand, accidentally broke the measuring device, leaving him embarrassed. The standing long jump and sidestepping events were dominated by those with movement-enhancing quirks, but Izuku again emerged victorious, surpassing all his previous records with one for all. All Might, peeking around a corner, noted that things were going well and that Midoriya seemed to be enjoying himself. He reflected on Aizawa's unexpected decision to teach, despite his aversion to media attention. All Might hoped to make their differing views work, especially regarding Midoriya. Katsuki, frustrated by Izuku's performance, charged at him, ready to confront him. However, he was suddenly restrained by bandages that wrapped around him. Struggling to free himself, he was baffled when his quirk failed to activate. Shota explained that the bandages were a capture weapon designed to nullify quirks by making eye contact. He pulled Katsuki away from Izuku, urging him to stop using his quirk to provoke fights. Once Katsuki calmed down, Shota sighed in relief and prepared to move on to the next event. Katsuki watched as other students gathered around Izuku, showering him with praise and questions, which only added to his frustration. He clenched his fists, recalling a troubling image of Izuku in a hospital bed, questioning whether Izuku was willing to risk injury again. As the remaining events concluded, all students showed some improvement in their records. Once finished, Shota gathered everyone in the center of the training grounds, where the atmosphere was tense, with the weight of his earlier threats lingering in the air. Shota announced that it was time to reveal the results from the day's tests, pulling out the device he had used to measure the ball throws earlier. He explained that the total scores reflected each student's performance in the events and decided to skip the lengthy explanation, opting instead to jump straight to the final rankings. The students watched with anticipation as a holographic projection emerged from the device in Shota's hand. He then revealed that he had been joking about expelling someone, a smirk spreading across his face as he explained that it was a necessary deception to motivate them to perform their best. The students reacted with surprise, expressing their disbelief and frustration at being scared by their teacher. Momo, shaking her head, remarked on how easy it was to see through the ruse. Shota acknowledged her cleverness while handing the device displaying the results to Izuku. As he turned to leave the field, he reminded the students that their documents about the curriculum were back in the homeroom and encouraged them to review them. Izuku reflected on how he hadn't truly believed in the expulsion threat, but it had motivated him to give his all in the tests. When he looked at the results, a huge smile spread across his face as he saw he was at the top of the list, with Momo in second place. The other students soon gathered around him, eager to see their rankings. Izuku reminded himself to stay grounded, knowing the challenges ahead would only increase. Ochaco admired Izuku's performance, feeling her heart flutter with emotions she could no longer contain. She resolved to confess her feelings to him soon. Meanwhile, All Might appeared, playfully teasing Shota about his scare tactics. Shota acknowledged All Might's presence and expressed his relief that he didn't mind the time wasted. All Might reminded Shota of his past actions, recalling how he had expelled an entire class of first years for showing no potential. He speculated that Shota might see promise in Izuku. Shota admitted he had been skeptical at first but recognized Izuku's potential. He cautioned that Izuku needed to continue his training to avoid hitting a wall in his progress. Later, at a family restaurant near Mina vented her frustration about Shota's scare tactics, expressing her worry about potential expulsion. Momo playfully teased her, noting that everyone had performed well in the tests. Kyoka, feeling down about her own results, lamented her placement. Tsuyu encouraged her, suggesting she adapt her quirk for different situations. Kyoka began to feel better, but then turned her attention to Ochaco, who had been quiet since their arrival. Ochaco revealed that she had something important to share with her friends. Taking a deep breath, she confessed her long-standing love for Izuku and her intention to tell him after class the following day. An awkward silence enveloped the table as her friends processed the news, and Ochaco expressed her longing to keep things comfortable between them. Kyoka expressed her frustration, crossing her arms beneath her chest. She admitted that she had been considering the same thing. The other girls looked at her in surprise. She explained that she couldn't help but feel drawn to Izuku, finding him sweet, strong, and adorable. Her cheeks flushed as she confessed her deep feelings for him. Momo, feeling a bit flustered, revealed that she too had developed feelings for Izuku. Ochaco sighed heavily, running a hand through her hair, worried about the situation. She noticed Tsuyu watching her and asked if she had feelings for Deku as well. Tsuyu's cheeks turned a bright shade of red, confirming Ochaco's suspicions. Tsuyu clarified that while she didn't love Izuku, she was certainly infatuated with him. He had saved her twice and had always been kind, and she wanted to know him better. Ochaco found Tsuyu's sentiment sweet and took a moment to sip her drink. However, she noticed that Mina had been unusually quiet. Mina, who typically loved discussing matters of the heart, seemed lost in thought while reading her manga. Concerned, Ochaco asked if everything was all right. Mina assured her that she was fine but had been contemplating something. With a mischievous grin, she closed her manga and declared that she had a solution to their romantic dilemma. She proclaimed Izuku to be her Prince Charming and insisted she wouldn't give up on him. She slid the manga toward the others, claiming the answer lay within its pages. Kyoka picked up the manga and flipped through it, her face reddening as she realized the content was quite suggestive. She quickly set it back down, surprised by what she had seen. Momo expressed skepticism about how the manga could help their situation, doubting its value. Mina, however, insisted that the solution was obvious. She pointed to an image of the manga's protagonist surrounded by 5 appealing women and proposed that they all share Izuku, creating a harem. The other girls stared at her in disbelief, but Mina urged them to consider the idea. If Izuku was agreeable, they could all date him without competing against one another. Momo contemplated the suggestion, stroking her chin as she considered its logic. She admitted it might be worth trying. Mina cheered and asked the others for their thoughts. Kyoka hesitated but ultimately agreed, not wanting to fight over Izuku. She decided to give it a chance if the others were on board. Tsuyu also found the idea appealing, as it would allow her to spend more time with Izuku. Mina turned to Ochaco, asking if she was willing to participate as well. With her friends eagerly awaiting her response, Ochaco weighed the pros and cons of the proposal. It was a significant decision that could lead to complications, but it also seemed like a viable solution. She could maintain her feelings for Izuku while preserving her friendships. After a moment of contemplation, she agreed to the plan, suggesting they talk to Izuku after class the next day. However, she added one condition: she wanted to be the first to go on a date with him. The following afternoon in Class 1A's homeroom, Present Mike posed a question to the students, asking who could identify the mistake in a sentence he had written on the board. After a moment of silence, he turned sharply and placed his hands on the podium, urging everyone to participate and show enthusiasm. Izuku observed his classmates, particularly Ochaco, who seemed unusually distant and bored. He wondered why they had not been conversing as they usually did. He resolved to reach out to them after class. Returning his focus to the chalkboard, he leaned on his hand and analyzed the sentence, recalling that the relative conjunction was misplaced. He had not anticipated a typical schedule filled with subjects like math and English, but he had enjoyed the delicious lunch prepared by the cook hero, Lunch Rush. Suddenly, he checked the clock, his foot tapping in excitement as he remembered the upcoming class. It was almost time for hero basic training. A loud voice boomed from outside the classroom, and Izuku's eyes brightened as he recognized the familiar sound. The door swung open with a flourish, and All Might entered, announcing his arrival with a dramatic flair. The students were thrilled to see All Might, with Toru Hagakure expressing her excitement about his appearance and his iconic Silver Age costume. All Might enthusiastically introduced the class to the concept of hero basic training, promising rigorous training to develop them into outstanding heroes. He then crouched slightly, showcasing his impressive physique, before introducing a new faculty member who would assist him. Izuku's thoughts were interrupted as the door opened again, revealing a surprising figure. Rumi Usajiyama greeted the class with a broad smile, exuding energy and confidence. She scanned the room and her grin widened upon noticing Izuku's astonishment, declaring her intent to push them all to their limits in training. Toru Hagakure expressed her excitement, clapping her hands together in delight at the sight of All Might. She marveled at his Silver Age costume, finding it incredibly cool. All Might stood at the front of the class, flexing his muscles in an exaggerated manner as he announced the start of hero basic training. He explained that this class would involve various special training exercises designed to shape them into exceptional heroes. Crouching slightly, he showcased his impressive biceps before introducing a new faculty member who would assist with their training. Izuku Midoriya was lost in thought when the classroom door swung open again, revealing an unexpected figure. He was taken aback, unable to believe what was happening. Rumi Usajiyama greeted the students with a wide, toothy grin, standing confidently next to All Might. As she scanned the classroom, her smile grew even wider upon noticing Izuku's shocked expression. She encouraged the students to prepare for hard work, promising to push them to their limits. Izuku felt his body tense as he locked eyes with the rabbit hero, a chill running down his spine at the sight of her mischievous smirk. He wondered what she had in store for them. Rumi introduced herself as the rabbit hero, Mirko, but instructed the students to call her Usajiyama-sensei while they were in school. She explained that she had volunteered to assist All Might and Eraserhead with their combat training. With a playful kick that sent a small shockwave through the classroom, she declared her specialty was in kicking butt. All Might praised Rumi's introduction but suggested she tone down the language, noting the surprised expressions of the students. Rumi's face turned red with embarrassment as she quickly apologized. All Might then encouraged the class to welcome Usajiyama-sensei warmly, reiterating that she would be helping with combat training. He announced that they would be conducting their first battle training that day, which sparked a buzz of excitement among the students. He revealed that they would need their costumes, pressing a button on a remote that caused rows of shelves to emerge from the wall, filled with numbered metallic boxes. Inside those boxes were the costumes the students had designed. The classroom erupted in excitement as the students rushed to the back of the room to retrieve their costumes. Izuku found his own and hugged the package tightly, feeling as though he was in a dream. He glanced around, curious about how his classmates' designs had turned out. All Might instructed the students to change and then line up in ranking order to head to Training Ground Beta. He gestured for Usajiyama-sensei to follow him, leading the way to the training area. Rumi gave a mock salute as she followed, but she paused at the doorway to glance back at Izuku. A sly smirk crossed her face as she exited, intrigued to see what he could do. At Training Ground Beta, All Might emphasized the importance of looking good, proclaiming that a hero must always be presentable. He watched with pride as Class 1A began to emerge from the tunnel. Izuku was the first to step out, and All Might felt a surge of pride as he observed his protégé leading the group. Izuku's hero costume featured a green full-body jumpsuit complemented by a red belt, elbow pads, knee pads, and gloves, along with his signature red boots. He wore a mask with ear-like protrusions reminiscent of All Might's hairstyle, along with a respirator that sported a makeshift smile mirroring that of his mentor. Following closely behind Izuku was Katsuki Bakugo, his expression one of annoyance. His hero costume featured a fitted, black, sleeveless tank top adorned with an orange X across the middle, creating a V-neck effect. 2 dots on the left side of his collar indicated the support company that designed his outfit. He wore a metallic neck brace with rectangular ends, each side featuring 3 holes. His sleeves extended from his large grenade-like gauntlets to his biceps. A belt, equipped with grenades, held up his baggy briefs, which had knee guards, and he completed the look with black, knee-high combat boots that had orange soles and eyelets. His mask was jagged and black, with large, orange-rimmed flares protruding from each side around his eyes. Sprinting up from behind, Ochaco caught up with Izuku and playfully tapped him on the back. Her hero costume consisted of a snug black full-body suit with a pale pink design running down the middle of her torso, complemented by 2 black circles on her chest and a black rectangle below her waist. 2 additional pink patches adorned her shoulders, interrupted by darker pink armbands that matched the thick choker around her neck. She also wore circular wrist guards with dark pink handles on the back, wide knee-high boots with magenta soles, and a 2-piece belt around her waist featuring a circular piece at the center. Right behind Ochaco was Mina, her cheerful smile evident as she pressed closer to Izuku. Her hero costume included a plain white mask over her eyes, complemented by a purple and turquoise skin-tight bodysuit in a camouflage pattern that ended just above her chest. Over this, she wore a cropped, sleeveless tan waistcoat with white fur along its collar, left unbuttoned. Custom-made plum violet and beige acid-proof boots allowed her to skate around by secreting acid from her feet. Next was Kyoka, who seemed eager to join Mina but hesitated to be too openly affectionate with Izuku. Her hero costume was simple yet stylish, featuring a black leather jacket, a long salmon-colored shirt with several rips at the collar and hem, black breathes, and boots with built-in stereos. She had 2 small, triangular red paint marks just below her eyes, a plain black choker, and white fingerless gloves. Trailing slightly behind were Momo and Tsu. Momo's hero costume consisted of a high-collared, sleeveless crimson leotard with silver lines at her waist and around her arms, exposing her skin from her neck to just below her navel. She wore calf-length red boots with sharply dipping heels and 2 gold utility belts around her waist, along with a thinner one around the upper part of her chest. Tsuyu, on the other hand, donned a bright green turtleneck bodysuit, tan gloves with large buckles on each wrist, and 2 matching belts, one above her BRSS and another around her waist, with little green dots embedded all around. 2 black lines ran down her suit, framed with yellow, and she wore tight black boots with V markings on her thighs, along with green webbed flippers resembling frog toes. A headband matching her gloves and goggles with dark green tinted lenses completed her look. Rumi observed the students' unique outfits with admiration, letting out a low whistle. He recalled the excitement he felt when he first donned his hero costume, finally feeling like a true hero. All Might agreed enthusiastically, throwing his head back in laughter, and declared it was time for battle training. Ochaco complimented Izuku's costume, expressing her fondness for the ear-like features on his mask, calling it cool and practical. Kyoka chimed in, teasingly pointing out the All Might influence in Izuku's respirator, which resembled the hero's signature smile, admiring his dedication. Izuku explained that his mother had gifted him the jumpsuit for his acceptance into University, symbolizing her love for him, and he wanted to incorporate it into his costume. The girls who admired him responded with collective "us," clutching their hands over their hearts. As Izuku took in the sight of each girl's costume, his face flushed red. Despite his innocent demeanor, he was still an 18-year-old boy, and being surrounded by appealing girls stirred powerful feelings within him. Their skin-tight costumes certainly didn't help. He stammered that they all looked great. Each girl expressed her gratitude, their faces flushed with a mix of happiness and shyness. Minoru Mineta, a shorter boy, eyed Izuku with suspicion and questioned why so many girls in their class seemed infatuated with him. Izuku, flustered and unsure, waved his arms in a frantic attempt to explain that they were just close friends. Mineta, unconvinced, crossed his arms and declared he would be watching Izuku closely. Izuku found Mineta's behavior odd as he observed him joining a group of boys who were openly admiring the girls in their form-fitting costumes. A pang of jealousy hit Izuku as he noticed Mineta and Denki Kaminari gazing at Ochaco and Momo with admiration. Frustrated, he turned away, wishing his classmates would be a bit more subtle. Tenya raised his hand high, excitedly pointing out that they were in the same area where they had taken their entrance exam. He eagerly asked if they would be practicing cityscape maneuvers again. Izuku took a moment to examine Tenya's impressive hero costume, which featured a sleek black suit adorned with pale silver armor, including a large chest plate and a helmet that covered his face, complete with unique design elements. Izuku thought the costume looked somewhat familiar. All Might, however, interrupted with a firm response, indicating that they would be moving on to indoor anti-personnel battle training. Rumi added that while most villains preferred to operate outdoors, the more cunning ones often hid indoors. Izuku noted the serious expression in Rumi's eyes, realizing she could be quite focused when it came to hero work. Rumi listed various criminal activities, emphasizing that the most devious villains often lurked behind closed doors. All Might then announced the rules of the training session, explaining that the villains would hide a dummy nuclear weapon in their hideout while the heroes needed to infiltrate and neutralize it within a limited time. The heroes would need to either capture the villains or secure the weapon, while the villains aimed to capture the heroes or protect the weapon until time ran out. Rumi revealed that the students would be split into teams of 2, determined by drawing lots. She added a twist. She would randomly join one of the matches to assist the villains, simulating unexpected complications that could arise during real missions. The students were taken aback by this revelation. As the students approached the box to draw their partners, Izuku locked eyes with Rumi, who winked at him. He realized she might join his match, and he felt a mix of anticipation and concern. Once the teams were formed, they were as follows. Team A was Izuku and Ochaco. Team B was Shoto Todoroki and Mizo Shoji. Team C was Momo and Minoru. Team D was Tenya and Katsuki. Team E was Mina and Yuga Aoyama. Team F was Rikido Sato and Koji Koda. Team G was Kyoka and Denki. Team H was Tsuyu and Fumikage Tokoyami. Team I was Toru Hagakure and Masahiro Ojiro. And Team J was Hantasiro and Eijiro Kirishima. Ochaco felt a surge of excitement as she teamed up with Izuku, her smile bright and her fist raised in the air. She expressed her enthusiasm for the upcoming challenge, eager to make a strong impression. Izuku, however, felt a mix of nerves and determination as he observed Rumi off to the side, engaged in light stretches. He acknowledged her impressive skills and experience, realizing the challenge ahead. With clenched fists, he resolved to hold his ground for as long as possible. Might announced the teams for the first match, reaching into 2 boxes filled with ball. After a moment of searching, he revealed the heroes would be Team A, causing Izuku's heart to race unexpectedly. The villains, he learned, would be Team D. A wave of anxiety washed over Izuku as he glanced at Team D, where Katsuki initially appeared surprised but quickly shifted to excitement. An unsettling smirk crossed Katsuki's face when their eyes met, intensifying Izuku's apprehension about the matchup. Rumi confidently approached Teni and Katsuki, placing a hand on their shoulders and announcing her intention to join their team. Teni welcomed her enthusiastically, while Katsuki expressed his frustration. Rumi encouraged teamwork, urging the boys to get along. All Might reminded Rumi to take it easy on the new students and instructed the villain team to head out first. He explained the rules, emphasizing the importance of adopting a villain mindset and giving their all, while assuring them he would step in if necessary. His gaze lingered on Rumi, signaling his watchful presence. As the time ticked down, Ochaco examined the building's blueprints, urging her teammates to memorize them. She felt a sense of relief knowing there were no penalties for failure this time. However, her confidence wavered when she noticed Izuku muttering anxiously to himself, his grip on the blueprints tight and his body trembling. Concerned, she approached him, asking what was troubling him. Izuku expressed his worries about facing not only Katsuki and Teni but also Mirko, realizing the need for a solid plan. Ochaco reassured him, downplaying her concerns about their opponents while offering support. Izuku complimented Ochaco, causing her cheeks to flush with warmth. He then shifted the conversation to something that had been on his mind, asking about the distance he sensed from her and the other girls that morning. Ochaco hesitated but eventually revealed that something important had come up during a meeting with the girls, promising to share more after school. Accepting her vague response, Izuku suggested they focus on developing a strategy. Ochaco agreed, looking up at the building they needed to infiltrate and inquiring if he had any ideas. Izuku pondered for a moment, then pointed to the top floor, speculating that the weapon they needed to secure would be located there. That made sense to Ochaco as she grabbed her costume's helmet and slipped it on. She wondered how they would secure the weapon. They would need to separate the villains, which Izuku believed would actually be the easy part. He tightly balled his fists, his eyes narrowing in determination. Kaken and Mirko would be focused on him right away, allowing Ochaco to slip past them undetected. He would keep them busy while she dealt with Tenya and secured the weapon. Suddenly inspired, Izuku instructed Ochaco to listen closely. If things went awry and she couldn't capture the weapon, she should give him a signal, and he would create an opening for her. Curious, Ochaco asked what the opening would be, wanting to know what to look for. Izuku smirked and gestured toward a window near the top floor, assuring her that she would recognize it when she saw it. That would be their infiltration point. All Might's booming voice echoed over the PA system, announcing the start of the indoor anti-personnel training. Ochaco smirked back at Izuku, raising her fist in excitement, ready to take on the challenge. They exchanged a fist bump, and Izuku crouched slightly, inviting Ochaco to hop on his back. After a moment of hesitation, she climbed on, wrapping her arms around his neck. Izuku felt a rush of warmth as he felt her grip. He reminded himself to focus as he activated One for All, green electricity crackling across his body. Once he was sure Ochaco was secure, he took a deep breath and leaped forward, soaring several stories into the air and reaching their target almost instantly. He grabbed the large windowsill to steady himself, opened the window, and entered the building, letting Ochaco down as soon as they were inside. Infiltration was successful, and Ochaco dusted herself off while surveying the long, narrow hallways around them. She noted the many blind corners, emphasizing the need for caution. Izuku advised her to stick close as he began to make his way down the hallway. Just then, Katsuki came charging around the corner, sparks crackling in his hands. Izuku's eyes widened in surprise. Without hesitation, he shielded Ochaco with his body and dove to the side, narrowly avoiding an explosion that erupted where they had just stood. Katsuki taunted Izuku, demanding he stand and fight. Izuku grunted as he got back on his feet, tearing off the remnants of his mask. He stood protectively in front of Ochaco, checking if she was okay. She quickly assured him she was fine and offered to help, but Izuku insisted she focus on the weapon. He began scanning his surroundings, but was abruptly interrupted when the wall beside him exploded, sending him flying across the hall and slamming into the opposite wall. Gasping for air, he peered through the dust and debris, spotting a figure advancing toward him. As he used the wall for support to stand, the pain in his side made it clear who his attacker was. Mirko approached, teasingly acknowledging her hit on him. Izuku, fueled by determination, declared he wouldn't back down, green electricity flowing from his body as he slid into a fighting stance. He was ready for the challenge. Katsuki stormed over to Mirko, demanding she stay out of his fight with Izuku. Mirko, angered by his disrespect, confronted Katsuki, who instinctively stepped back, intimidated by the fierce look in her eyes. She warned him to think twice before speaking again. Katsuki shook his head rapidly, a chill running down his spine as he stammered an apology. He quickly corrected himself, claiming he meant to refer to Rumi as a young and appealing woman. Rumi smirked, satisfied with his response, before turning her attention back to Izuku and cracking her knuckles. She instructed him to back her up, as they had heroes to capture. Izuku urged Ochaco to move quickly, signaling toward the opposite hallway. He assured her he would keep Rumi and Katsuki occupied. Ochaco dashed down the hall, tapping her earpiece to inform Izuku she would contact him once she located the weapon. Rumi commented on Izuku's noble act of letting his teammate escape, her smirk widening as she approached him. She ominously stated they would pursue Ochaco after dealing with him. Izuku thought to himself that Rumi sounded like a villain, and he clenched his fists tighter, taking a deep breath to steady himself. He reminded himself that the entrance exam was just the beginning, and he needed to keep proving his worth. Just then, Rumi launched herself at him with incredible speed. Prepared this time, Izuku dodged her kick at the last moment, her foot narrowly missing his cheek. Seizing the opportunity, he grabbed Rumi's leg and used her momentum against her. He struggled to contain the immense energy of One for All, reminding himself to hold back. With a solid thud, he brought Rumi down to the ground, momentarily stunning her. However, he had no time to relax as he heard explosions erupting behind him. Turning around, he saw Katsuki rocketing toward him. Izuku ducked beneath a barrage of explosions and delivered a powerful uppercut to Katsuki's gut. Katsuki's eyes widened in shock and pain as he shot upward, hitting the ceiling. Exhaling deeply, Izuku turned back to see Rumi already back on her feet, a mischievous smirk returning to her face as she cracked her neck. Rumi praised Izuku for his impressive throw, rolling her shoulders as Katsuki landed beside her. She declared that it would take more than that to keep her down. Izuku felt a surge of confidence as he thought about how he was starting to find his rhythm. With green electricity crackling around his fists, he charged forward, a determined smile spreading across his face as he aimed to wipe the smirk off Rumi's face. In the observation area, All Might reflected on Rumi's persistence in participating, believing it could be a valuable learning experience for Izuku. He gripped his pen and clipboard tightly, ready to evaluate the students' performances. He reminded himself to be fair and impartial, encouraging Izuku to give it his all. Eijiro Kirishima expressed his wish to hear the fighters' conversations as he watched the intense battle unfold. He winced when Izuku took another hit from Rumi but admired his quick recovery and counterattack. All Might explained that both teams had been equipped with microtransceivers and capture tape, which would serve as proof of a successful capture. He pulled out a roll of bright orange tape, glancing back at the monitors with a sigh, doubting there would be any captures in this match. Shoto Todoroki noted the hero team's disadvantage, as they only had 15 minutes and were unaware of the weapon's location. All Might enthusiastically encouraged everyone to chant, "Plus Ultra," in response to the situation. Tsuyu expressed her concern for Izuku, watching intently as he attempted to strike Rumi with a powerful punch, only for her to deflect it. She acknowledged his strength but worried about facing both Rumi and Katsuki simultaneously. Mina reassured Tsuyu, indicating that Katsuki was not the main concern. She remarked on Katsuki's intimidating anger but believed Izuku could handle him, as no one understood Katsuki better than Izuku. However, she admitted her worries about Rumi. Izuku appeared to be holding his own remarkably well, Momo observed as she analyzed his movements, impressed by his agility and reflexes. She was particularly captivated when he vaulted over Katsuki, causing him to crash into Mirko, which sparked a brief altercation between the two members of the villain team. Momo felt confident that if Izuku maintained this performance, he would emerge victorious. Kyoka, crossing her arms, chuckled and expressed her lack of concern, believing Izuku would prevail against his opponents. All Might, noticing the exchange, interjected with a playful reprimand, causing Kyoka to blush in embarrassment. He then directed everyone's attention to the ongoing battle, noting on his clipboard that Izuku had accurately assessed Bakugo's character. Bakugo was overly focused on Izuku, neglecting his teammates, which All Might found amusing. Meanwhile, Ochaco was hiding behind a column, spying the dummy nuclear weapon. In front of it stood Tenya, who was pacing nervously. She realized that Izuku had been right about the weapon's location and that Tenya was left alone to guard it. She contemplated how to capture the weapon without being detected. Tenya, frustrated by his teammates' reckless behavior, lamented their choices. He recognized Bakugo's tendency for trouble and decided he had no option but to embrace the role of a villain himself, even if it meant risking his family's honor. He suddenly let out a dramatic laugh, declaring himself supreme evil. Ochaco struggled to contain her laughter, realizing Tenya was taking his role far too seriously. When she accidentally revealed herself, Tenya excitedly pointed her out, recalling her quirk that allowed her to levitate objects. He proudly announced that he had executed a counter-strategy by clearing the area of any objects she could use, confident that her tricks would not work against him. Back with Izuku, he took a moment to catch his breath, reflecting on the relentless pursuit of his opponents. He hoped Ochaco was faring well. When she called out to him, he eagerly responded, concerned for her safety. She informed him that Tenya had found her and was on high alert. Izuku quickly inquired about her location, determined to reunite with her. She confirmed the weapon's position on the top floor, right above him. Realizing he needed to implement his backup plan, he prepared himself as he noticed Rumi and Katsuki closing in on him. As Rumi launched a powerful kick in his direction, Izuku narrowly dodged the attack, watching her strike through the wall he had just been leaning against. Katsuki, fueled by his explosive quirk, propelled himself toward Izuku, demanding he stand and fight. Izuku, feeling the challenge, readied himself and delivered a swift punch to Katsuki's cheek, sending him crashing into a wall. As Katsuki slumped in confusion, Izuku took a moment to assess the situation, knowing he had a fight on his hands. With renewed determination, he turned to face Rumi, ready to take action while Katsuki was momentarily stunned. Katsuki, still feeling the effects of fatigue, declared to Izuku that he hadn't won yet. With a mischievous grin, he toyed with the pin on his grenade-like gauntlet, revealing his confidence. He explained that the sweat from his palms was explosive, hinting at the power he could unleash if his gauntlets had been designed to store that energy. Izuku's heart raced as he realized the danger. He panicked at the thought that Katsuki could misfire and hit someone nearby. Spotting Rumi in the line of fire, he knew he had to act quickly. As a blinding light erupted from Katsuki's gauntlet, Izuku harnessed the full force of One for All. Surrounded by crackling green electricity, he propelled himself forward, wrapping his arms around Rumi and pulling her out of harm's way just as the explosion rocked the hallway. They crashed through a wall, with Izuku shielding Rumi from the blast. As the fireball engulfed the area they had just vacated, Izuku felt relief wash over him when the chaos subsided. He stood back up, taking in the devastation around him, astonished by the destruction. He turned his gaze back to Katsuki, who remained against the wall, breathing heavily. Izuku couldn't help but think about the potential consequences of Katsuki's actions. Meanwhile, Tenya was trying to make sense of the situation as the ground shook beneath him. He recognized Katsuki's voice and was determined to intervene. Ochaco saw an opportunity as the tremors ceased. She activated her quirk and dashed toward the weapon, knowing that securing it would help Izuku. Tenya, however, was quick to block her path, insisting she couldn't pass. Undeterred, Ochaco crouched and leaped into the air, surprising Tenya as she floated effortlessly above him. Tenya was taken aback, realizing that Ochaco could make herself float. As she prepared to secure the weapon, she called out her special move, which would drain her energy but was essential for her plan. Just as she was about to reach the weapon, Tenya activated his quirk and sprinted forward, snatching it away. He declared that she wouldn't win, asserting his determination. Ochaco stumbled as she tried to swipe at the weapon, falling to the ground and losing her helmet. Rubbing her head in pain, she felt the sting of her bruised arm and muttered about needing Izuku's signal. Back with Izuku, Rumi confronted Katsuki, expressing her anger over the reckless attack. She swiftly wrapped him in capture tape, and though he initially resisted, was deterred by the intensity in her eyes. Rumi emphasized the seriousness of his actions and informed him that there would be consequences. Turning to Izuku, Rumi thanked him for his timely rescue and offered a choice. They could end the match or continue fighting. Izuku, determined to face Katsuki, expressed his longing to keep battling, not only with Katsuki but also with Rumi. Rumi's excitement was palpable as she agreed to continue, sprinting toward Izuku with a fierce determination. She prepared to unleash a powerful kick, reminding him that in this setting, she was Usagiyama-sensei. Ducking down, Izuku evaded Rumi's kick and made a flicking gesture with his hand. At almost point-blank range, he unleashed a Delaware smash, sending a sizable ball of wind pressure toward her. With her remarkable reflexes, Rumi leaned back and dodged the attack, the ball of wind narrowly missing her head. As adrenaline surged through her, a wild grin spread across her face. With a swift motion, Rumi executed a powerful front-facing axe kick, raising her leg high into the air. Izuku barely reacted in time, leaping to the side and narrowly avoiding the strike. His eyes widened in surprise as he noticed Rumi's foot partially indent the floor, causing cracks to form. Without giving him a moment to breathe, Rumi propelled herself into the air, preparing for her next move. Izuku thought to himself that she was not providing any openings. He watched as Rumi swung her foot downward, aiming to land a devastating kick. Rolling away, he evaded her attack and attempted to counter as she regained her footing. Just as Rumi was pulling her foot out of the floor, Izuku launched a powerful punch. However, before his fist could connect, Rumi spun around and delivered another roundhouse kick. He had to abandon his attack but managed to dodge her strike just in time. He realized that she was incredibly strong and that he was still too inexperienced for a one-on-one fight with her. Rumi, breathing lightly with sweat dripping from her brow, acknowledged Izuku's skills, noting how impressive he was and how it made sense that All Might had chosen him as his successor. She hadn't faced such a challenge in a while, as most opponents she fought went down in a single hit. Rolling her shoulders, she smirked at him and suggested they end the fight. Izuku, feeling a mix of nervousness and confidence, accepted the challenge, prompting Rumi to laugh heartily. Looking up at the ceiling, he decided it was time to put his secret plan into action. After a brief moment of focus, both Izuku and Rumi charged toward each other, determination evident in their eyes. As they closed the distance, Izuku rapidly increased the power of One for All in his right arm, causing it to glow brightly with energy. Noticing Rumi preparing for a flying kick, he lowered himself closer to the ground. Just before she could land her kick, he shot upward, his fist humming with the full force of One for All's energy. He pushed through the pain as he felt the strain on his arm. In an instant, before Rumi could react, his fist sped past her chin, almost grazing it. Her eyes widened in shock as she was hit by a powerful shockwave that nearly knocked her off her feet. At that moment, she heard a deafening crash overhead. Looking up, her jaw dropped at the sight of a massive hole in the ceiling and the building's roof. When she turned back to Izuku, she was stunned to see that his right arm appeared to be severely injured, covered in lacerations and looking discolored. She realized just how strong he was and how much power he had been holding back, astonished that he had torn open the roof with just the air pressure from his attack. Her heart raced as a nervous smirk spread across her face, finding him increasingly interesting. Meanwhile, Ochaco had dashed over to the nearest column, hugging it tightly as Izuku shouted for her to hold on. The entire floor began to tremble, and the ground in front of her exploded open. As debris filled the air, she smirked, understanding Izuku's backup plan. Activating her quirk, she lifted the column and prepared to improvise. With a grunt, she swung the column like a massive bat, hitting a large volley of falling debris. Tenya, caught in the chaos, panicked as he shielded himself from the flying chunks of concrete and metal. He looked up to see Ochaco leaping overhead, realizing she was securing the dummy weapon. With a sigh of relief, she confirmed that the weapon was secured and acknowledged Izuku's plan had worked. All Might's voice thundered over the PA system, declaring the hero team the winners and signaling the end of the match, instructing everyone to return to the observation area. Back with Izuku, Rumi looked up at the gaping hole in the ceiling and remarked on his impressive secret plan, acknowledging his skill with admiration. Izuku struggled to support his trembling, battered arm, acknowledging that he couldn't take on both Rumi and Katsuki in a direct confrontation. He had devised a backup plan, but as his vision blurred and his legs wobbled, he felt himself teetering forward. Just before he fell, strong arms caught him. Groggily, he looked up to see Rumi, who had saved him. He expressed his gratitude for her timely assistance. Rumi smiled, helping him regain his footing and allowing him to lean against her. As his head rested on her shoulder, she felt a slight flush on her cheeks, hoping Katsuki couldn't hear the rapid beating of her heart. Turning her gaze sharply toward Katsuki, who was still entangled in capture tape, she called out to him, urging him to follow them back. Katsuki, struggling against the tape, shouted in frustration, demanding to be freed first. His protests went unheard as Rumi and Izuku began to walk away. Determined, Katsuki scrambled to his feet and jogged after them, insisting they acknowledge him. Once they reunited with Ochaco and Tenya, who helped Rumi support Izuku, the five heroes made their way back to the observation area. Upon entering, Izuku was immediately surrounded by Momo, Kyoka, and Mina, all expressing their concern for him. Before they could crowd him further, a medical team arrived to escort Izuku to the nurse's office. As he left, Rumi placed a hand over her racing heart, reflecting on the exhilarating fight. She thought about how long it had been since she experienced such excitement, a smirk forming on her face as she rested her hands on her hips. Rolling her shoulders, she winced slightly from a sharp pain, a reminder of the fierce battle. Despite the discomfort, she felt it was worth it, affirming that working for you was the right choice. All Might gathered the students of Class 1A around him, still carrying the bound Katsuki, who had resigned himself to sulking. He emphasized the importance of using their matches as learning experiences, regardless of the outcome. While the hero team had won, he announced that the MVP was actually Ida. Confused, Tsuyu questioned why it wasn't Izuku or Ochaco, given their victory. All Might laughed and encouraged the class to provide an answer. Momo raised her hand, explaining that Ida had effectively adapted to the situation. She noted that Katsuki's actions were driven by his rivalry with Izuku, and Usajiyama-sensei seemed to have a similar agenda. She pointed out the dangers of using destructive attacks indoors, acknowledging that while Izuku fought valiantly, he sustained serious injuries to secure the win. She glanced apologetically at Ochaco, mentioning that her focus had slipped, leading to a chaotic last attack. Momo continued, emphasizing that Ida had developed a counter-strategy and even attempted to play the role of a villain, only faltering at the end. She candidly stated that the hero team had won due to the lenient conditions of the training exercise. Rumi, taken aback by Momo's analysis, couldn't help but marvel at her insight, wondering if she was secretly a teacher. All Might, feeling overshadowed, awkwardly acknowledged Momo's explanation and added that while Ida appeared a bit stiff, she was correct in her assessment. Momo expressed her thoughts with a serious demeanor, crossing her arms and nodding. She emphasized the importance of being earnest and honest with one another, reminding everyone that they were all starting from the bottom and needed to support each other. She pointed out that without constructive criticism, they would never evolve into professional heroes. A couple of hours later, All Might praised the group for their efforts, his laughter filling the air as he acknowledged their teamwork. He noted that there were no serious injuries, aside from Midoriya's, and commended them for their performance in their first real training exercise. He then turned to Usajiyama-sensei for any additional comments. Rumi shook her head and shrugged, indicating that All Might had already covered everything. She mentioned that while some attacks were a bit stiff and uncoordinated, improvement would come with practice and experience, and they would focus on that in future combat-heavy exercises. With the training officially concluded, All Might announced his intention to evaluate Midoriya and instructed everyone to change out of their costumes and return to the classroom. He took off running toward the school building but paused to glance back at Katsuki, contemplating the challenges he would face as a teacher. He acknowledged the fragility that often accompanied arrogance and resolved to provide Katsuki with special guidance. As he coughed into his hand, he noticed BLD, a reminder of his own struggles. Upon entering the school building, All Might hurried through the hallways until he reached the nurse's office. He stepped inside just as his muscular form faded, leaning against the door in relief. He quickly spotted Recovery Girl and Izuku, who was resting on a bed with his arm in a sling. Recovery Girl expressed her frustration at Izuku's early return, questioning why All Might hadn't prevented his injury. All Might nervously apologized, but Recovery Girl insisted that she didn't need his apologies. She explained the risks of Izuku's injuries and the importance of his recovery, having provided him with emergency first aid and an drip. Noticing All Might's disappointment, she urged him to stop indulging Izuku. All Might acknowledged her point, admitting he had been too lenient, especially in the past year. He requested that they keep their discussion about one for all quiet. Recovery Girl responded sarcastically, reminding him of his title as the natural-born hero. All Might clarified that while his true form and injury were known to the staff at UI, only a select few were aware of the true power of his quirk. Recovery Girl questioned whether he was resting on his laurels, emphasizing the importance of guiding Izuku properly. Several hours later, after school, Izuku stood outside the door to Class 1A, dreading the conversation he would have with Aizawa-sensei. As he opened the sliding door, Eijiro Kirishima greeted him enthusiastically, catching him off guard. Kirishima excitedly recounted the wildness of the earlier fight, expressing disbelief at how Izuku had held his own against Katsuki and Mirko. Mina cheered with a bright smile, suddenly appearing next to Izuku. She expressed her admiration for his dodging skills, mentioning how she didn't realize he was so flexible and suggesting they go dancing sometime. Ochaco approached Izuku with concern, gently placing her hand on his cast. She asked if his arm was okay and if Recovery Girl had healed him. Izuku responded with a nervous chuckle, explaining that he hadn't fully healed due to exhaustion from the fight, and he apologized for worrying her. As he glanced around the classroom, he noticed Katsuki was missing and asked Ochaco where he was. Upon learning that Katsuki had left early, Izuku took off running after him. He maneuvered around corners and leaped down stairwells, quickly reaching the school's entrance. Bursting through the front doors, he spotted Katsuki walking toward the front gate and ran after him. Izuku called out to Katsuki, waving his good arm and asking him to wait. Katsuki scoffed, gripping his backpack strapped tightly as he turned to face Izuku, questioning what he wanted. Izuku took a deep breath, trying to calm himself. He thought about how he hadn't shared his secret with Ochaco or the other girls yet, but he felt that his sudden acquisition of a quirk had been weighing on Katsuki for years. He clenched his fist and locked eyes with Katsuki, revealing that he had received his quirk from someone else and was still mastering it. He vowed that he would make it his own and one day surpass Katsuki. Katsuki, frustrated, expressed his confusion over Izuku's words about borrowed power. He felt that Izuku had been making a fool of him for years, and his recent loss only added to his anger. He lamented about losing his composure during their fight and how it had put both Izuku and their teacher in a difficult position, leading to a lengthy reprimand. Izuku was taken aback by Katsuki's emotional outburst, realizing just how frustrated he truly was. Katsuki continued, expressing his feelings of inadequacy compared to a classmate and how a recent encounter had opened his eyes. He declared that he would strive to surpass everyone, including Izuku, and after a moment of intense eye contact, he wiped away his tears and turned away, declaring that Izuku's victory would not happen again. Just then, a familiar voice called out to Katsuki, and he felt a hand grip his shoulder, halting him. Surprised, he turned to see All Might standing behind him. All Might reminded Katsuki of the importance of self-respect and assured him that he had the potential to become a pro hero. He encouraged Katsuki to keep moving forward. Katsuki, however, brushed off All Might's hand and asserted his determination to become a hero who would surpass him. All Might observed Katsuki's return to his usual self and sighed, acknowledging the challenges of being a teacher. He decided to head back to the school building, mentioning he needed to help Aizawa with grading papers and saying goodbye to Izuku. Izuku then turned around to find Rumi approaching him with her arms crossed. She indicated that she wanted to discuss their earlier fight. Izuku agreed, curious about what she wanted to talk about. Rumi pointed out that she had noticed he hadn't thrown any kicks during their fight, only relying on punches and grapples. She encouraged him to diversify his fighting style, suggesting that having a wider range of moves would be beneficial. Izuku contemplated her advice, realizing she was right. He thanked Rumi for her insight, acknowledging that he should consider incorporating kicks into his fighting repertoire. Rumi flashed a smirk as she turned away, heading back toward the school building. She mentioned that if Izuku ever wanted to spar, she would be ready for him anytime. Izuku, with a small smile, thought that Rumi might actually make a good teacher. Just then, his phone vibrated and he pulled it out to check it. Message. Ochaco wanted to meet him on the roof, likely about their earlier conversation before the training match. He slipped his phone back into his pocket and looked up at the school's roof, sensing that this would be an unusual discussion. 5 minutes later, Izuku stepped onto the roof and greeted Ochaco, only to find her accompanied by Kyoka, Momo, and Mina. He was curious about why they were all there. Ochaco, with a hint of nervousness, expressed that they had something very important to share with him. A gentle breeze swept across the roof as the 4 girls exchanged glances and approached him. Standing directly in front of Izuku, Ochaco took his uninjured hand and spoke from the heart. She shared how they had known each other for most of their lives, how he had saved her multiple times, and how they had shared countless joyful moments. Tears welled in her eyes as she confessed her long-standing love for him. Izuku felt a rush of emotions, his face turning bright red, but before he could respond, Ochaco placed a finger on his lips, urging him to listen to what else she had to say. Kyoka stepped forward, nervously holding Izuku's hand and feeling a bit embarrassed. She recalled the day he walked into the music store and how he had become such an essential part of her life. Being around him brought her happiness, and she couldn't imagine her life without him. With her cheeks flushed, she finally declared her feelings for him. Mina then took her turn, standing confidently in front of Izuku. She skipped the sentimental build-up and went straight to the point, recalling how he had saved her life the first time they met. She described how just being near him made her heart race and how she envisioned a perfect life with him. With a playful giggle, she confessed her love as well. Momo, with a gentle smile and slightly flushed cheeks, stood in front of Izuku next. She echoed the sentiments of the others, expressing how he had saved her life and how her feelings had deepened over the years. She cherished their time together and confidently declared her love for him. Izuku was left speechless, overwhelmed by the declarations from 4 remarkable girls. His heart raced as he tried to process everything. He cared deeply for each of them and felt love for them all. Although he had anticipated that one of them might confess, he never imagined they would all share their feelings at once. With the girls looking at him expectantly, he took a deep breath to steady himself. He expressed his happiness and how special they all were to him, but he also admitted that he couldn't choose just one of them at that moment. Mina then presented him with a small book, suggesting that he might not have to choose. Confused, Izuku examined the book titled High School XDX. As he flipped it over and read the back cover, he noted its engaging story and characters, along with some romance. His thoughts trailed off as he looked at an illustration of the main character surrounded by a group of girls who adored him. Realization dawned on him, and he stared in shock between the manga and the girls before him, unable to believe they were serious about this idea. Ochaco stepped forward, placing her hand gently against Izuku's chest, while the other 3 girls surrounded him. She expressed their collective feelings, stating that all 4 of them loved him but were concerned about jeopardizing their friendship. They had come up with the idea of sharing their affection for him. In a dimly lit back alley bar, a soft voice drew attention as it placed a newspaper on the counter. The man, whose hands appeared preserved, examined the front page featuring All Might. He pondered the implications if villains were to eliminate the symbol of peace. Izuku entered the school roof, expecting to find only Ochaco, but was surprised to see Kyoka, Momo, and Mina waiting for him as well. He inquired about their presence, feeling a mix of curiosity and confusion. Ochaco, with a hint of nervousness, revealed that they had something important to share. She clutched her heart as a gentle breeze swept across the rooftop, and after exchanging glances with her friends, she stepped closer to Izuku. With tears forming in her eyes, she recounted their shared experiences and expressed her long-standing love for him. Izuku felt a rush of emotions, his face turning bright red, but before he could respond, Ochaco placed a finger on his lips, urging him to listen. Kyoka then stepped forward, her hands trembling slightly as she confessed how much Izuku meant to her. She recalled their first meeting in the music store and how he had become an integral part of her life. With her cheeks flushed, she declared her love for him. Mina followed, taking her turn to express her feelings. She recounted how Izuku had saved her life and how she had always seen him as her Prince Charming. Her excitement was palpable as she shared her vision of a future together, affirming her love for him. Momo then stood before Izuku, her cheeks tinged with color as she echoed the sentiments of her friends. She spoke of how Izuku had saved her and how her feelings had deepened over time. She confidently declared her love for him as well. Izuku found himself overwhelmed, struggling to process the confessions from 4 remarkable girls. He cared deeply for each of them and realized he loved them all. As they looked at him with anticipation, he took a deep breath, feeling a mix of joy and confusion. He expressed his happiness, acknowledging their special place in his heart but admitting that he couldn't choose just one of them at that moment. Mina then presented a small book to Izuku, suggesting a different approach. Curious, he examined the cover of High School XDX, noting its engaging story and characters. As he flipped through the pages, he was struck by the image of the main character surrounded by a group of girls who adored him. The realization dawned on him, and he looked between the manga and the girls, astonished by the idea they were proposing. Ochaco stepped forward, placing her hand gently against Izuku's chest, while the other three girls surrounded him. She expressed their collective feelings, stating that all four of them loved him but didn't want to jeopardize their friendship. They had decided to try sharing him. Izuku stammered, his face turning a bright shade of red as he struggled to process the situation. Despite being one of the smartest students in his class, he found it hard to understand why four appealing girls would have feelings for him, let alone consider sharing him. As he continued to mumble incoherently, his vision began to blur, and he started to wobble. Suddenly, Izuku leaned forward, resting against Ochaco. The girls gasped in surprise, and Ochaco quickly caught him, kneeling down to lay his head on her lap. Kyoka, Momo, and Mina gathered around, their expressions filled with concern as they leaned in to check on him. Izuku was breathing softly, occasionally mumbling under his breath. Momo, worried, reached out to gently slide Izuku's cheek, wondering if they had overwhelmed him with their confessions. Mina noted that Izuku had shown interest in each of them before, but his inexperience with love was evident. She found his innocent side endearing. Kyoka remarked on Izuku's strength, recalling his impressive match earlier that day, and appreciated seeing his vulnerable side. Ochaco sighed lightly, realizing that perhaps revealing their feelings all at once was too much. As she adjusted Izuku for his comfort, she smiled down at him. Observing her friends gazing at Izuku with affection, she felt a surge of confidence. She brushed some hair from his face, acknowledging that while she had been unsure about the idea of a harem, they would find a way to make it work. She believed that Izuku would do his best to keep them all happy. The girls exchanged knowing glances, silently agreeing with Ochaco. Just then, Izuku began to stir, groaning as he pressed a hand to his forehead. As his eyes fluttered open, he recognized the familiar faces leaning over him. Realizing he was resting against something soft, he looked up to see Ochaco's face directly above his. Memories of the earlier conversation flooded back, and his face turned crimson as he shot upright. Izuku groaned, wincing slightly as he held his head. His heart raced as he tried to suppress his blush, wondering how long he had been out. Ochaco, with a nervous chuckle, reassured him that he had only been unconscious for a minute. She apologized for overwhelming him, explaining that they simply wanted to share their feelings. Izuku smiled softly at the four girls, acknowledging that it had been a lot to take in all at once. He admitted he was caught off guard by their confessions. Kyoka fidgeted, her face turning red as she acknowledged that they had indeed dumped their feelings on him. She nervously asked for his response. Izuku awkwardly inquired if they were serious about the idea of sharing him. The girls exchanged glances and nodded in unison. Taking a deep breath, Izuku agreed to give it a try, seeing the excitement in their eyes. He admitted that each of them was special to him and that he had feelings for all of them. He had been worried about having to choose one and potentially ruining their friendship. Mina expressed that while there might have been some tension, they would have overcome it. She smiled broadly, resting her hands on her knees and leaning forward. Their friendship had lasted for years, and there was no way anything could jeopardize their bond. Momo agreed with Mina, stating that their friendship was resilient enough to withstand any challenges. She placed a hand over her heart, a slight blush appearing on her cheeks. This arrangement would only succeed if they all understood each other and were committed to working together through any difficulties they might encounter. Izuku, feeling a mix of excitement and apprehension, wondered how everything would unfold. He wrung his hands together, his body buzzing with nervous energy. He wanted to make this work and was willing to do whatever it took to ensure everyone was happy. Kyoka teased Izuku, noting that they had anticipated his sweet response. She believed their current dynamic didn't need drastic changes. However, she playfully reminded everyone that during their discussion about sharing, Ochaco had insisted on going on the first date with Izuku. Ochaco, her cheeks puffed out in a playful pout, felt a rush of embarrassment as she fidgeted with her fingers. She had known Izuku the longest and cherished their friendship, recalling how he had saved her life on 2 occasions. As she spoke, her face grew increasingly red, and she began to float into the air, overwhelmed by her feelings. She twirled gracefully, hiding her face in her hands as she confessed her deep affection for him. Izuku reciprocated her feelings, expressing how unimaginable life would be without her or the other girls. He smiled up at her as she floated higher, suggesting she come down as she was getting quite high. When Ochaco uncovered her face and realized her altitude, she gasped in surprise. She released her quirk and began to descend, landing safely in Izuku's strong arms. Looking up at him, her heart raced as she saw his warm smile. He gently set her down, their eyes meeting. Izuku proposed a date for the following day after school, cupping Ochaco's cheek and feeling excitement build within him. Overjoyed, Ochaco hugged him tightly, and as he embraced her, he noticed the other girls smiling at him. He promised to go on dates with each of them afterward, vowing to make each one special. Momo acknowledged Izuku's dedication, standing up and brushing herself off. She suggested it was time for everyone to head home as it was getting late. Kyoka suddenly panicked, checking the time on her phone and realizing how late it had become. She jumped to her feet, rushing toward the roof's entrance, reminding everyone that she had promised to help her parents with some tasks at home. Mina, with a mischievous grin, mentioned she needed to head home as well, clutching a manga to her chest. Momo sighed, playfully urging her to at least pretend to focus on her schoolwork. Mina dashed toward the door, escaping any further scolding. Once Mina was gone, Momo smiled softly, shaking her head. She noted that she needed to leave too, as her parents would be worried, especially after her father's overprotectiveness following a past incident. Ochaco, feeling nervous again, glanced at Izuku, as if wanting to say something but struggling to find the words. With her face flushed with embarrassment, she hurried toward the door, eagerly looking forward to their date. She called out to Izuku, promising to see him the next day. Izuku felt a rush of emotions as he stood on the rooftop, the door slamming shut behind him, leaving him alone. He chuckled awkwardly to himself, rubbing the back of his head as the reality of the situation with the four girls washed over him. Caught up in the excitement, he hadn't fully processed what had just happened. Leaning against the fence, he pressed a hand to his racing heart, his face flushed with warmth. He wondered how he would manage this unexpected turn of events. Each girl held a special place in his heart, and he loved them all, but the situation felt overwhelming. He needed advice, but from whom? 2 hours later, outside his mother's bedroom, Izuku muttered to himself about the awkwardness he was about to face. Taking a deep breath to steady his nerves, he knocked on the door, asking if he could talk. His mother's cheerful voice welcomed him inside. After a moment of hesitation, he entered the room, spotting her comfortably reading in bed. Izuku explained that he wanted to discuss his feelings for Ochaco and the other girls, his face heating up with embarrassment. His mother raised an eyebrow, sensing his nervousness. He revealed that all four girls had confessed their feelings for him simultaneously, leaving him in a state of shock. Inko's eyes widened in surprise as she processed the news. She asked how things had gone and if he had chosen one of them to date. Izuku clarified that he hadn't picked just one. Instead, he shared a wild idea proposed by Mina, inspired by a manga she had been reading. The four girls had agreed to try dating him together. Inko listened attentively, shifting closer to her son as he spoke. Noticing his discomfort, she offered a warm smile and gently rubbed his back to comfort him. She acknowledged that discussing such matters with his mother could be awkward and suggested they could revisit the topic later if he preferred. However, Izuku was determined to seek her advice now. He expressed his confusion and need for guidance, looking directly into her eyes. Inko chuckled softly, understanding his predicament, but admitted she had little experience with such a situation. She asked him one crucial question: did he love the girls? Without hesitation, Izuku affirmed his feelings, surprising Inko. He spoke passionately about how amazing each girl was and how long they had known each other. He couldn't imagine life without them and wanted to ensure their happiness. The thought of any of them being heartbroken troubled him deeply. Realizing he was becoming overwhelmed, he paused to take a deep breath, apologizing for his outburst. He was scared and excited, his mind racing with thoughts of how to navigate this new chapter in his life without disappointing anyone. Inko smiled gently as she patted Izuku's knee, expressing that she felt she had heard everything she needed to. She advised him that if he truly loved the girls and believed he could make them all happy, he should give the sharing arrangement a chance. However, she emphasized the importance of loving each girl equally, as favoritism could lead to jealousy and ultimately jeopardize the relationship. Izuku listened intently, nodding eagerly at his mother's words. She warned him that while she wouldn't lie and say everything would be easy, and that many might disapprove of such a relationship, if he remained strong and demonstrated his love, he would overcome the challenges ahead. Feeling reassured, Izuku thanked his mother and gave her a brief hug before hopping off the bed. He mentioned that he still had things to think about but needed to prepare for bed, especially since he had an important day ahead with a date with Ochaco after school. Inko expressed her excitement for him as she watched him dash out of her bedroom. Once the door to Izuku's room closed, she smiled warmly, feeling proud of her son growing up. In his bedroom, Izuku felt the need to distract himself from the complexities of the sharing arrangement. Although his mother's advice had been helpful, he found himself overthinking every possibility. He paced back and forth in his room, glancing at his backpack and realizing he had completed all his homework. He contemplated reviewing his combat training, recalling Rumi's suggestion to incorporate kicks into his fighting style. He recognized that he had relied too heavily on punches and throws. Taking a deep breath, Izuku activated One for All, full cowling, feeling the familiar surge of energy coursing through him. He limited himself to about 5% power to avoid causing any damage to his room. As he closed his eyes, he focused on recalling Rumi's movements during their training sessions. He visualized her kicks, the strength and precision behind each one, and how her muscles flexed with power. Suddenly, Izuku opened his eyes and executed a swift roundhouse kick, creating a small shockwave that caused items in his room to tremble. As his foot touched the floor, he felt a strange sensation. Using kicks was unfamiliar territory for him. His movements felt stiff and unrefined compared to Rumi's fluidity. Frustrated, he prepared for another kick, but the motion still felt awkward. He reflected on Gran Torino's advice during their training, realizing that trying to mimic All Might's style might be limiting him. He understood the need to diversify his fighting techniques. Determined, he closed his eyes again and envisioned Rumi's movements, picturing her powerful kicks with clarity. Despite his intention to focus on training, his thoughts drifted to Rumi's athletic physique, causing his heart to race. He then shifted his thoughts to Ochaco, imagining her in her hero costume, which accentuated her figure. After being confessed to by 4 girls, they occupied his mind. Unable to shake off the thoughts, he began to imagine himself sharing tender moments with each of them. He felt a rush of emotions as he envisioned the girls affectionately leaning against him, their hands gently touching him. His imagination took a turn as he pictured Ochaco drawing closer, her presence overwhelming him. He imagined her gazing at him with warmth, and he felt a flutter of excitement at the thought of a sweet kiss. However, amidst these daydreams, a sudden realization hit him, causing him to pause and reflect on the situation. Izuku's eyes flew open as he suddenly realized the time. He rushed to his bed and grabbed his cell phone, dialing All Might's number with urgency. As the phone rang, he anxiously tapped his foot, hoping for a quick answer. When All Might's voice came through, Izuku felt a wave of relief. The hero acknowledged that it had been a while since they last spoke and asked what was on Izuku's mind, especially at such a late hour. Izuku hesitated, feeling a blush creep onto his cheeks. He apologized for the late call and explained that he had an important question about One for All. All Might encouraged him to ask, and Izuku stammered, trying to gather his thoughts. He revealed that he and Ochaco were going on a date the next day, his embarrassment palpable. All Might's enthusiastic response filled Izuku with a mix of pride and nervousness, as he congratulated him on this new development. As Izuku continued, he struggled to voice his concern about what might happen if he kissed Ochaco. He recalled All Might's explanation about the transfer of One for All, which only occurred through the previous user's DNA. He needed clarity on whether a kiss could inadvertently pass on the power. After a moment of silence, Izuku grew anxious, wondering if All Might was still on the line. Suddenly, All Might burst into laughter, causing Izuku to pull the phone away from his ear. The hero found the situation amusing, which only deepened Izuku's embarrassment. Despite the laughter, All Might reassured him that there was no need to worry about accidentally transferring one for all. It could only be given willingly, which lifted a weight off Izuku's shoulders. Relieved, Izuku thanked All Might, feeling a wave of nervousness dissipate. All Might playfully encouraged him to enjoy his date, but Izuku, overwhelmed, decided to end the call. He dropped the phone onto his bed and fell back, staring at the ceiling. He dreaded the thought of discussing his romantic life with All Might, promising himself to postpone that conversation for another time. The next morning at University, Izuku was caught off guard by a swarm of reporters who rushed toward him, bombarding him with questions about his experiences with All Might. Stammering, he tried to escape their eager inquiries. Fortunately, Kyoka appeared just in time, pushing him toward the school's entrance and telling the reporters that they needed to get to class. The reporters quickly shifted their attention to her, but she firmly declined to answer their questions, continuing to walk away. Izuku expressed his gratitude to Kyoka, relieved to have avoided the reporters' scrutiny. She shared her own frustrations with the media, recalling how her famous parents had faced similar situations when she was younger. As they walked together, Izuku felt grateful for her support and understanding. Izuku observed the growing crowd of his classmates arriving, chuckling as he scratched his cheek. Each student was quickly surrounded by eager reporters, struggling to provide meaningful responses or simply opting to ignore the barrage of questions. Eventually, Ochaco, Mina, and Momo joined Izuku and Kyoka, managing to slip past the reporters with relative ease. After their usual greetings, Izuku took the lead, guiding their small group toward the classroom, encouraging everyone to hurry along. Mina, with a playful grin, nudged Izuku and asked if he was excited about his date with Ochaco that evening. Izuku smiled back, glancing at Ochaco and noticing a slight blush on her cheeks. This unexpected response surprised Mina. She had anticipated Izuku would become flustered. He admitted that he had been nervous about the whole sharing situation initially, but after receiving some advice the previous night, he felt much more confident and was determined to give it his all. Momo, slightly embarrassed, requested Izuku to lower his voice, pointing out that people were starting to stare. Izuku quickly apologized, hunching his shoulders and trying to hide his face with his hand, acknowledging his tendency to get carried away when excited. Ochaco playfully remarked on his obliviousness but reassured him that it was part of his charm, expressing her own excitement for the evening ahead. A few moments later, Shota managed to disperse the reporters, and the students of Class 1A gathered in their classroom. Once everyone settled into their seats, Shota sighed wearily and placed a stack of papers on his desk. After rubbing the sleep from his eyes, he looked at his students, who were eagerly awaiting his words. Shota began by commending them on their performance during the previous day's battle training, referencing the evaluations he had reviewed with Usajiyama-sensei. He picked up the first paper and addressed Katsuki, urging him to mature and control his temper, as his actions had endangered others during the battle. Although it was his first offense, he received a warning with the reminder that he needed to assess his potential responsibly. Katsuki grumbled in response, expressing his determination to improve. Shota then turned his attention to Izuku, acknowledging his good performance but noting the broken arm he sustained, similar to what had happened during the entrance exam. He cautioned Izuku about the risks of ending fights with injuries, emphasizing the importance of training his body to prevent harm from his quirk. Izuku nodded, taking notes and promising to work harder on his physical training. Shota informed the class that he would distribute their evaluations at the end of the day and invited anyone who wished to discuss their results to meet with him after class. With that settled, he shifted to some homeroom business, announcing that they would be selecting a class representative. Instantly, the classroom erupted with excitement, students eagerly raising their hands to express their interest in the role or to nominate others. In a hero course at being a class representative was a prestigious position, one that many aspired to hold. The enthusiasm led to a cacophony of voices, each student vying for attention. However, Tenya's authoritative voice cut through the noise, commanding silence. With a serious expression, He reminded his classmates that leadership was a significant responsibility that required more than just ambition. He emphasized the need for trust among peers and proposed that they vote for their class representative, reinforcing the democratic nature of their decision-making process. Katsuki expressed his annoyance as he leaned back in his seat, propping his feet up. He made it clear that this was not a formal gathering. Tsuyu, while not fond of Katsuki's aggressive demeanor, found herself agreeing with him. She turned to Tenya, noting that most of them hadn't known each other long enough to establish trust. She briefly exchanged glances with Izuku, who smiled back at her. Returning her attention to the discussion, she contemplated the few individuals she already trusted. Ijiro joined in, crossing his arms and asserting that most would likely vote for themselves, deeming the whole exercise a waste of time. Tenya passionately argued that anyone who could secure multiple votes would be the most suitable for the role. He stood up, emphasizing his point and seeking permission from their teacher. Shota, appearing uninterested, settled into his sleeping bag on the floor, instructing them to keep it brief. Soon, all the students' names were written on the blackboard. One by one, they approached to cast their votes for the class representative. As the results came in, it became clear that most had voted for themselves, just as Ijiro had predicted. However, one student stood out with more votes than the rest. Izuku was taken aback when he saw he had received 6 votes. He scanned the room and noticed a group of girls smirking at him, realizing where at least 4 of the votes had come from. Katsuki erupted in disbelief, questioning how so many had chosen Izuku. Ochaco, resting her head on her palm, thought to herself that she certainly would not vote for Katsuki. She trusted Izuku more than anyone else in the class. Tenya, feeling disheartened, looked down at his desk, frustrated by the outcome. He had anticipated this result but still found it disappointing. Shota groaned as he stood up, unzipping his sleeping bag and yawning. He examined the blackboard and declared that Izuku would be the class representative, with Momo assisting him since she had received the second most votes. Momo expressed her disappointment at not being the representative but smiled warmly at Izuku, looking forward to working with him. Izuku nervously wrung his hands, admitting he had hoped not to win. While he appreciated the opportunity, he lacked confidence in his leadership abilities. 3 hours later, during lunch, Ochaco remarked on the number of students in the dining area, noting she hadn't noticed many of them at the start of their classes. Momo explained that you offered various courses beyond the hero program, including support and business, indicating that those students would play a role in assisting heroes in the future. Mina complained about Aizawa's lecture, claiming it had nearly put her to sleep. Kyoka, taking a bite of her curry, noticed Izuku poking at his food with a peculiar expression. She asked him what was bothering him, sensing he seemed off. Izuku reassured her that he was fine, though he admitted to feeling nervous about his new role as class representative. Tsuyu chimed in, encouraging him not to worry, while Tenya supported her sentiment, praising Izuku's determination and suitability for the leadership position, explaining that was why he had voted for him. Ochaco set down her bowl of rice and inquired about Tenya's ambition to be class representative. She noted that he had a government-like appearance that suited the role. Tenya explained that ambition and suitability were distinct matters. He sighed lightly and shook his head, stating that he had made the choice he believed was right. Mina chimed in, pointing out that Tenya's way of speaking reminded her of Momo, which surprised the dark-haired girl. She then asked if Tenya came from a wealthy background. Momo, feeling embarrassed, scolded Mina for her rudeness. Tenya, however, remained unfazed as he took a bite of his lunch. He admitted that he came from a well-known hero family and was the second son. Izuku's eyes lit up with realization, and he expressed his surprise at Tenya's family connection to Ingenium, the turbo hero, who had a significant number of sidekicks in Tokyo. Tenya chuckled, adjusting his glasses, and confirmed that Ingenium was indeed his brother. He expressed pride in his brother's leadership and dedication to rules, explaining that it inspired him to become a hero, even if he felt unprepared to lead others. He believed Izuku was the better candidate for class representative. As Izuku reflected on his connection with Tenya, an alarm suddenly blared through the dining hall, causing students to leap from their seats in panic. The announcement warned of a security breach, urging everyone to evacuate safely. Mina shouted in confusion, asking what security level 3 meant. Momo recalled from the student handbook that it indicated an infiltration of the school. She urged everyone to leave quickly. Izuku rallied his friends to evacuate, but they were swept away by the crowd of panicking students. He struggled to stay with his group, urging them not to get separated. Amid the chaos, students shouted complaints and frustrations, adding to the confusion. Kyoka voiced her annoyance at the panic, while Tenya noted the swift response to danger, though he found it excessive. Momo helped a student from falling, criticizing the frantic reaction despite the fear. Mina, frustrated, spotted reporters from earlier in the day outside, realizing they had infiltrated the school. Tsuyu, using her quirk to navigate the chaos from above, expressed her inability to assist everyone at once. Tenya attempted to calm the situation but was pushed against a window by the crowd. He wondered where the teachers were and noted that many students seemed unaware that there was no real danger. As he observed Ochaco, an idea began to form in his mind about how to organize the chaos. He contemplated what Midoriya or his brother would do in such a situation. Izuku was trying to formulate a plan when Tenya suddenly caught up with him. Tenya eagerly extended his hand toward Ochaco, requesting her help to make him float. Just before she was swept away, Ochaco managed to smack Tenya's hand. As Tenya floated into the air, he maneuvered himself toward the exit. Pulling up his breathe legs, he used his quirk to propel himself forward. However, he couldn't stop safely and ended up slamming against the wall above the doorway, clinging to a pipe. Taking a deep breath, he turned to face the panicking students and called out that everything was fine, assuring them it was just reporters and there was no need to panic. His commanding voice cut through the chaos, and the uproar gradually subsided as students began to notice the group of reporters outside. They also saw Aizawa and present Mike attempting to disperse the press. Realizing there was nothing to worry about, the students began to exit the building calmly. Izuku watched Tenya guide the evacuation and thought to himself how incredible Tenya was. He realized that he was not the one meant to lead their class. 45 minutes later, in Class 1A's classroom, Momo joked about the unusual lunch break while standing at the front with Izuku beside her. After some light laughter from the class, she turned to Izuku, inviting him to share what he had in mind. Izuku grinned and gestured toward Tenya, who looked surprised. He expressed that the earlier chaos had made it clear that Tenya was the best choice for class representative, highlighting how Tenya had guided everyone during the crisis. Tenya couldn't help but smile at Izuku's playful jab and agreed that Tenya was indeed the right choice. Eijiro enthusiastically supported the idea, praising Tenya for his impressive performance in the dining hall. The rest of the class nodded in agreement, and Denki added that Tenya had been like a shining beacon pointing to the emergency exit. Shota, still tucked in his sleeping bag on the floor, urged everyone to move on, expressing his impatience. Tenya stood up, thanked everyone, and accepted the position of class representative. As the students celebrated, a small group of teachers gathered at the entrance of University. The gate that had kept the reporters out was now a crumbled mess, suggesting that someone or something had caused the destruction. They speculated whether an evildoer had infiltrated the university or if there was a larger scheme at play. Rumi, scowling and clenching her fist, vowed to confront whoever was responsible for endangering her students. Later that night, outside Ochaco's apartment, Izuku reassured himself that everything would be fine. He had spent time with Ochaco countless times before, and he was determined to make their relationship work. Clutching a box of chocolates and flowers, he took deep breaths to calm his racing heart. Finally, mustering the courage, he rang the doorbell, feeling that this moment was the start of something special. When Ochaco's cheerful voice called out that she was coming, Izuku's heart skipped a beat. The door opened to reveal her beaming smile, and she greeted him with excitement, delighted by the flowers and chocolates he had brought. Izuku felt a dopey smile spread across his face as a warm sensation washed over him, confirming his feelings. In that moment, he knew he was truly in love. Izuku reassured himself that everything would be fine. He had spent time with Ochaco countless times before, and he was certain that things wouldn't feel awkward. He tugged at his shirt collar, gripping the box of chocolates and flowers he had chosen for her. Though he knew it was a cliché gesture, he was confident that Ochaco would appreciate it. As his heart raced, he took several deep breaths to steady himself. He acknowledged his feelings for Ochaco and the other girls, determined to make this relationship work. Gathering his courage, he rang the doorbell, marking the beginning of this special moment. He felt a thrill when he heard Ochaco's cheerful voice call out from inside the apartment. Moments later, the door swung open, revealing her radiant smile. Dressed in a casual pink sundress that highlighted her figure, she looked more appealing than ever. Izuku had seen her in this dress before, but today he truly noticed how stunning she was. She greeted him with excitement, expressing her delight at the flowers and chocolates he had brought. Izuku felt a goofy smile spread across his face as warmth filled his chest. Despite his earlier nerves, he knew everything would be all right. He was undeniably in love. Ochaco noticed his intense gaze and asked if he was all right, her cheeks flushing as she fidgeted and looked away. Embarrassed, Izuku quickly apologized, his face turning bright red. Eager to move past the awkward moment, he handed the flowers and chocolates to her. Ochaco thanked him, her bubbly tone unaffected by his earlier awkwardness. She embraced the gifts against her chest, taking in the lovely scent of the flowers before rushing into the apartment to find a vase. Izuku followed her into the kitchen, watching as she searched through the cupboards. When she bent down to reach for a vase, he quickly turned his gaze away, feeling a mix of embarrassment and admiration. Ochaco shared that her parents were out for a date night, which made her happy. After arranging the flowers perfectly, she turned back to Izuku, curious about their plans for the evening. Izuku admitted that since it was their first date and he had little experience, he had sought advice from his mom, causing Ochaco to stifle a laugh. He chuckled along, acknowledging how silly it sounded but also noting that her tips were helpful. He offered her his arm, and her eyes sparkled with delight as she hugged it and rested her head on his shoulder. He revealed that they had reservations at a nice restaurant, the same place where his parents had their first date. Ochaco was thrilled by the thoughtfulness of the choice. As they left the apartment, she asked about their plans after dinner. Izuku suggested they unwind with a movie, mentioning that he didn't have a specific film in mind but was open to her preferences. Ochaco insisted they choose a movie together, squeezing his arm a little tighter as they stepped into the elevator. After the elevator doors opened, Izuku led her toward the front entrance, hinting that he had one last surprise planned for the evening. Ochaco expressed her enthusiasm with her usual cheerful smile as both heroes in training stepped outside. She inquired about their transportation plans, suggesting that while a cab was an option, it might be costly with multiple stops. Izuku joked about offering to carry her but quickly added that he didn't want to mess up her hair. He playfully patted Ochaco's head, earning a light smack on his arm in return. With a chuckle, Izuku reached into his pocket and revealed a set of car keys, pointing to a green sedan parked nearby. His mother had lent him her car for the evening. After unlocking the doors with a button on the key fob, they approached the vehicle. Izuku opened the passenger side door for her, proclaiming that her chariot awaited. Ochaco responded with a smile, giving a mock curtsy before settling into her seat. She was eager to get their date underway. Izuku appreciated her energy as he closed the door and made his way around the car. Once he slid into the driver's seat, he ensured they were both buckled in and adjusted the mirrors before starting the engine. After turning on the radio, he pulled out and began driving toward the restaurant. They enjoyed a comfortable silence for a while, simply relishing each other's company. However, Izuku found himself stealing glances at Ochaco, captivated by her beauty, which prompted him to break the silence. He apologized for staring earlier, worried it might have made her uncomfortable. Ochaco reassured him that it was fine, her smile widening in amusement. She mentioned that if it was him, she didn't mind his gaze. Izuku felt relieved, pretending to wipe imaginary sweat from his brow as he expressed his concern about being creepy. He admitted that he couldn't help but admire her beauty. Ochaco blushed at his compliment, her fingertips pressed together as she felt a mix of joy and embarrassment. She turned her head slightly to admire Izuku's appearance, noting how good he looked in a dark green button-up shirt and a deep red tie, complemented by black breathes and polished shoes. She chuckled at his messy hair, which contrasted with his polished outfit, and playfully ruffled it, wishing they could do something about it. Izuku joked that it seemed impossible to tame his hair, sharing that he and his mom had tried every trick and product without success. He accepted that his hair would always be a bit wild. Ochaco smiled affectionately, expressing that she actually liked his hair, as it was part of what made him unique. Izuku had never considered it that way, musing as he rubbed his hair between his fingers. After a few more minutes of light conversation, they arrived at the restaurant. After parking, Izuku opened the passenger door for Ochaco once more, offering her his arm as they prepared to start their date. Later, after enjoying a delightful meal filled with laughter and nostalgia, they drove to a nearby movie theater. Upon arrival, they stood outside, examining the numerous posters advertising the films. It didn't take long for them to agree on a romantic comedy featuring two rising pro-heroes as the leads. The movie was entertaining, showcasing the chemistry between the actors and their performances. However, during the romantic scenes, both Izuku and Ochaco felt a mix of excitement and embarrassment, stealing glances at each other and chuckling nervously. Toward the end of the film, Izuku felt his face heat up during a particularly NTMT scene. Earlier, Ochaco had discovered that the actors were actually dating in real life, which made their on-screen chemistry feel even more genuine. As the atmosphere grew increasingly charged, Izuku felt a warmth spreading through him, envisioning himself sharing tender moments with Ochaco. He gasped when he felt a sudden grip on his hand. Looking down, he realized it was Ochaco holding on to him. When he glanced at her, his heart raced even more, noticing that she seemed to be feeling the same way. Her cheeks were slightly flushed as she bit her lip, her other hand resting on her lap while she rubbed her thighs together. Izuku swallowed hard and turned his attention back to the screen, too shy and inexperienced to make a move in such a public setting. He flipped his hand over, gently squeezed Ochaco's, and intertwined their fingers. As they continued watching the movie, their thoughts began to wander. Once the film concluded, they exited the theater, both feeling flustered. Ochaco mumbled that the movie was enjoyable as she settled back into the car, attempting to ease the awkward tension that had built up between them. Izuku nervously agreed, chuckling as he started the engine, noting the great chemistry between the lead actors. As Ochaco tapped her hands on her lap, she struggled to keep the conversation flowing. Each time she glanced at Izuku, her thoughts drifted back to the film, imagining herself in those NTMT scenes. After a particularly vivid daydream, she squeaked in surprise and turned to stare out the window, unable to meet Izuku's gaze without getting lost in her thoughts. She asked him about their next destination, curious about the surprise he had mentioned. Izuku smiled and told her it was a surprise, his grip on the steering wheel tightening slightly. He noticed her playful pout and reassured her that they would arrive shortly. In less than 10 minutes, they reached their destination. After parking, they walked down a path illuminated by streetlights. Izuku asked if she recognized the place. Ochaco looked around, taking in the trees, paths, and benches, realizing they were at a park. Izuku clarified that it was not just any park, pointing to a nearby swing set. Ochaco's eyes widened in recognition as she remembered that this was where they had first met 14 years ago. She admitted it had been so long that she hadn't recognized it at first. As they walked toward a nearby bench, a smile spread across her face. Sitting down, she gazed around, reminiscing about their childhood memories at the park. Izuku joined her, wrapping an arm around her shoulders. Ochaco leaned her head against him, causing him to jump slightly, but he quickly adjusted and pulled her closer. They began to chat happily, recalling their time spent playing there. Izuku shared that despite the accident, meeting her that day had been one of the best moments of his life. Ochaco recalled her fear when she saw the accident, clutching his shirt tightly as she spoke about how grateful she was that all might had arrived in time. She expressed regret for chasing after the ball, believing it had led to the accident. Izuku reassured her not to blame herself, pulling her even closer. He revealed that he had felt jealous of her when they first met, explaining how he had learned he lacked a quirk just weeks before. He had been thrilled when she wanted to play with him, but jealousy had overwhelmed him when she used her quirk during their game. In a moment of frustration, he had thrown the ball too hard, forgetting how her quirk affected it. Deku had no idea Ochaco felt that way. A few tears rolled down her cheeks, which she tried her best to hold back. If he had been so jealous of her, why did he save her? He may have felt a moment of jealousy, but he wasn't going to just stand by when his new friend was in danger. With a smile, he reached up and brushed one of Ochaco's tears away with his thumb. He hadn't even thought about it. When he saw the car heading toward her, his body acted on its own, and before he knew it, he was pushing her out of the way. Ochaco felt overwhelmed by his bravery and lunged forward to hug him tightly. However, something Izuku had said began to resonate with her. She realized he didn't have a quirk when he was a child, but he had one now. How was that possible? He promised to tell her, but only if she kept it a secret for now. He would share it with the other girls soon, but until then, she couldn't say a word. After a moment of intense eye contact, Ochaco nodded. Taking a deep breath to prepare himself, Izuku revealed his biggest secret. He had been born without a quirk, but he was given one by All Might. Ochaco gasped in shock, cupping a hand over her mouth. Deku had received his quirk from All Might. Was he serious? Yes, he explained. His quirk was called One for All. He held out his arm, channeling a small amount of its power, which crackled with green electricity. It was a quirk transferred from user to user, growing stronger with each recipient. Ochaco tried to process this information. If One for All was passed from person to person and All Might was the previous user, she had two questions. Could All Might still use One for All? And why had he chosen Izuku as his successor? All Might could still use One for All, but the embers of the quirk were getting weaker over the years. Izuku felt a wave of sadness wash over him as he wrung his hands together. As for why All Might chose him, he often questioned it himself. All Might had picked him the day he saved her, saying he was worthy to inherit his power. But sometimes, Izuku wondered if he was truly the right choice. Ochaco interrupted his self-doubt, insisting he should never think that way. He would be an amazing hero, and he had already saved her twice, along with many others. It may have been reckless to do hero work without a license, but she wasn't blind to his efforts. She had noticed the bruises, cuts, and torn clothes. Despite the risks, he rushed in to help those in need. All Might had definitely made the right choice in selecting him. Izuku chuckled, rubbing the back of his head. He admitted he was terrible at hiding things like that. Her words made him feel much better, and he promised to keep training to become a hero All Might could be proud of. Ochaco whispered that he was already her hero. She rested a hand against his chest and leaned in closer. Izuku's face flushed bright red as her lips were only a few inches away from his own. He felt himself breaking out in a sweat, his mind racing with questions. Should he kiss her? Should he wait? Was it too early? Did she even want him to kiss her? All these thoughts swirled in his mind, his eyes locked onto her slightly pursed lips. However, after hesitating for a few moments, Ochaco began to pull back. She had an amazing night, but they should probably head back. Throwing all caution to the wind and pushing aside his doubts, Izuku resolved to stand firm. Before Ochaco could finish her thought, he wrapped his arm around her shoulders and pulled her close, embracing her against his chest. Ochaco, taken by surprise and feeling flustered, had no time to respond before Izuku leaned in and pressed his lips against hers in a heartfelt kiss. Her eyes widened in shock for a moment before she closed them, wrapping her arm around his neck and deepening their connection. Fireworks erupted in both of their minds, the kiss fulfilling their hopes and igniting something even greater. They could feel the love they shared pouring into that moment. However, their kiss couldn't last forever, and soon they separated, sitting on the bench and gazing at each other, their hearts racing. Izuku broke the silence, his face slightly flushed as he rubbed the back of his neck. He expressed his amazement at the experience they had just shared. Ochaco agreed, admitting that it surpassed her expectations. Deep down, she wished their kiss could have continued. The intimacy with Izuku made her feel warm and electrified. The kiss had ignited a fire within her that she was not ready to extinguish. As she rested her hand on Izuku's thigh, she playfully rubbed it, noticing how he stiffened, his face turning bright red. Leaning in closer, she whispered enticingly about having the apartment to themselves that evening. Izuku stammered, feeling a rush of excitement as he processed her suggestion. Seeing her smile and nod, he felt a thrill and quickly fumbled in his pocket for his car keys, declaring his intent to drive. After what felt like an eternity, punctuated by Ochaco's playful affection, they finally arrived at her apartment building. They managed to keep their distance in the lobby and elevator, mindful of an elderly lady sharing the lift with them. However, once they reached Ochaco's floor, they hurried to her door. Once inside, they kicked off their shoes and embraced each other eagerly. Izuku's back met the wall as Ochaco captured his lips in a fervent kiss, filled with longing. This kiss was different from their first, charged with longing. As Izuku took a bold step, their tongues danced together, both of them inexperienced but eager. Instinctively, he wrapped his arm around her waist, drawing her closer as their kiss deepened. When they finally pulled away for air, he continued to shower her face and neck with kisses, sending delightful shivers down her spine. Ochaco struggled to speak as Izuku's kisses continued, his hands exploring her body. She felt her thoughts clouding with excitement, but in a moment of clarity, she pushed him back slightly, catching him off guard. She insisted they move to the bedroom, realizing they couldn't continue by the front door. Izuku blinked in realization, his face flushing with embarrassment as he rubbed the back of his head, apologizing for his eagerness. Ochaco reassured him that she enjoyed it, though she felt shy about looking him in the eye. Just then, Izuku swept her off her feet in a bridal carry, causing her heart to race with delight. She playfully protested, feeling flattered yet concerned about her weight. Izuku laughed, assuring her that she was not heavy at all, given his strength. He carried her toward her bedroom and gently set her down on the bed, asking if they should continue where they left off. Ochaco sat up on her bed, a playful smile on her face as she looked at Izuku from head to toe. She remarked that they seemed a bit overdressed and suggested that he might be uncomfortable in his clothes. Izuku returned her smile, loosening his tie and starting to unbutton his shirt. However, before he could continue, Ochaco moved to the edge of the bed and took his wrist, expressing her longing to help him undress. With a hint of hesitation, Ochaco's hands glided over Izuku's chest, feeling the firmness beneath his clothing. As she stepped closer, Izuku allowed her to continue, starting with his tie and shirt. Once those were off, she moved on to his briefs. With a slight tremor in her hands, she managed to remove his belt and, after a deep breath, unzipped his briefs. Even though he still wore his underwear, Izuku felt a rush of embarrassment as Ochaco's gaze lingered on him. Izuku, feeling a bit awkward, mentioned that it didn't seem fair for him to be the only one undressing. Ochaco acknowledged his point, suggesting that he could undress her as well. Seizing the opportunity, Izuku took her hand and helped her stand. He gently pulled down the straps of her sundress, which fell to the floor, leaving her in her underwear. Izuku had never seen her like this before, and he was captivated by the matching pink set she wore. Ochaco playfully teased him, noting that she had caught him staring before. She leaned in slightly, playfully enhancing her figure, which made Izuku's cheeks flush with embarrassment. She explained that it was quite obvious he had been looking, and the other girls had noticed similar attention directed toward them. Encouraged by her words, Izuku asked if he could see more. Ochaco smiled and nodded, deciding to unhook her BR. As she slid the straps off her shoulders, she briefly covered herself, teasing him further. However, sensing his eagerness, she finally let go of her BR, revealing her figure completely. Izuku was taken aback by the sight, his eyes wide with astonishment. She asked if he liked what he saw, and he nodded, clearly mesmerized. Ochaco playfully informed him of her size, which left him speechless. With trembling hands, he reached out, hesitating just inches away from her. After taking a deep breath, he began to ask if he could touch her. Encouraging him with a giggle, Ochaco moved her arm away, granting him access. Instead of being rough, Izuku gently cupped her, seeming to appreciate the moment. As he continued, Ochaco felt her cheeks heat up, and when his hand brushed against her, a soft sound escaped her lips. Izuku froze, worried he had done something wrong, but she reassured him that it felt good. Izuku felt a surge of confidence as he smiled, enjoying the playful interaction with Ochaco. Feeling bolder, he leaned in and kissed her, eliciting a surprised gasp from her. With a gentle push, he guided Ochaco back onto her bed, causing her to giggle in surprise. In an instant, he was above her again, sharing another kiss while his hands explored her curves. One hand began to wander across her body, while the other continued to caress her. A soft sound of pleasure escaped Ochaco as she responded to his touch. As Izuku's hand traveled lower, gliding over her hips and down her thighs, Ochaco felt a rush of warmth at every point of contact. His hand eventually reached the edge of her clothing, making her gasp in anticipation. Taking a bold step, he slipped his hand beneath the fabric, and she gasped again, feeling the warmth of his touch. Startled by the sudden intensity, Ochaco shot him an annoyed look, playfully wriggling her hips against his hand, urging him to stop teasing her. Relieved that she was not truly upset, Izuku took the cue and continued, amazed by how responsive she was. As she began to move in rhythm with him, he felt a sense of accomplishment. He thought to himself that he needed to take things further. With a deep breath, he shifted his focus, feeling a mix of determination and nervousness. He leaned in closer, and Ochaco gasped in surprise at his sudden boldness. As he continued, she instinctively gripped his hair, her excitement growing. Izuku felt a sense of pride knowing he was making her feel good, even if he was still figuring things out. Her reactions encouraged him, and he continued, sensing that she was nearing a peak of pleasure. As she pulled him closer, he felt her excitement building, and he responded to her cues. In a moment of overwhelming sensation, Ochaco's body reacted, and she let out a cry of joy. Her entire being seemed to respond to the moment, and to Izuku's surprise, she began to float slightly above the bed. He chuckled to himself, wiping his lips and gently guiding her back down before she could rise too high. He expressed his happiness at her enjoyment while reminding her to regain control of her quirk. Breathing heavily, Ochaco nodded, pressing her fingers together as she settled back onto the bed. Izuku sat beside her, placing a comforting hand on her shoulder, offering her a moment to catch her breath. Suddenly, Ochaco sprang forward, playfully straddling him. In a burst of enthusiasm, she tugged at his shirt, revealing his toned chest. Her hands roamed over his body, and she felt a stirring excitement as she noticed his reaction. With a playful smirk, she slid down, positioning herself between his legs, ready for the next step in their playful adventure. Reaching up, Ochaco grasped the waistband of Izuku's boxers and, with a swift motion, pulled them down. Her eyes widened in surprise as she was taken aback by the sudden reveal. Although this was the first time she had seen such a sight in person, she had encountered similar images during her online explorations, which had always piqued her curiosity. She estimated that Izuku was at least 7.5 inches, which she thought was above average. When she looked back up at Izuku, she noticed that he was watching her with anticipation, waiting to see her next move. Unsure of what to do, Ochaco hesitantly reached out and took hold of Izuku's hand, feeling warmth radiate from him. As she began to gently move their hands together, she noticed Izuku's breath hitch, indicating that she was doing well. Encouraged, she increased the pace, observing how his breathing became more rapid and how he leaned back, clearly enjoying the moment. Ochaco realized that Izuku was responding positively, but she wanted to ensure they both felt comfortable and connected. Ochaco contemplated how to make Izuku feel even better. She began with her hands, gradually becoming more aware of his excitement. She thought to herself that since Izuku had done something special for her, it was only fair to reciprocate. Just as she was about to encourage him to continue, she paused, feeling a mix of anticipation and nervousness. Izuku felt a surge of confidence as he picked up the pace of his movements. He sensed an intense pleasure building within him, and he struggled to maintain control. He tried to pull away, but Ochaco held him firmly in place, determined to keep him close. Unable to contain himself any longer, Izuku moved with urgency, feeling the peak of his pleasure approaching. He felt his body tense as he reached a climax, overwhelmed by the sensations. After the moment passed, he slowly withdrew, watching as Ochaco seemed to savor the experience. She liked her lips, a look of surprise crossing her face. To his astonishment, she remarked that it wasn't as unpleasant as she had anticipated, her tone playful and teasing as she moved closer to him, gazing at him with a mischievous glint in her eyes. Izuku felt a rush of emotions as he took in her expression, captivated by the moment they shared. Ochaco rested against Izuku, their connection palpable. Leaning in closer, she playfully brushed her lips against his neck, a mischievous glint in her eyes. She expressed her feelings with a teasing smile, and Izuku felt a rush of warmth at her boldness. He gripped her waist gently, feeling the tension between them. Izuku hesitated, questioning if they were truly ready for this moment. He offered to wait, wanting to ensure they were both comfortable. But Ochaco, with a determined look, pulled him into a tender kiss, their lips moving in harmony. When they finally parted, a soft connection lingered between them, and Ochaco gazed at Izuku with affection. Izuku understood her unspoken thoughts, feeling a surge of excitement. He had longed for this moment as well. Ochaco smiled brightly, her confidence shining through as she guided him closer, their hearts racing in unison. The atmosphere was charged with anticipation as they took a step forward in their relationship, both feeling the weight of the moment. With a deep breath, they embraced the new chapter together, ready to face whatever came next, united in their feelings and trust for one another. Wanting to help ease Ochaco's pain, Izuku sat up and embraced her, kissing her gently. A few tears rolled down Ochaco's cheeks as the intense discomfort she had initially felt began to fade. After a moment, the pain was completely gone, and Ochaco experimentally moved her hips. A wave of warmth surged through her body, causing her to sigh softly into their kiss. Breaking the kiss, Ochaco began to sway her hips, a series of soft sounds escaping her lips. Ochaco expressed her delight, feeling exhilarated as she moved in Izuku's lap, gripping his shoulders for support. She encouraged him to join in the rhythm. Eager to participate, Izuku began to move his hips in sync with Ochaco's motions, the sounds of their movements filling the room. He reached up, gently caressing Ochaco's form, and she responded with a joyful exclamation, pulling him closer as she increased her pace. Izuku felt a rush of excitement as he complimented the warmth and closeness they shared. Ochaco encouraged him to go faster and deeper, her enthusiasm evident as she urged him on. With a playful grin, Izuku effortlessly lifted Ochaco, eliciting a giggle from her. He gently placed her back on the bed, positioning her on her hands and knees. As he settled behind her, he ran his hand along her back, feeling the connection between them. He aligned himself with her and moved back into her embrace, and Ochaco let out a soft feeling the closeness once more. Izuku's body began to glow with energy as he tapped into his power, moving with a newfound intensity that made Ochaco gasp in surprise. He began to move rapidly, their connection deepening with each motion. The rhythm of their movements echoed in the room, and Izuku was completely absorbed in the moment, focused solely on their bond. Ochaco called out for more, her body responding to the exhilarating sensations. She surrendered to the rhythm, urging him to continue, her voice filled with excitement. Izuku, feeling the intensity of the moment, increased his pace, and the energy between them surged. As they continued, he sensed his own excitement building. He shared his feelings with Ochaco, and she reassured him, easing his mind. Relief washed over Izuku as he embraced her tightly, their connection deepening. They shared a passionate kiss, their hearts racing together. As they continued to move in harmony, Izuku felt a wave of fulfillment wash over him, and both of them experienced a moment of bliss. After a short while, they settled into a comfortable silence, and Izuku lay back, gazing at the ceiling. Ochaco joined him, cuddling close and resting her head against his arm. Izuku breathed out, expressing his feelings for her, and she responded with a bright smile, gently caressing his cheek. They shared a moment of contentment, reflecting on the perfect evening they had together. As they embraced, Izuku couldn't help but contemplate the unique relationship they were building. He asked Ochaco if she truly wanted to explore this new path together, wanting to ensure they were both on the same page. "Stop right there," Ochaco said, placing a finger gently against Izuku's lips to quiet him. She had agreed to give sharing him with the other girls a chance, and she was determined to make it work. While she would have preferred to have him all to herself, she valued her friendships and didn't want to see her friends heartbroken. If they truly had feelings for him, she was willing to share. She acknowledged that challenges might arise, but she was also certain it would be an exciting journey. Izuku smiled, feeling reassured by her words. He leaned in and shared a brief kiss with Ochaco, their eyes locking in a moment of affection. He felt the same way about the situation. Great. No. Ochaco said, her tone shifting playfully as she playfully teased Izuku, showing her enthusiasm. I don't know about you, but I'm ready for more fun. Absolutely. The night is still young. Izuku replied, feeling energized by her spirit. He playfully squeezed her side, making her giggle with delight. For you, Ochaco, I could keep going all night. The following morning, 7:35 a.m., stay back, heroes. Come any closer and I'll harm this family. A large, muscular villain growled, holding a family of 3 tightly in his grasp, causing them to cry out in distress. He defiantly gestured at the heroes and began to retreat. If anyone tries to follow, they'll regret it. You're not getting away. Mount Lady shouted, wincing from her injured shoulder. You are wanted for multiple crimes, habit headgear. This is bad. Kamui Woods grunted, skidding to a halt beside Mount Lady. Not only is he strong, but he's also a clever strategist. Please, heroes, save us, the mother cried, tears streaming down her face as she shielded her young daughter. Just save my daughter. Be quiet. Habit headgear snapped, increasing the distance between himself and the pro-heroes. This is where I make my escape. Fear not, good family. Habit headgear's body tensed at the sound of a familiar voice from behind him. Before he could react, Japan's #1 hero was upon him. Missouri Smash. With a swift and powerful chop, All Might knocked the villain unconscious and freed the captive family. Why, you might ask? Because I'm on my morning commute and I can't be late. Yeah. All Might is the best. A crowd of onlookers cheered, celebrating yet another successful rescue. We appreciate your help, All Might. Mount Lady said with a chuckle, trying to mask her frustration. But you stole another rescue from me. At this rate, I might be out of a job. Thank you, sir, a police officer said, smiling broadly as he saluted All Might. We were really overwhelmed back there. Ha! I'm glad to assist. All Might exclaimed, laughing heartily as he waved to his fans. But I really must be going now. Just as he was about to leave, he heard screams from a hit-and-run incident. No, I can't be late. But, driven by his sense of justice, All Might leaped toward the source of the distress. As he soared through the air, he landed on a rooftop and paused for a moment to catch his breath, pressing a hand to his side. After a brief rest, he felt his strength beginning to return. However, he was interrupted by the sound of someone landing behind him. Aren't you going to be late for work? All Might said, turning to see a familiar face. Usagiyama-sensei. Hey, I could say the same for you, All Might. Rumi replied with a smirk, placing her hands behind her head as she approached him. I saw you take down that villain and then rush off to stop another crime. I was wondering if you needed some help. All Might hesitated, initially prepared to decline her offer, but he felt another sharp pain in his side. He didn't want her to see him in a weakened state, but he also knew that conserving energy was crucial. With a light sigh, he flashed Rumi his signature smile. Try to keep up. At the university, Aizawa stood at the front of the classroom, his usual bored demeanor evident as he informed the students that Usagiyama-sensei would be joining them later. He announced that they would continue with their basic hero training as planned. Alongside him and All Might, Usagiyama would supervise the class when she arrived, along with one other instructor. Izuku raised an eyebrow, realizing that this class would be special. Hantas Siro eagerly raised his hand, curious about the day's activities. Aizawa explained that they would be preparing for disaster relief, covering scenarios from fires to floods. He displayed a card labeled Rescue, signaling the start of their rescue training. Denki sighed, resting his head on his palm, anticipating a challenging day ahead. Mina, however, was excited, her enthusiasm shining through as she raised her hands in the air, declaring that fires and floods sounded thrilling. Ijiro echoed her excitement, gripping his desk tightly, ready for the action that awaited them. Tsuyu, with a thoughtful expression, mentioned that if there was a flood, she would feel right at home. Her gaze drifted toward Izuku, curious about how he would perform during the training. Aizawa's stern voice cut through the chatter, commanding the students' attention. He revealed their hero costumes using a small remote, giving them the choice to wear them for the training, noting that some might not be suitable for the day's activities. He informed them that the training site was a bit remote, and they would be taking a bus there, instructing them to prepare for departure in 15 minutes. Izuku's determination surged as he clenched his fist, vowing to give his all in the rescue training. He was resolute that this experience would help him become the great hero he aspired to be.